Yes. Do it. I love it. Okay. Mr. Clerk, we ready to go? All right. Good morning. Good morning. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Tuesday, February 14th, 2023 City Commission. As always, before we get started, I'd like to welcome everyone who is listening to us on Zoom, the individuals who have joined us today here in the Commission Hall, anyone who's sitting outside. I welcome you to please join us. We're going to have, as we always do, a moment for anyone who would like to engage and have a discussion on any items on the agenda. We welcome your comments. We welcome your feedback. As always here in the Commission, we give 1 hour, a complete 1 hour for public comment. And we ask you that if you don't engage in this Commission meeting, please engage in the next one. I also welcome you to join me on open office hours on Fridays that I've been having for the last 8 years, starting at 2 o'clock and ending at 5, sometimes going on to 6 or 7. And then we'll also have town hall meetings twice a year. The reason why I bring that up is I want to make sure that we remind our residents, our business community, anybody who's listening, our employees, that your input, your guidance is important. We welcome it, and we're here to listen and be the best city that we possibly can be. So with that being said, I'd like to kick off this morning with bringing up one of my favorite human beings on the planet, the Rabbi Stolke from the Shabbat of Coral Gables. Rabbi Stolke, good morning and welcome back to the City Coral Gables Commission. It is always a privilege to have you here with us.
Thank you so much. It's good to be back. Good morning. Master of the universe, look favorably upon the mayor and the city commissioners of Coral Gables and bestow upon them the joy of life, good health, and prosperity. Bless these people who have been chosen to make laws and decisions for the citizens of our city with wisdom and understanding in their noble pursuit of justice and equality. In ancient times, Jews gathered in the Holy Temple in Jerusalem once every 7 years for an event called Hakel, which means assembly. As it is stated in Deuteronomy chapter 31, verse 12, assemble the people, the men, the women, and the children, so that they hear and that they learn to fear God. The king would read verses from the Torah containing God's instruction for life about social responsibility, tithing the crops, and caring for the poor. The people came away reunited and re-inspired of God's constant presence in their lives, to be thankful for all the divine blessings of health, success, and happiness, and to be better to each other. This year is the anniversary of the biblical once in 7 years gathering of Hakel. Although Hakel cannot be practically observed in its biblical format in the absence of a holy temple in Jerusalem, its energy is available to us just like all biblical ideas continue to be spiritually and personally relevant everywhere and at all times. The Lubavitcher Rebbe explained that today everyone can inspire people around them. It is not enough to perfect our own attitudes and behaviors. Rather, everyone can and should be an influencer of goodness in a pleasant and welcoming manner. Please, God, give strength to our elected officials to be always mindful of your presence and of their ability to elevate the quality of life for everyone in our region, that we truly care for society and our environment, do more acts of charity, and work together to make our world a better place for all. May our city beautiful serve as a beacon of light, strength, and moral courage as we do our part in preparing the world for an era of global peace and tranquility. May this occur speedily in our times. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi. We would like to extend our best wishes to you, your congregation, and your worshipers on behalf of the city. Thank you for always being here, for being that beacon of hope, that beacon of light, which is incredibly important. I'm very, very proud to be part of your community. We share a lot in common, and your community and you yourself are at the bedrock, at the foundation of what makes this community special. So I want to say thank you. I want you to join me also, if you can. I'll take it out of order. So my city attorney and my city clerk can prepare G2, which I think is something important, which is recommitting the city to ensuring that we stamp out anti-Semitism, bigotry, and a litany of other things that plague, not our community, but plague us throughout this world. And we need to make sure that we're loud and upfront that we as a commission and as a city oppose this type of behavior. So please join us in a few minutes for that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners. This is something that's very, very important, very much appreciated, and it benefits all of society, not just one segment, but we all benefit when we all come together and we stamp out hate and bigotry. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi. Commissioner Anderson, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Father, and of your heart, I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll start off with item A1, presentation of a proclamation declaring February 2023 as Black History Month in Coral Gables. Vice Mayor? Yes.
Whereas, as a Harvard-trained historian, Carter G. Woodson, like W.E.B. Du Bois before him, believed truth could not be denied and that reason would prevail over prejudice. Thus, his hopes to raise awareness of African Americans and their contributions to civilization were realized when he and the organization he founded conceived and announced Negro History Week in 1925. Woodson also realized the importance of providing a theme to focus attention on the public, with the intent to bring to the public's consciousness important developments that merit emphasis. Said event was first celebrated during a week in February 1926. And whereas the celebration was expanded to a month in 1976, the nation's bicentennial, when then-President Gerald R. Ford urged Americans to seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of African Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history. And since the entire nation has come to recognize the importance of this celebration, thus each American president thereafter has designated the month of February as Black History Month. And whereas during National Black History Month, we celebrate the legacy of Black Americans whose power to lead, to overcome, and to expand the meaning and practice of American democracy has helped our nation become a fair and just society. Now, therefore, I, Michael Mena, Vice Mayor of Coral Gables, along with Vince Lago as Mayor of Coral Gables, and the members of our city commissions, and the citizens of the City Beautiful, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2023 as Black History Month in Coral Gables, with this year's national theme of Black History Resistance. Black History Month in Coral Gables.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We'd like to see if we can have members of the community who are interested in speaking about this important month in our history. We invite our friend Carl Prime, who's a very engaged and present in regards to issues of not only that deal with McFarland and Golden Gate, but also deal with the City Beautiful as a whole. We welcome you to be with us today. Mr. Prime, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the commission, staff. I'd like to thank you for recognizing it again and to understand that the contributions of African Americans and all to the City Beautiful and its building and as being a foundation and a building block for the city. You know, truly appreciate you recognizing us this month and not forgetting us throughout the rest of the year. So with that, I say thank you.
No, thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
I tell you, it's impossible to forget your community, our community, because of the many important people that have left an imprint that have come from that community. Recently, we lost Ms. Cooper, who I grew very fond of and became close with during the whole process when I ran for office, and who never failed, like Mrs. Prime and a litany of other people in that community, who never failed to call me and bend my ear on multiple occasions when there was an issue. For example, Pierce Park. Pierce Park for some time had fallen into a little bit of disrepair, and we as a commission, and I want to thank the Vice Mayor and the leadership of the manager for really focusing in on the fact that we needed to deliver something exceptional for Pierce Park. And we had the ribbon cutting this weekend, as my colleagues will tell you who were there, which they were all there, that that is a world-class park in an area that deserves that type of attention. And I spoke to a few of our residents who were there who joined us. By the way, it was a great event, and I want to thank the city staff for putting together an incredible event. Great food. We really honored the history of that community, of the Bahamian community, who played such an important role in really getting us to where we are today. And it's refreshing as some of the individuals who joined us that day, who live in that community, who live 3 or 4 houses down from the park, saying, we've never had something of this caliber, and it's something that was long overdue. And I want to thank my colleagues, the manager, and for all the residents who gave their input, in regards to what they expected and the type of caliber of park that they wanted in their backyard. So just a little bit of feedback, just a little bit of things that we're working on in regards to the neighborhoods. And just want to say thank you for your advocacy and for everyone in McFarland, Golden Gate, and all around that area who play a major role in the area of the Grove, the area of Coral Gables. And just say thank you.
Yes, definitely. That park will be a gem in the neighborhood, and I remember attending some of those Zoom meetings to look at it. And for members of the commission and the Parks Department and all, definitely thank you. And we'll make sure that the park remains graded and not fall into disrepair.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Carl. Thank you for always being here. We're going to take a quick photo. Is there anybody else that'd like to say anything? Anyone else? Okay. Let's take a quick photo. I just didn't want to take. I wanted to take one item first.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
before we get to item 8.2, just one brief moment of personal privilege. I'm going to move on to item G2. Madam City Attorney.
Item G2 is a resolution of the City Commission reaffirming the city's condemnation of anti-Semitism and bigotry and designating the mayor as a signatory to the mayor's compact to combat hate and extremism.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. As the city attorney mentioned, this resolution reaffirms the city's condemnation of anti-Semitism and bigotry. As you know, we've passed various resolutions in the past stating the same. But this resolution also allows the mayor to be a signatory to the mayor's compact to combat hate and extremism. Recently, the mayor's compact was amended, and it states that it has 10 components: expressly rejecting extremism, racism, and all forms of bigotry, denouncing all acts of hate wherever they occur, ensuring public safety while protecting free speech and other basic constitutional rights, along with various other important points that are part of that compact. And the city would like the mayor to sign on to that compact and reaffirm its condemnation of anti-Semitism and bigotry in all its forms.
Thank you. So Naomi's running up here. I'm actually happy she's here. We didn't know if she would make it to today. I was actually going to give you credit. So this was brought to my attention by certain other elected officials, and that actually Chelsea brought it to my attention, and then I spoke to Naomi about it, and we worked collaboratively together to bring this to you today. So I'm just happy you're here. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Mayor, for sponsoring this resolution. I just want to also mention that we worked with the ADL and the Jewish Federation on the language, and we're excited to be a signatory to the compact, one of many other cities. And so if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Any questions? Rabbi, please, we welcome you. Join us. Join us. Naomi, thank you, by the way.
I have no questions. Just want to thank the city for standing steadfast against hate and bigotry. Like I said, it benefits not just our community, it benefits our city in general. I recall just a few years ago when some outsiders crawled some hate graffiti around the city was very quick to try to apprehend the individual. We're very grateful for that. We're a diverse city, and the city celebrates various holidays that we have throughout the year. The menorah lighting ceremony being the Jewish holiday that the city participates in a beautiful way. So,
And may I add something to that? The manager, and we committed already to getting a dreidel for next year. We were looking for it. We couldn't find it. We're going to add a dreidel, which I think is something important that we had for many, many years. It just kind of fell into disrepair, so we're gonna bring it back.
I did find the dreidel, by the way.
You did? Okay, good.
It was corner of Salcedo.
We had one there,
was
but
a dreidel
we want to add something that's a
in a
little bit
different place than last year.
We want to refresh it. We want to refresh it and do something a little bit nicer.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Appreciate everything you do on behalf of our community and the city.
So I want to say thank you to you, and thank you to Naomi and to all the members of the Jewish community who support the city in every endeavor. As a Catholic, we strive to be the best that we can. We fall short a lot, but we strive to be the best that we can. Nationally, right now, you're seeing a lot of polarizing politics, and you see on both sides of the aisle a lot of mudslinging. And sometimes when you talk about anti-Semitism, it's used in a way that loses its luster. And when I mean loses its luster, when you use those words or you engage in this type of discussion, it has to mean something. You have to set the tone to ensure that people in this community understand the importance of backing, the religious freedom, the members of different communities being diverse, being accepting of people's beliefs. And we as a commission, with my colleagues to the left and to the right, leading the way, the manager, the city attorney, and city clerk, and all the members of this community, all our employees are steadfast in ensuring that everybody has the opportunity to believe in what they believe. We will respect you, we will honor you, and we will ensure that the city is leading the way. And I want to say thank you to Naomi for her efforts, Chelsea working on this with the county and other elected officials. So thank you to everyone who was engaged in bringing this forward. And thank you to your community, as always, for leading the way and being that beacon of hope. Thank you.
Thank you. We are very proud members of the city, and we thank our wonderful city commission, mayor, for leading the way and being a beacon of light. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi. I entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Is there any public comment?
No, sir. Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kaysen? Yes. Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you very much, Rabbi. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, Naomi. Moving on to item A2. Chief, how are you, sir? Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to share with all of you a little bit of history regarding Dr. Jim Hershman. He was a longtime resident in the city. He served as the fire department's medical director for 31 years. Most of us, when we pass, we hope that someone makes an observation that when you pass, that you had an impact in the world and that you impact people's lives. And for the most part, that involves your circle of friends and certainly your family. With Dr. Hershman, that was a literal sense. He, along with his co-worker and very close colleague, Dr. Eugene Nagel, both worked for the University of Miami. And they theorized that people could be saved if firefighters learned out-of-hospital CPR and did some of the interventions that they did as physicians, but only restricted to the hospital. And they proceeded to train firefighters. And the reason they chose firefighters is because they said, well, they're disciplined, they're structured, and there's a firehouse in every community. So there was no curriculum like there is today. There was no textbooks. Basically, those two individuals took what they thought from medical school training that firefighters needed to know and put it together to create what it is today, modern EMS. Most of the world models their EMS services to the United States. And that all got started here in South Florida with Dr. Hershman and Dr. Nagel. In our lobby sits a 1972 proclamation from the then commission and mayor recognizing that Coral Gables Fire was one of the first fire departments in the nation to transmit an electrical cardiogram to the hospital from the back of a rescue unit. And Dr. Nagel, who his hobby was electronics and he was a radio man in the Navy, made that happen through the same technology that he used while his time in the Navy. So I felt that it was very fitting to recognize him as he's recently passed for his contributions to our community and certainly to the fire department and most definitely to our industry and the incredible care that we provide today that all started with his vision and courage to be on the forefront. So we would just like to take a moment to recognize him, and I think it was pretty fitting that we do that in February, which is recognized as Heart Month. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. Thank you for bringing this, shedding a light on an incredible person who has served this community. Thank you so much. Moving on to A3.
So for A3, we recognize our firefighter of the month. Lieutenant Stewart is a tenured officer with our organization. He embodies when we say committed to our community. And not only does he do that when he's at work and in command of his rescue truck, but his family also organizes and runs a no-kill pet shelter for dogs. And they named it Paw Paw Shelter. And that's because that's the name of the street that they live on. But his contributions in saving animals and making sure that they're not needlessly destroyed, we have selected him as our firefighter of the month for February. Just to give you a little history of he comes from a long family of serving. His late father served in the United States Marine Corps, as is his son, who is currently deployed in San Diego as a U.S. Marine. So for his family, for his contributions in the fire department and outside of the fire department, we recognize him as our firefighter of the month. Lieutenant Stewart, congratulations.
Thank
Good
you.
morning.
all.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Sure. Just briefly on, sarcastically want to thank Firefighter Vargas for doing this. I told him not to. Yeah, it's a situation. My wife and I have always been animal lovers. We've always had several dogs, still continue to have several of our own dogs, but we bought a place about 2 years ago in Madison, Florida, North Florida. It's a rural area. Her family lives up there. That's why we bought the place. And saw what a horrible situation it was with neglected, abandoned. You know, people are horrible when it comes to some of their animals, just letting them go, finding dogs in boxes and bags. So we felt we had to do something. The animal control up there, very limited. They have 8 kennels. Every other dog that goes there gets killed. Unfortunately, they have nothing else to do. So we became like a go-between. You know, we built shelters on our property. We've got 12. We've moved over 250 dogs through there in 2 years. So we deal with various rescues in Florida. The big one down here, Paws for You, by the falls. They've taken several of our dogs. So it's rewarding. It's taxing. We pay for all the vetting, the shelters, the food. You know, we get donations from friends, family, fellow firefighters. We have a 501c3 nonprofit to help out. But we love it. We wouldn't do anything other than that. We're animal lovers, and I think we feel good that we've given them all a second chance to have a better life without, you know, living under a car, like I said, in a box. So I'm going to thank you all for this. And remember, if you ever want a dog, adopt, don't shop, is what they like to say. So thank you all.
Thank you. Great work. Moving on to item A4.
Morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission.
Morning, Chief.
Morning.
On December 7th, 2022, approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Officer Coleman was dispatched as a primary unit to investigate a residential burglary alarm. Again, you know how proud I am of our response times. Within 2 minutes, Officer Coleman was in the area of the house. As he checked the front door, he walked around to the side, and he looked through the gate and found somebody crouched down, hiding through a small crack. It was a suspicious male wearing a pink hoodie, sweatshirt, gloves, and a full face mask. The suspect appeared to be acting as the lookout. Unbeknownst to the subject, Officer Coleman then notified the rest of the responding units, set up what we call a perimeter in the area as well. Shortly after that, the suspect actually detected the fact that something was amiss behind him when the gate opened up and there was standing behind the individual where was standing Officer Coleman. He immediately turned away from Officer Coleman, ran, jumping over the fence and fleeing, and was in northwest direction. As Officer Coleman was chasing after the individual or holding a position where he was able to direct the other units to make sure we took up our perimeter points. Subsequently, the subject was taken into custody, and even before we had a chance to read him his rights, said, no, absolutely, we were breaking into the house. The word "we" was very impactful because they knew there were other people that were still inside. As he stayed on the house and took up the perimeter points, Officer Eggman, who you know is our neighborhood team leader in that area, as well as his dog, responded to the area and were able to find the other individual who took off and was actually taken into custody without incident a few houses away. The house, or that car, which was actually parked in one of the swales, was then inventoried and came back to the arrestees, which then cleared 2 more cases of burglars that these 2 individuals committed, both in Miami-Dade and the city of Miami. Because of his actions and the safety officer skills that he has, he was able to set up a dragnet, so to speak, and take the individuals into custody without incident. The subjects 1 and 2 were arrested and charged with committing the residential burglary here in Coral Gables, and the other 2 county and cities that I mentioned earlier. Because of these actions, and this is a daily occurrence for Officer Coleman. Those of you who know our breast cancer awareness car is his breast cancer awareness car. He drives that every day, and a tribute to his wife, who was also with us, who was a survivor and a valiant survivor at that. So Officer Coleman brings this to work every day, and this is what our employees are all about. So with that, it is my honor to recognize Officer James Coleman for the Distinguished Officer of the Month of December 2022.
I'd like to thank everyone for having me here today, and I want to start by thanking God, Chief Hudak, senior staff, and my immediate supervisors, and also my fellow officers that had my back that night, or that day, excuse me. Without them, we wouldn't have caught them. I observed them with their quick response. They were able to set up the perimeter points, and we caught the guy that I saw as the lookout immediately, and I told the officer to detain him. I then went back to go search the house, and that's when Officer Engman saw him jumping the fence to go to the house next to it, and we were able to detain him. But without them, we wouldn't have caught him and cleared those cases. But thank you.
Officer, before we take a photo, I just want to say congratulations and thank you for your service along with the senior staff. But more importantly, I want to thank you. I see you have your U.S. Marine Corps pin. I want to thank you for your service to this great country. We have to always recognize people like yourself who give of themselves for this country above everything. I'm also happy to see your wife here in good health and good spirits. That's a beautiful thing. And I want to say the commission supports every police officer here. Every single one of you, we're blessed to have you here. You're the reason why we live in a civilized society. Can never forget that. We back the blue. And with that being said, I also want to congratulate the chief. I'm not at liberty to discuss certain details. The commission is aware. Obviously, the manager, the police chief, and the clerk. You'll be hearing in the near future. But the chief and his team have done incredible things with technology. Certain issues that we've had, a crime that we had recently committed here, and that it's under investigation. But the community doesn't know what the police department does, and sometimes we can't divulge all the information. But the work of the police department is incredible. We're using the most up-to-date technology that other municipalities are not using, and I'm not at liberty to share today. The chief will do that on his time, to not only address and prevent crime, but to capture individuals who think that they can come into our community and commit crimes because we're an affluent community. We will use every resource. We will train our police officers and use every dollar that we have to ensure that we provide the necessary safety to our residents. So I want to not only congratulate you, but congratulate the chief and the senior members of staff who work day in and day out to ensure that we are the safest community in Miami-Dade County. So I want to say thank you to all of you. And we don't say it enough, and I can never say it enough, and neither can this commission. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Have to be in the technical photo album, like when we were kids growing up, Cuban families had the
Right.
that kind of
Thank you. Moving on from presentations and protocols, item B1, the regular city commission meeting minutes of January 24, 2022. Mr. Clerk.
I need a motion, Mr. Mayor.
I make a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, so moving on to mayor's comments. The first one I'd like to discuss is item C1, discussion regarding code concerns. So this is not really about concerns. I just kind of want to have a moment here amongst the commission since we have a little bit of a opportunity for sunshine here. And I want to acknowledge staff's work in regards to code. We are doing everything in our power, along with the commissioners, to really focus in on code enforcement. Surami and her team have grown code enforcement, are refocusing on different areas of the city that we're having issues with, especially in North Gables with illegal dumping. We're going to address that with cameras, hopefully in the near future. We're going to try to get that in this year's budget. Staff is working on that. But I'm trying, and I want to put this on the radar of the commission, because no matter how hard we hit code enforcement, no matter how much the fines that we're hitting, no matter how much Martha and the team send out constant videos and messaging on the standards that we need to uphold here in the city, it seems that certain residents are not understanding this. And I want to be very careful how I say this, because I go by the city on a daily basis and I send 25, 30, 40, 50 code enforcement issues, which are blatant code enforcement issues. You know what your dumping dates are. You know when you're allowed to put things in your trash bin. The idea of putting things out on a Saturday and you don't get picked up till next Friday, it's just a lack of consideration for your fellow residents. Your garbage is just sitting out there for days. The illegal dumping in North Gables, we're going to handle that. We're going to handle that with cameras, and we're going to prosecute the individuals that are coming into our community and dumping. And it's costing the city, by the way, it will cost the city money to install these cameras, but it'll save the city money anyways for disposal of garbage over the long run. So this is a 5-10 year investment. But the idea when we call ourselves a city beautiful, and again, do not believe the scare tactics of certain people in this community who say that we want to get rid of trash pits. But we need to find a solution here, and I don't know what that solution is. I don't know if that solution is we have to increase fines. I don't know if that solution is we have to hire more code enforcement officers. But it's gotten to the point where people who live in this community who know very well that they're not allowed to dump 50 cans of paint, put 50 cans of paint outside their house. They know that we offer an exceptional recycling event twice a year, which we will take anything that is hazardous waste and we will get rid of it for you at no cost. If you want to dispose of batteries, we can do it in the buildings, in city buildings. If you have massive amounts of garbage, we can do a special pickup. We do things that no other city does. We pick up garbage in trash pits every single week. We don't want to change that. But I want to work on trying to make the city as beautiful as possible. Look at what we're doing as a city in our downtowns, re-landscaping, focusing on sidewalks, beautifying facades. All city buildings are being cleaned, they're being painted. We're working on beautifying the city and upholding our standard. I want to understand, and this is just kind of more of me just talking, of what my colleagues think we should do to kind of push forward and make people understand, because we tried with Martha and the team to send out mailers. We did recycling videos and explaining to people what you can put on your trash pits, what you can't put. I'm sending out letters to new residents who are moving into the city, telling them, hey, this is your pickup day for trash. This is your recycling. This is how we expect you to recycle. So we're doing everything we possibly can. And then we also provide code enforcement, who does a wonderful job. We provide them with a warning before we actually give them a ticket. But we seem to have these repeat offenders over and over and over again. And then when residents call us on weekends and they say, hey, look, my neighbor has just put all this stuff out. It's been there for 4 days. Pickup is not till Tuesday. I have to live with that over the weekend. We seem to have our hands tied. So I'd like for my colleagues, if they can, to think about it, to work with staff to see what we can do, to see if they have any ideas, I've fallen short. I don't know what else to do.
I share your frustrations, Mayor. I mean, it seems that even with code enforcement, we go through a process. First, they're warned and cited. Second, they take the labels off the box so they can say it's not mine. Third, the box disappears into a black bag. The camera idea, I've seen construction debris dumped at particular sites over and over and over again. And even where residents or tenants in buildings resort to the take the label off method, mobilized cameras might be the way to go until we retrain the habits of those individuals to understand that this is just not acceptable behavior. It's adding to our overall trash bill for all residents, increasing the fees for all residents for the cost of disposal of those things, where if we recycled it or we didn't have the eyesores out there in front of our houses that would increase property values. So yes, I'm in favor of the mobilized camera.
Can I add something to that? And I'm happy you brought it up because you just reminded me. I had talked to staff in November. So what we're seeing now is a proliferation of black bags throughout the city, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Why? Because it's before you put your grass clippings and you put your grass clippings, and into a black bag. So now what they've done is, okay, perfect. So now residents are starting to put garbage with trash clippings, and they leave it out there 4 or 5 days, 5 or 6 black bags. My neighborhood is covered with them. If we're gonna keep trash pits, which we're all in favor of keeping trash pits, and the purpose of a trash pit is to allow 24/7, 7 days a week for landscaping debris, then perfect. Let's put landscaping debris free of garbage bags. Staff told me that they were gonna have some information for me this year, in 2023, February, March, on how we could proceed with allowing trash pits just to be for landscaping debris 7 days a week. And if you wanted to throw out your garbage, you throw it out the night before at 6 o'clock, so that people could live with just green matter, not live with piles of black and white garbage bags in an entire community. That is not a civilized way of living, in my opinion. So we're gonna keep trash pits. We've already removed the cardboards, which is saving us a lot of money. Now let's move and not allow for plastic bags to be sitting outside of people's yards. I think that's the way. I don't have a garbage pit, by the way. I got rid of my garbage pit. And I'm free of that. My swale is beautiful. It's landscaped. My landscaper takes away the clippings. If I have something like I have palm frond or an oak, something that I need to pick up, I put it on the side of the yard and it gets taken away. If I have something to throw away, I have something that I'll put on my driveway, a chair, a refrigerator. Anything that gets taken away, we leave it on the driveway and it gets taken away by our exceptional garbage team. So I would like for staff, please, I've asked for this last year. I'm asking for it again with my colleagues, if you'll support me on this. I need a plan to allow trash pits to only be green matter 7 days a week. No bags, no poopy bags, no nothing. Nothing. I have a neighbor that has 1,000 poopy bags and they complain. And I said, the only thing you can do is get rid of your trash pit. I can't stop people. I can't put a police officer in front of your trash pit to stop people who are walking. We live in a very high traffic area. We live next to UM. I can't stop somebody from dropping a poopy bag in your front door, in your trash pit. And I know it's funny because a lot of people are snickering and laughing, and these may seem like benign Coral Gables problems, but for some people they're important. So I asked my colleagues to think about how to resolve this issue. Mr. Manager, Mr. Clerk, I am asking for in March for staff to provide me with a resolution on how to only move trash pits to green matter. Please, please, please do not allow and do not proliferate lies so that people get scared in this community. The people out there who write in blogs anonymously, do not lie that we're moving trash pits. We're not removing trash pits. We're trying to find ways to clean up and beautify our city. Nobody's getting rid of trash pits, please. So what I asked the manager, if my colleagues will support me, if they're in line with this, to please find me a plan of action on how to move where trash pits are only for green matter up to 6 o'clock the night before, when then you can put whatever you like, as long as it's not hazardous material, to get it taken away.
Mayor, if I may add, that is the current standard, which is green matter only until 6 p.m. the day before your pickup. The black bag issue is something that's been done for a number of years, but we can certainly eliminate that and say all green matter has to be outside and just green matter only. And black bags can be put out after 6 p.m. the day before your pickup, just like everything else.
I guess the
I think we can certainly enforce that now.
Okay.
It's very frustrating. I remember, like you, I used to write every single person that moved into the Gables. I sent them a letter about.
I'm doing the same thing.
Garbage rules.
Yep.
So that every person moving in knew what you could and couldn't do. But it doesn't seem to make a difference because you have the same problem. This is 10, 12 years later. I think the question is, you have certain people that are inveterate abusers of the system. Why not publish the names of them? Why not make a list of the ones that have we did this with Well, we had 680 people that didn't pay their garbage bill for 10 years, some of them. They owed us $3 or $4 million. We made a list. Suddenly, everybody started paying. Public shaming sometimes can work. I mean, if you have somebody that does this over and over again, you find them, they don't seem to care. Well, maybe people would like to know who these people are, who the neighbors are that are abusing it.
I do think enforcement is the obvious answer, right? I mean, it's not 100% foolproof, but there needs to be more enforcement. My only concern with that, what you just said is, not my only concern, but one of them is, I can tell you, using the example of the dog bags as an example, I used to routinely I don't have a dog. I used to, before I closed my trash pit, I would routinely find those bags in my trash pit because people are walking their dog.
Yeah, I mean,
They pick
that's
it
not
up.
your fault. That's somebody.
Right, but if you start enforcing against the homeowner on that issue, they don't even have a dog, but they have these
I'm not
bags.
thinking about that so much, but I'm thinking about the people that put massive amounts of cardboard, all kinds of other things.
Yeah.
There's probably 50 or 100 of them that, I don't know, you probably have the list of who are the ones that you find over and over again, and the fines don't seem to work because they don't care. They just care.
I just don't think the fines are prolific enough. Like, you need to be consistent on enforcement. I think if people get a fine every time, they will stop. That's my.
Is that the case?
So let me add to that, and I'll call Ms. Cabrera up here really quickly because I'll tell you, she has an individual that works under her, Antoine, who I speak with every day. Okay, and he's doing a great job. And she could tell you about some of the things that they've done, they've revamped the program, the additional individuals they've added on weekends. But we're a big city. We're a big city, and this comes down to curbing the behavior by just hammering people with fines. Trust me, you're not going to do something when you get a fine. You're not going to. So, Tsunami, thank you for being here. Madam Director, will you provide just a little bit of background in regards to what we're talking about and what you're seeing out there?
So, yeah, people continue to put cardboard in the trash pits. They'll put them in black bags. I don't know exactly when they put them out, if it's the night before at 6 o'clock or if they have them out when it's not allowed to be out, but it continues to be a problem every week. It just continues. It doesn't seem like it's going down. I thought at the beginning it would go down, but it hasn't. And I think we did like a year of educational, and it's just a lot of work for the code enforcement group. We have hired 2 additional staff members. We got 2 more positions. We filled them. We're training them. But it is a lot of work.
And you do have thousands of tickets that you're giving. Thousands.
We do.
Thousands of tickets are giving. So,
I rode around with code enforcement a couple of weeks ago for several hours, and the complaint was that a lot of these people that keep doing it over and over again, you can find them and they don't care.
It's a lien on their property.
They don't care because they have homestead, a lot of them.
Yeah.
I mean, so I'm just wondering, do we have any statistics on how many of these people are the ones who are really the critical ones and whether fines work?
Well, we talked before about not picking up the cardboard. The black bags with the square boxes inside are fairly obvious. I mean, I've reported them after I've gone biking, and I see, routinely the same house put out that bag over the weekend. Their pickup day is not until Tuesday, and you can see the pronounced square shape in it. So sometimes people get the message when you're not picking up their stuff because now they're upset by it because it's still out there, whether it be moved onto their property as opposed to the city's property, to not have the eyesore on there. But, I mean, we need to look outside the box sometimes for ideas.
I believe that right now we're not picking it up.
Yeah.
I don't know if
No, they're
Paul
not.
is here,
They're
but
not. And then what happens
not
is that
picking
the
it up.
code enforcement officer comes right behind. What I think would address this problem,
The bag.
what would address this whole problem is very simple. Mr. Manager, I would like, with the support of my commission, if you'll support me on this, I would like for you to help me draft legislation that would make trash pits, again, for people who are listening, please don't write that we're getting rid of trash pits. Please don't do that. It doesn't work. You're not going to stop me. I'm going to continue moving forward, okay? We're going to transform the trash pits like we did with cardboard. We're going to take out plastic bags. You cannot house green matter in plastic bags. You want to throw your green matter into the trash pit. It's perfectly fine. I need to write legislation and present it in March that allows code enforcement to not have to dig through garbage. It's very simple. If there's a plastic bag on a Monday and your garbage is not being picked up till Friday, find that resident.
Mayor, I think we can do that now. I think I can have our communications director set up on, similar to what we did on the Break the Box, and to clearly indicate that the only thing that can be, that was not something that was allowed, that has been allowed, and the idea, of course, as you know, was to put leaves and things in there, but obviously it's not working. So we can have a campaign to tell the residents that the only thing that you can have before 6 p.m., that you can throw it at any time, and before 6 p.m. on the day prior to
Loose green
pickup
matter.
is loose green matter.
Okay, but I want to make it law like we made it law with cardboard.
But are we gonna allow them to put bags out at 9 o'clock in the morning the day of?
After 6 o'clock.
Yeah, of course. The night before.
So they could put plastic bags still in the
You
trash.
can put anything
pits.
you want in the trash pits the night before your pickup at 6 o'clock.
After 6 o'clock.
So we could still have trash bags with cardboard in them.
I mean, you can't, how are you going to stop that? But how do you stop that?
Well,
I would suggest not pick up the bags and have the cardboard in them.
I know, but
That's-
what I'm
that's the way-
saying is it's still the same amount of volume of work for our staff.
Well, I'm gonna,
Obviously, because all they're gonna do is just put it in
But I think,
at 6:01 p.m.
but I think it's also saves a ton of work 6 days a week, because when you're driving, there shouldn't be anything in the trash pits at all. Should be zero. Should be only green matter. So you can literally drive through an entire neighborhood and see all the trash pits. Are they clean? Oh, they have a garbage bag. Okay, go and cite that person, or go give that person a warning and tell them and hand them the information. I think that makes things a lot easier.
I need to check, but I think currently that's what we do. If
We
you
have a
have
b-
bags
then-
out before 6,
Then we have
I
a-
need to double
then
check.
We have a major, no, right now, my understanding is right now, code enforcement allows for there to be green matter and there to be black bags. That's how they're hiding cardboard and garbage and all kinds of things. You can put your.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yeah, because right now, what the purpose was, we were allowing a black bag, a garbage bag of any color, and you can use it to fill it with your green matter. And that's where then people have also been putting tons of garbage in there to get it out of their house. So, I mean, I write every day 40, 50 photos a day, and I send them. They're everywhere. So I need to understand I want to simplify the process so that code enforcement can just drive and say, and the people understand how clear it is. It's only green matter 6 days a week in your trash bin. That's all I wanted it to be.
Only green matter until 6 o'clock. After 6 o'clock, you could put plastic bags.
Yeah, but the night before it's your
Yeah,
pickup.
I understand. I think that's what we're
Mayor,
enforcing
I
now.
think what we can do, I'm sorry, Commissioner, please go.
I don't have a trash pit. We put our garbage bags side of the house. They get picked up. Why, what's the difference between houses that have trash pits and don't have trash pits with regards to the location of their garbage bags? I mean, can't the folks that have a trash pit leave their garbage bags on the side of the home like pretty much everybody else that doesn't have a trash pit? That way, the trash pit's simply for the green matter, and your garbage bags are like every other house that doesn't have a trash pit.
may I add to
Should
that?
simplify.
That changes the logistics of how we pick up, that you have to go back into the house to do it. And it's completely different than having something by a swale. So garbage, we pick up back of house. Trash, we pick up in the swale. So operationally, it's completely different, and we would have to add additional staff to actually handle kind of back of house pickup as far as trash is concerned.
Okay, so I'm gonna,
The problem is that people are putting trash now in their garbage pits.
part of the problem is that, and as we have been discussing, possible separation and reuse of the green matter.
Yep.
We could just limit it to green matter in that trash pit and put your furniture and every other thing in your driveway or a separate location separately. This also will help train residents in preparation for the next hurricane so that we have less of a heavy lift when FEMA is concerned, in which we only are supposed to have
So this gives you an
green
example.
matter in there. And no matter how many times I would explain it to certain residents that it needs to be kept separate,
So these,
so it's hard to retrain people.
I think under Commissioner, under Irma, I think people were very good at keeping garbage separate from actually trash. The problem that if we have a trash pit and then we have to pick up a trash pit, then pick up at a driveway, we could damage the driveway. You know,
You all have never damaged my driveway. I put out
But
I
if
put
we
out
do
some
that, if we do that citywide, it changes operations completely. I think that what we can do is make sure that we can bring in legislation so that black bags can only be, that we clearly have an enforcement of green matter only until 6 PM the day before the pickup. And if we don't have that, then we can cite. As you said, Mayor, that would make it a lot easier. If you don't have, if it's got to be only green or a citation is issued. Because if we start picking up at various locations, then, I mean, it operationally gets to be a problem.
So I'm going to give you an example. Here's my pile of green matter. Next to it, I can have my black bag or my piece of furniture or whatever it is, but it's separate. So that when we move forward to a more ecological way of dealing with our green matter, okay, it's not a heavy lift. And then again, when the next hurricane comes, we have already trained the residents that this needs to be separate. And no matter, you know, I understand we did pretty good, but there are folks that I talked to, you know, their trellis came down, their patio furniture was thrown out, their plastic chairs they decided to get rid of at the same time, their water heater, whatever else that they wanted to hide underneath the pile of green was there. So if we start with the training methods now, you know, and follow up with enforcement, we'll be able to do it. And I've had tenants, and you know, and you have to sometimes train them.
I gotta let you know what code enforcement does now, because I just had it verified with the code enforcement manager. They don't allow the black bags before 6 o'clock the day before. That is what they're enforcing now, so it's still the same thing.
You have like a side pile.
And we have a problem.
Well, because
we don't have
if people
enough-
hide it under the green matter, they
But you
hide
also
it. We
don't have
gotta
enough-
dig through the trash
I
pits.
understand.
I just don't think we have enough enforcement. I'm sure they do it that way, but they can only cover so much ground. I get that. You know, they're not going to cover every pit, you know, in the entire city. I get it, you know, so I think it's a matter of, frankly, I think it's a matter of, at some point, we're going to have to allocate more budget dollars to enforcement to be able to adequately enforce the regulations.
Or Vice Mayor, if I may, and I hate to say this, I already told the managers, we're just gonna have to give up. Because, look, these are pictures that I took. This is North Gables. This is 5 days before their pickup day. This is the way these residents live in North Gables, okay? Next picture, please. This is North Gables. They're pictures that I took. I took these pictures like I do every single day. I had 20 minutes before a meeting at Bashur. I just went, I did a little code enforcement. This is 20 minutes before my meeting. These are all the pictures that I took. I took these pictures 5 days before the code enforcement. You wanna know why? Because I took them yesterday, before I met with the county commissioner for coffee. This is North Gables, okay? Again, if this was a trash pit that was only allowed to have green matter, it would look completely different. Look at that dirty roof, how dirty that roof is. That roof is black, it's a white roof. I know we're not talking about that, but they included it, it's worth it. This is an abandoned, first off, the sign is down, knocked down the sign for the parking lot, city parking lot, and then they abandoned a mattress there. This is why we have to have cameras.
But are the fines
Look,
working?
No, but look at this, look at this.
No.
Look at this, just left there, 5 days just left there. And the residents in the North Gables, Vince, we're tired of having this like this every day. So we don't know what to do. We don't know what to do. I want to show you all these pictures, and then this trash pit right here, stop it right there. This corner right here is notorious. Every week, every single week, that corner, which is an empty lot, a block away from Salcedo, 2020 Salcedo, is packed.
Right, and who do you find in that situation?
Look,
That's
you
illegal
see
dumping.
that cone right there has been there for months. I've been asking it to be removed. Look at the rear of the building, you know, it's been just things that are left out constantly for months and months and months. And that's why you're gonna see today a law that I'm gonna bring to you, which deals with construction infrastructure as being left out, safety program. This is yesterday. This is yesterday. And I think this may interest everybody. If I could just get everybody's attention. This is yesterday, a picture that I took on Santil Lane, okay? Vice Mayor, look at this. This is in our own backyard, okay? This is an empty lot on Santil Lane. I'm driving by, I look to the right. This is a homeless encampment. This is a homeless encampment in our city. 10 feet away from a school. You can see the fence in the back, that's a school on Ponce. There's a homeless person, a group of homeless people living in this empty lot in North Gables. How could nobody catch this? You know, we drive by, I drive by, I see it, I see some furniture in the back, I gotta stop, I get off and I look at it. I took all these pictures myself. I do it every single day, do a public records request. I have every single day I take pictures throughout and I send it to staff to have it addressed every single day, 40, 50 of them. I'm gonna stop doing this because it's not working. It's not working. It's not. And it takes a lot of time from my day to try to clean up certain parts of the city, which people are complaining, say, Vince, we need to do something about code enforcement. We need to do something about illegal dumping. If we're not gonna address these issues with either more enforcement, more dollars for enforcement, hiring 50 people, an army of people to be out there to doing this, we're gonna lose the character of our city. We're gonna become like any other city. And if that's what we're gonna become, we become that, that's fine. It's not a problem. But we need to do something. I really, really want to pass a law that does not allow any plastic bags or anything in a trash pit outside of green matter, loose green matter. Because if we're already enforcing that and it's not law, we need to make it a law so that people don't have a loophole. Well, it's not law. It's not law. Like cardboard is law. You have to recycle your cardboard to save the city money. So we don't have to pass it on to the residents when the county keeps raising the tipping fee every year. So I don't
Mayor,
know.
we can bring that to the commission, and we can also start, I can speak to our communications director to start a campaign on that already, to start making it clear that the only thing that you can have before 6 p.m. on your trash day, the day prior to your trash day, is green matter.
Let me make it very clear. Our team at Code Enforcement is working incredibly hard. I speak to Antoine, I speak to Ms. Cabrera every single day on this. They're doing a great job. Light years of what it was 6 months ago. We just need to be a little more focused and give them more resources if it's required in this year's budget. The cameras are going to help North Gables to clean that area up, to hold people accountable. We're going to write this legislation. My last point, and this is for the city attorney. Fines. Let's talk fines. You get a warning. What are the state mandates in regards to fines?
So Mayor, we have fines set forth in our code. We have a penalty schedule for different violations. With respect to trash out before 6, I believe it's $100, if I'm not mistaken. For dumping trash in places where it's prohibited, it's $500.
Okay. So is there?
I just want to be clear, when we could tie it to a property, we could enforce it. But we can't enforce illegal dumping as code enforcement.
I understand that.
We can't enforce the homeless people as code
I
enforcement.
understand that. Fine, that's not in doubt. That's why I'm giving you cameras in the next budget.
But even with the cameras, we would not be able to ticket anybody
Okay, but-
because we ticket to a property.
But let me just, I mean, me personally, as a civilized person, and everybody in this room is civilized, I would find it very, very risky with a career, with a family, to go take my car and go dump all my furniture in the middle of Coral Gables when there's a camera looking at me, that I could be potentially embarrassed, that I could have somebody come to my door and send me a letter. You know, I would consider that embarrassing. You know, that's how you curtail the dumping. They're doing it in Keone McGee's district in Homestead. He's battling that every single day, and he's setting up cameras left and right. And there is an immediate, and the moment you put cameras, people conform and they want to act properly. There's a message that's sent, just like with the police department, as I mentioned before. I can't speak about issues in regards to investigations, but people who are going to commit crimes, they come to the city of Coral Gables to commit them here. Why? Because we're an affluent community. But they better be careful. They better be aware, because our police department has every tool that other police departments don't have, and we're going to catch you. We're going to make an example of you. We're going to prosecute you. So what I would like to do is not only the bags, I would like to give more money in the next budget to hiring more enforcement officers, but I'd also like to send a very strong message.
You have a litter problem. I'm just going to speak openly. You have a litter problem. make a fine that if you litter is $500 and
But
enforce
that's
it.
where I'm going.
No, I mean just
But that's
people
my-
throwing stuff
But that's
everywhere.
but that's my next thing. That's where I was gonna go.
Yeah.
So the next thing is, that's why we replaced all the landscaping in downtown, because there was litter inside the landscape. So now you can see it, so now it's visible. So now we as a city have to step up to clean that litter. You just can't have it hidden inside the trees and the bushes anymore, like I will show you now in some pictures that I sent to the county mayor. The next step here, and I would need help from the city attorney and from the city manager, is to tell me, you get a warning, why is it a $100 fine? Let's make it a $1,000 fine. You get a warning, you get a $1,000 fine. You'll see how quickly people conform, and they have to address the issue. Okay? So is that possible? Is there a state preemption that does not allow us to do that?
So right now, our code would allow a $1,000 fine, but it has to be set by the code enforcement board or by a special master. So we are allowed to do that, but right now,
But again, it's only if we have a property owner.
That's fine, but that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about property. I'm not talking about illegal dumping.
Okay.
I'm gonna curb illegal dumping with a camera. So that's done. That's gonna be in the budget. We're gonna curb illegal dumping with cameras, and I'm gonna take care of that. And the homeless issue, I just need people to have their eyes a little bit more open, and look at things. Because if I drive down Centennial Lane and I see it, and I should be wearing glasses, I just don't want to wear them. I already have them on my nightstand. But if I see it 300 feet away that there's something going on in the bushes over there, and I get out of my car and I walk up, it's a problem. So we need to have staff and my colleagues in the commission have their eyes open when they're driving around and seeing things and reporting them. As I have copied some of my colleagues in the commission to show them what I'm doing every single day in regards to code enforcement, and which, as you know, I've been doing for the last 4 or 5 years. It's not gonna stop. I'm gonna keep doing it. But what I need is a real hammer. I need a hammer, and it's gotta be $1,000. Perfect. Let's get rid of plastic bags in the garbage pits, and let's do what the vice mayor says. Let's increase the budget so we can give you more firepower to start finding people and holding people accountable. The moment you start leaning properties over this, you'll see how quickly people conform. We live in the city beautiful for a reason.
I'm going to just add on the cameras, and I'll ask the city attorney to chime in. It's recorded on a camera. You have an individual, if they can be identified.
Broadcast it like the mayor says.
It's a misdemeanor.
Yeah.
The police can give the person a warning. They can charge them with a misdemeanor. I know, I know you don't.
Can you lean the house over this?
No, but, we have drive-through dumpers.
Yes, no,
It's
no, no,
illegal to
I-
dump. Illegal dumping is illegal dumping.
It is, no doubt about that. I just need to manage, if we
Got it.
put these cameras up there, we can watch them as much as we can 24/7. They're gonna have to be infrared at night. And then the case would get open, we would have to use the CGIS to run the license tag and prove who was in the car and identify it that way.
Well,
So as much, I want to.
they have to get out of the car to dump it, so,
Right,
you
then
know
we would have to
something-
identify who the person was that was actually dumping. We could not arrest or charge the person who owned it, because what we're seeing in the south end, and when we have had interactions with people, it is some of the landscapers just dumping and pushing and going, and the owner of the truck is the company. So again,
But the owner of the truck of the company, and there are times that vehicles are leaned, correct?
not by the police department.
Not by the police department, but I
Right.
mean, this is something we can explore.
Right, so yeah, I think commissioners, mayor, I think this needs a much more of a holistic talk with the manager about how we're going to address this. I think when you look at other code enforcement regimes, for a better term, that's why we proposed the body cameras for our code enforcement officers. One, to make them safe, but also to document in front of somebody's house what's in that. So, if the fines go up, we're going to have that documentation. The police department will manage that body cam footage, but it also protects our code enforcement officers. We have to have a bigger discussion on noise ordinance violations. The code enforcement staffing in one of our cities works till like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. And they work side by side with the police department. And they cite businesses and noise, and they respond to noise calls at residents, and they cite within the city. So I think there's some other ways that we can address this, because the disconnect of what I think you're all experiencing is, Mayor, I hadn't seen that. If my officers would have seen that encampment, you know, years past, we would call code enforcement. To their point, that's not their responsibility. So we can change how we deal with that kind of debris, and then we would contact, through the neighborhood team leaders, Public Works to remove all that stuff, not deal with the individuals. So I think we have to look at it in a holistic, almost like a workshop type thing of, where do we want to go to get where you want us to be?
So you know what needs to happen too then, Mr. Manager? For example, what the chief is saying right now is you need to go there and find that person. That landowner needs to be fined. They have an empty lot. They're not maintaining it. They're not driving by. They don't have a construction fence. They haven't addressed the issue. They have a bunch of overgrown bushes, a little forest in the back. People are using it. By the way, there's a school 10 feet away from them. It's a preschool where kids are playing. So we either address the issue or we keep throwing up our hands and saying, hey, it's somebody else's problem and we'll figure this out. And, you know, we got to coordinate amongst ourselves. And I think it starts with addressing the green matter issue, only allowing green matter, no plastic bags. That allows code enforcement to literally drive by a street, flying by a street and saying, there's no garbage in the trash pits, we're good, go to the next street. They don't have to work trash pit by trash pit by trash pit by trash pit. There shouldn't be anything in trash pit but green matter. And number two is raise the fines. Mr. Clerk, Mr. Manager, please, in March, I would like a piece of legislation. I will be the sponsor. Who else would like to co-sponsor with me? I welcome everybody. So far, we got 4 hands up. And I want it to be no plastic bags, 0, only green matter in the trash pit. Please, in bold, so that everybody can read it. We are not removing trash pits. Number 2, raising fines as allowed by the code. Okay? 3, clearly defining how we're going to address the problem. What is it? 1 warning, then a fine? Or no more warnings? Enough. If someone has lived in the city 20 years, 15 years, they know the process. They know the process. Okay? Please, Mr. Manager, will you have Martha and your team send out information that this is forthcoming? And the same thing we did with cardboard, like Ms. Cabrera said, we educated people, and what are they doing? They skirt the issue. They put the cardboard in the plastic, in the bags, they dump the bags in the green matter, they put the green matter on top of it. By the way, I just got a resident right here who just sent me a picture. Cecilia in Alhambra, same example, mountain of green matter. It's been there for a week. What do people do? They dump furniture, they dump plastic bags, then they throw more green matter on top, but you can see the furniture. You can see the green matter. That is not a way to live on that street. I have it here. So, Mr. Mayor, can you see that, yes or no?
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I think that would clarify it. We would bring that legislation. We were going to look at raising fines and also warnings. And I'll have our communications director start a campaign similar to Break the Box to make sure that everybody understands.
and the final point, to the Vice Mayor's point, please, let's talk about, see what Ms. Cabrera needs in regards to the next budget cycle to ensure that we have the necessary troops on the ground to address this. I want to be very clear as I always am. At the end of the day, you know, things get confusing. This is not an indictment on anybody. We just need to be very clear so that people cannot skirt the law. And if we do not do this today, in the near future, we'll become like any other city. Just like if we don't give the police the necessary resources, our ability to fight crime will dwindle and we'll suffer. So we need to do this moving forward to really ensure our way of life here in the city. Okay?
Yes, Mayor.
One last point, you know, Commissioner Anderson, you mentioned like the idea of separating the non-green matter. From my, like, I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest with you, because it almost sounds to me like now you're going to have a second, I don't want to say pit, but a second pile of things. So we're almost proliferating the issue.
Can I tell you why she brings that up, Mr. Vice Mayor? It's because what we talked about potentially having a company who comes in, who we're discussing, not only us, Miami-Dade counties, doing a pilot program. Who else? Tallahassee's doing a pilot program.
Leon County.
Excuse me. Where it's, instead of that green matter going to Miami-Dade County and being disposed of, which costs us money per ton, that is diverted to a company which takes that green matter, recycles it, and uses it for something like an aggregate for sidewalks and construction, where we would actually be able to save some money
Right, yeah, I
and
recall.
recycle that. So the only way to do that is you can't throw furniture and plastic bags and everything with the green in the pit, because then when they go to pick it up, it's got to be kind of. It makes it harder and more costly.
We don't separate
But that's
it now?
something that we're talking about in the future to see if we can even do
Right.
something in the future like that.
Right.
And right now it's a study, so
Right.
I'd rather worry about beautifying the city and we'll look at that in the near future.
Yeah, to me, it's more enforcement, and more enforcement requires more money budgeted. That ultimately, that to me is the key to unlock the whole thing. I think you need more people. I am troubled by the photo you shared of the homeless, situation there, because the fact that nobody has seen that is a problem. I don't know how long it's been there. If it's been there a day or two, okay. But if it's been there longer than that, at some point.
There's a lot of garbage. When I walked up to the encampment, there's a lot of garbage there. So they've been living there for some time.
Right.
I just want to comment that, in addition to this situation, there are other situations that I've encountered recently that I identify as gray areas in our rules and regulations. And I think we need to start identifying those gray areas that folks don't quite know what to do with them, so that we provide clarity so people can behave and do the things that they know they're supposed to do and they want to do. But I think there's some gray areas out there in our rules and regulations. And I think we need to give clarity so we can give proper guidance to let people know this is the way to do this and this is the wrong way to do this. There'll always be bad apples. There'll always be a few people that'll do whatever they want. And unfortunately, in today's society, it seems to be more and more these days. But I want to create as much clarity so people know the right path forward.
And I think I'll make this last point, which maybe is a little even more controversial than we're talking about. But on the green matter, nobody wants to take that away, but you could have some amount of regulation as it relates to that. I can tell you that my direct next door neighbor, landscapers, put the green matter out the day after pickup every single week. So for 6 out of 7 days a week, the entire year, there is a pile of landscaping out there. We don't want to take away people's ability to put things out there, but I think like we have a night before on the trash. Maybe it's not the night before on the landscaping, but maybe 2 or 3 days before or something. But we kind of have stayed away from that because we don't want it to be misinterpreted. But I feel like it still leads to, when you drive around, seeing piles of green matter everywhere isn't the most beautiful thing either.
100%.
So, I think you need to have a holistic look at all of this over time and really decide what you want to do about it. But that's something that should be on the table for at least discussing. Not taking it away, but I don't know that it should be a free-for-all either.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a member of the public requesting to speak, Ms. Maria Cruz.
Ms. Cruz. Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I've only lived in the city since 1976, so I have a little history. We're talking about code enforcement. That's how this came up. Code enforcement, there was a history about code enforcement. Code enforcement was done a little different before. Recently, in recent times, we tried to change how code enforcement was handled before. We have hired people that come from code enforcement in other places, and they think that Coral Gables is the same as other places, and they try to change. I remember vividly having a code enforcement officer assigned to a specific area. That code enforcement knew the neighbors, knew when things changed, to the degree that they would say, oh my God, I've gone by that house. She hasn't had garbage for 3 days. Maybe there's something wrong. That's what we expected from code enforcement. Code enforcement not only looked at garbage, looked at paint, looked at roofs. I can tell you, because that's why I changed the color on my roof, because we had Miss Bain here that cited me several times because my white roof was not as white as it should have been. Okay, but when you switch the person time and time again, and nobody has ownership of an area, it doesn't work like that. When you have the same person going to you, you know what? It's not, you've never come here. Oh, ma'am, I talked to you a month ago. I talked to you 3 weeks ago. When you have a different officer surrounding, there's no continuity. That's one problem. Okay? Mayor, you keep saying that Martha and her team. I don't know what you're talking about. We have a new team?
Sorry?
Who's Martha? You kept saying Martha and her team.
Martha Pantin, which runs a lot of our outreach efforts to the residents.
Okay, now.
You know Martha very well.
No, but I didn't know who you were talking about. That's why I asked. Okay?
I'll refer to her by apellido next time.
No, that's all right. That's all right. I'm just curious. When you're talking about how things look, we're talking about the trash pit. We're talking, you know what? What about talking about placement of garbage cans and recyclable bins? Because that also affects. There are people that live in the city, they think that they have to push out their garbage can to the street, and that can stays there the whole day. Okay, we have rules. If you're gonna set up the rules, include that too.
But it's already included.
No, but you're talking about legislation now, clean up, make sure people understand. That should be one of the points.
I send pictures of that constantly to staff. And Mr. Manager, you and I have had the discussion, do we need to clean that up in the legislation to notify residents and to make it easy for staff to find someone who continues to put their garbage bins? But by the way, and if we're gonna be clear, we're gonna be very clear about this, it's not only the residents, because I drive by when those bins are empty, they're left at the corner of the street a lot of times in certain areas of the city. So we all have to take ownership because I've sent them to you, I've sent them to Ms. Cabrera, where our own team, and Paula knows this, and her team knows this, where I've said, guys, you cannot take the garbage or take the recycling and leave it on the side of the street. Those bins have to go back behind the house.
Mayor,
You know why? Because I can show you the emails and the text messages from residents who have sent them to me saying, we're going into new habits are being formed that are outside of our standards.
We have a new enterprise system called Rubicon that is being established with solid waste that documents everything. Also documents where the truck is. They can take pictures. So that new system has been implemented, and I think it's working very well. It's paying dividends already.
Okay. So is legislation required, as the one like we're doing with the trash pits now, that states that residents need to leave their garbage behind and not roll it out to the side of the yard?
Mayor, those residents that have been doing that, we've contacted them individually, and we're getting compliance. So the legislation, that is already in the books.
Let me tell you something. It's not just put them behind. They cannot be seen from the street. That was the key on the code. You cannot see the garbage cans from the street. If you put them in front of your garage, you can see them from the street. That's not where they go.
Can we add that to my legislation also, please?
Mayor, yes, and we can look at that, but that's already there. When we have somebody leaving their cans in front, our supervisor visits the site, lets them know that they have to be on the side of the house, not visible. But we can add that if you wish.
About returning it, our employees returning it to the back of the house, right? That has to be done, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do that. Let's make sure that we notify.
And our new system, our new Rubicon system, Mayor, documents every site as we go along.
Okay. I'm gonna take photos. I'm gonna take photos tomorrow on the way to work. And I'm gonna look to see where all the bins are.
We've recently implemented that, and I think we're starting to see dividends already. It's something that was recently implemented for solid waste management.
So besides focusing on that, and I send you pictures of that, Gabby sends you the list every single day. I'm now gonna start focusing on all the homes where the garbage bins and the recycling bins are not returned, or the residents are leaving it in front of the house to be picked up. I don't know why. They know that we as a city pride ourselves in having rear pickup in regards to garbage. So
We have some people that insist on that, and we're working with that, but I think eventually it's gonna generate a fine, which you all will find
but
out.
make sure our team is returning the bins back to the back of the house and where it's not visible, because I see a lot of them thrown, by the driveway. And again, I don't have that issue because I take mine in and take mine out. I leave them right next to the garage. And I don't have a trash bin. But I want to make sure that also gets taken. I'll document it tomorrow as I drive to the city.
Okay, if a few little comments. The letters is good. We used to be doing excellent. I thought that the stuff could be taken out after 5 p.m. I don't know when it changed to 6.
It's always been 6.
The code says 6 p.m.
I'm gonna
The
check
code
because,
says 6 p.m.
okay? All right, now, I have a different view from all of you because I have the privilege of sitting in the Code Enforcement Board. No, but I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah.
Code Enforcement Board is for cases that have to do with the property
Okay,
come.
yes, I understand.
Every month we meet, every month we get lots of cases, mostly from 3-4 people. Only 3 or 4 or 5 maximum officers. We have more than 4 or 5 officers. What are the other officers doing? Okay, we're using them to do office work. That doesn't help us. Okay, my request to you is assign code enforcement people to specific areas. Number one, you can hold them responsible. Number two, they can hold the residents responsible too. Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Same topic. I didn't put it on mayor's comments, but I brought it on board. Swales around bridges. We're gonna clean the city up, okay? I'd like to see if we can put these pictures up so people can notice. I went yesterday to the bridges and I went and took pictures myself on the bridges. I want people to be aware of what is happening around bridges and see if this is appropriate. I know that we had some pictures. So I'll start explaining very quickly while we wait for the pictures. If you go and you stop instead of driving on a bridge, we usually don't pay much attention. If you look at the amount of garbage that is adjacent to the bridge, the amount of overgrowth that is hanging over the bridge into the waterway, that the amount of palm fronds, you'll see them now, hundreds of palm fronds, coconuts, garbage, that is all there on the side of the street. If you live next to the bridge, I need a clarification from our staff, and I would like a clarification at the next commission meeting if possible, in writing. Who is responsible for cleaning that swale? Is it the neighbor who is adjacent to the bridge? Is it the county? Is it the city? Is it whoever is responsible for maintaining that bridge? Who is responsible for that? Okay. I wrote a letter, my office wrote a letter to the county mayor, which you were copied on, which talks about 5 county bridges which need to be maintained. Currently, one of them is on Orduña. We take care of the graffiti for them. We pressure wash it. I want the county to start, abiding by their responsibility and taking care of those issues. The bridges look horrible. We don't have the pictures up right now in regards to the bridges, but I'll circle back and show you those pictures when they become available. But I would like at the next commission meeting, please, for somebody to tell me who is responsible for maintaining the bridges.
And Mayor,
Adjacent, the swales next to the bridges, which are right there visible from the street.
we will be looking at that because there could be multiple right-of-ways, it could be county, state, and so forth. And we'll be looking at that, and we can clarify that at the next commission meeting, Mayor.
Okay. Next item, city sidewalks. Mr. Director, I would like an update, please, on where we are on the sidewalks. This has been an ongoing, almost 2-year odyssey that we've been talking about sidewalks. I need to know where we're at so I can make sure we have the necessary money for this year's budget. University, Doctor's Hospital, Blue Road. By the way, notification on Blue Road. Those two bridges that are there, Orduña, which is the ones I'm talking about, the amount of overgrowth, the amount of dirtiness on those bridges, which belong to the county, they were included in my letter to the county mayor. It's unacceptable. After meeting yesterday with the county commissioner, Raquel Regalado, where I had coffee with her, she made me aware that there are ADA issues already on those bridges because there's no sidewalks. So imagine if you're a person if you're in a wheelchair and have no other option. You have to get on the street in your wheelchair to go up the bridge because there's no sidewalk, only on the bridge, but the rest is just swale. So I think we need to look into it because if there's already an ADA case, maybe, and I mentioned this here, the county could help us in paying for these sidewalks. And I think we need to look into that. So I ask you to please have someone in your department reach out to Commissioner Regalato's office, who spent almost 2 hours with me yesterday over a coffee, and my team, my chief of staff, Chelsea, was with me yesterday, and we spent 2 hours going over a litany of issues here in the county, and one of them being this. Where are we on sidewalks on University, Blue Road, Doctors Hospital, and the other one that I forget right now, which is the one-way street, the very tight street in North Gables.
Benicia.
Benicia, yes.
So we have a brief presentation that we can go over, and then we can have a discussion about that.
Okay. How are you, Melissa? Good to see you.
Good, thanks. How are you?
Thank you for being here.
Of course. Is this not working? Am I hit it wrong? Okay. Okay. So just a little bit of background. We have approximately 41,000 trees in this city with a 40% canopy coverage. We are the second largest canopy coverage in the state of Florida. The first, according to Dina, was Gainesville. So really, we have the largest canopy coverage in South Florida. Unfortunately, large canopy, beautiful trees and everything comes at a cost. We have Public Works, we're dealing with continuous repairs to sewer pipes, sidewalks, drainage systems, utility lines. You know, these are all things that come with having this beautiful canopy that we have.
And again, Mayor and Commissioners, we love our tree canopy. We have 41,000 trees in the right-of-way. This is not anywhere criticizing our canopy, because I think we all love our canopy. Some trees have completely changed in character because of the canopy, but there is a cost involved in our tree canopy, in maintaining our tree canopy, and that's what we're trying to say.
And if I may, that photo is a drainage system that we're now working to replace. It's full of roots.
So, like the manager said, our tree canopy just, you know, it sets us apart. You know, everybody knows the city of Coral Gables for how beautiful our trees are. But as you can see in this picture, as Mr. Diaz mentioned, you know, we're dealing with these tree roots and everything, you know, in our infrastructure. So we're consistently getting requests for repairs for sidewalks and other things. There's different remediation options that we have in order to help. So we'll send out a crew and they'll assess the condition of the sidewalk, and they'll determine whether or not, you know, they should do grinding, put a temporary asphalt patch, just to buy us time until we can do full replacement. Currently, we have approximately 3 miles pending of sidewalk replacement, which is approximately $3.4 million worth of repairs.
And if we look at that picture is really generated by our geology. We've got the limestone, the oolite formation very close to the surface. There's very little topsoil, so roots spread out horizontally and cause a continuous uplift of sidewalks. So that geology is very good for many things, but as far as the tree canopy is concerned, you can see the tree right next to it. The roots are going under the sidewalk and will continue. So it causes a continuous maintenance issue.
I have a quick question. Of the 3 miles, what percentage, just off the top of your head, is caused by tree roots as opposed to caused by something other than tree roots?
All of those are tree roots. According to our code right now, the maintenance of sidewalk is the responsibility of the property owner. So if the sidewalk wasn't damaged by tree roots, it would be up to the property owner to replace. So that what's on that list is exclusively the ones that we are replacing.
Of the calls that we get,
most of them are tree roots related. Most of the damaged sidewalk issues are tree related.
We are very fortunate, Commissioner, from a structural perspective, that the sound soil provides us a lot of support for our sidewalks, so they can support a fairly heavy load. However, it does cause that tree roots to go underneath and actually lift. So most of our damage is trees. We do have some overload damage when you have construction and things like that, and that's addressed as part of the construction permit.
Right. So I'm going to throw in another couple questions, and we may need the excellent advice of our landscape director on some of this. In some instances, you can redirect the sidewalk to be a little further away from the tree. You can put in a root barrier. You can look at options where you build up the soil or even kind of like bridge over. So I'm going to ask Ms. Tina Bell Lewin to weigh in on this as to, you know, how can we better do this rather than just pour a new piece of slab directly in the same spot again, at the same elevation again, and not put in root barriers or any other mitigating measures to avoid repeat situations from time to time.
Hi, Dina Bell Llewellyn, Green Space Management Division of Public Works. As City Manager said, our geology of oolite and our mature trees, most of the roots are within the top 36 inches of the soil for these large trees. They go out horizontally. We don't cut roots. They're the structural stability of the tree. So our strategy when we replace a sidewalk, which we're already doing in Public Works, is sometimes rerouting them around the tree to curve. Sidewalks do not have to be in a straight line. That way we can get far enough away from the tree sometimes to provide necessary space. We can ramp up, we can fill with structural soil or compacted lime rock to ramp up over roots that cannot be cut if we have enough horizontal space to meet the ADA sloping requirements for the sidewalk. So we do that often. The sidewalk concrete is reinforced with a fiber mesh, which helps with cracking and lifting. That adds cost to the sidewalk because we're not using just plain concrete, which is less expensive. We put structural soils below sidewalk. A structural soil is an aggregate that lets tree roots grow through it, the substrate, instead of lifting the sidewalk. That adds cost as well. In extreme cases, we can look at things like silva cells or root barriers, which add more cost. So those are some of the strategies we use.
It's quite difficult, Commissioner. If you look at that picture on the left, you see a sidewalk. So going into the property, which means that if we lift that sidewalk an inch or two, then you have an existing condition that it's not compatible with the property next door. We also have, in most of the areas is nowhere near 36 inches deep. The oolite's probably 12 to 18 inches deep, which really doesn't provide much space without having to cut the roots out. I wish it was 36 inches in most areas. Most areas is probably less than half of that. And so we have an issue where we have existing conditions on the property side, on the private property side that we have to match. We have very problematic geological. Actually, from a tree perspective, from a structural perspective, is very good for our homes and for drainage. But for this, it is not. Is that the oolite formation is so close to the actual surface? So it's a difficult issue to deal with. Right. If you meander sidewalks, then you get into issues of getting close to the road. If you get within 6 feet of the road, then you have to provide a curb, which can affect your drainage and your road grading. So it's not an easy.
Well, it depends on how much curbing you put in, too. And I'm not necessarily saying getting closer to the road.
I'm sorry.
So one last thing, because I'm going to just jump on this, because we've had broken sidewalks in front of either commercial or residential properties that had done some work on their homes, and had done some major renovations on a commercial property, whether it be an apartment building and so forth. And there's no follow-through with enforcement of replacement of those sidewalk sections. And that's due to, trucks backing over them, tenants moving in and out. It's really not a tree issue at that point. It was caused by the trucks. I don't see results on any of the stuff that I have sent in asking for what happened. Was it cited? Was the bond used? I mean, why don't we follow through on those items?
So specifically, I know we've looked into that property in Hernando.
Right.
And I think we've been talking to Ceramic, right? And I think we found that the work that you were referring to, the sidewalk was already broken prior to that work that took place, right? That was one of the things that we were
Might
looking into.
have been one little crack.
So
at the time it was brought to the attention, it came from one crack to a landmine.
right. Well, over time, right. What happens once you have a crack, then after that it goes very quickly. So
A hairline crack is one thing, But when you put the weight of a truck over it, okay? I had to replace all the sections of my sidewalk when I did my driveway, despite the fact that there was no cracks, okay? Or a hairline crack with no beveled pieces that would trip a pedestrian or a child, or, you know, make it impossible for somebody that wanted to roller skate on the sidewalk, et cetera, or bicycle ride, you know, as a child would do. But these things have been sitting for, you know, no action. You know, why, you know, if I had to post a bond for putting in a driveway to make sure that I replaced the sidewalk or didn't damage the sidewalk, or if I had some work done, whether it be putting in a garden bed, which I've had to post bonds for too, even though the garden bed was complete, then why isn't there any follow-through on this?
That property in particular, that was like that before they replaced the windows. I went back into Google Maps, and the sidewalk was exactly like that, and the windows were old. It was the trees.
And, by the way, Commissioner,
You know, I've walked that area for 30 plus.
I sent the pictures to Hermes because I can't
And it wasn't
enforce
like this.
against the homeowner because it's clear in the Google Maps that it wasn't the windows.
One of the things that happens too is that the sidewalk is lifted with the roots, and there's some flexibility there, and then a trucks or a car may drive it over, you end up with some kind of a void underneath, and that's when it cracks. So it's
Right.
it's
So-
tree related, but it's not. So
So-
and that sidewalk we're probably going to have to address ourselves, given what
So
we've
then
found.
address it, but I'm going to point out one other thing. Some
Sure.
of the pictures I sent you had the vehicles that had driven over the sidewalks included.
Right.
Okay? I know what it's like, because I've had tenants. And if you allow them to back over the dirt and over the sidewalks, it's going to happen again and again
Absolutely.
and again, as opposed to staying on the curbside and unloading from that location. So this shouldn't take over a year to resolve. That's my final point on that.
Commissioner, our sidewalks are 4 inches thick, but we're one of the few cities that asked for driveways to increase the depth to 6 inches to get better performance as far as truck traffic on driveways. Sometimes when the driveway gets lifted, voids are created and it's stressed in different ways. But we do ask for a 6-inch sidewalk at driveways. One of the few cities that actually does that.
Yeah, but it shouldn't take a year to go from a beveled sidewalk that's a trip hazard to get some results.
Are we enforcing the, when residences have sidewalk in front that's broken by a vehicle, are we enforcing the provision that they have to repair the sidewalks?
When we would catch them, yes.
Okay, because.
So that's one of my main reasons why besides getting an update on where we are on certain sidewalk projects, I want to move in the direction after your presentation and address how we're going to address future pending sidewalks.
That's next.
Broken sidewalks, the laws that were changed, and what we need to do as a commission to move forward to find some sort of funding stream to continue to address sidewalks in our community.
So we've gone through the exercise of checking to see how many sidewalks we're missing throughout the city. We plotted it on our GIS. We have approximately 79 miles of missing sidewalk within the city limits. We've broken it down further into the streets that are non-gated and the ones that are open to the public. So open streets, 58 miles of missing sidewalks, and the gated communities, there's 21 miles. So basic estimate for how much this is going to cost, and this is just...
If I may add, these are order of magnitudes. There's a little detail that we'll have to get through once we get into that.
Because we don't know what we're going to encounter when we're actually going to move forward with some of these projects, if the commission would like to move forward, is approximately 26 million for all 79 miles, or then for the open streets, it's 19 million, and then the gated communities would be about 7 million, rough estimate. So here it is broken down, so you can see the left image is the North Gables area, and then you have the middle image that's around US 1, and then basically all the community down south, which are the gated communities. So currently, Each year, we get about $1.23 million for the pedestrian infrastructure program. That is money that is used for, it's basically broken down for sidewalk repairs, new sidewalk, sidewalk extensions, which would be when the sidewalk goes around the block and then it doesn't have a ramp that goes to the asphalt. Those are the extensions, and crosswalk striping. So we took the estimates that we got, our order of magnitude estimates, and with the cost of that, in addition to about $1 million a year for the repairs, because each year we're still going to be repairing sidewalks because they're still getting ripped up every year, and we're going to have to keep on doing that. It's about $4.8 million a year for open streets to be able to address all the sidewalks that are missing in the areas that are public
I
streets.
apologize for interrupting the presentation. Once you fix a sidewalk, what's the lifespan?
So that's something.
Were there trees?
It depends on the tree, and trees are funny. You have this huge tree next to a sidewalk, the sidewalk is fine. You have a smaller tree and it tore it up. I mean, it's nature. So some sidewalks may break every 5 years. Some sidewalks may be fine for 20 or 30. So it's really difficult for us to put a,
Commissioner, substantially less than just concrete because of the tree damage. So it's substantially less time because of the lifting that creates a trip hazard than it is for the actual concrete.
Understood. Thank you.
And then if we were to break it down in 10 years, it would be about $2.9 million a year for the new sidewalks and the repairs for the open streets. So that's basically what we have in terms of this presentation. And then if you have any questions regarding.
So just to finish off this presentation, I would like to have a sunshine meeting with my colleagues to discuss sidewalks and discuss the 5 to 10 year option and to see what is really feasible in regards to grants, state, how we're going to fund this project and what we're looking at, okay? And obviously how we're going to get resident approvals and different kind of things that are important. So that's number one. Can we get some dates, Mr. Clerk, circulated to my colleagues?
Yes, sir.
I will make myself available to make sure we can get this done. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, we used to have a sidewalk program that we scrapped as a commission. Can you talk to me a little bit about, in the residential neighborhoods, just remind us what that sidewalk program was all about and how it worked and what were the mechanism for it to be activated?
So several years ago, the way it worked was that if anybody who did a project in their home above a certain threshold, I don't recall exactly what that threshold was.
$15,000.
It was $15,000, but there was also square footage. You need to, if it was $15,000 or a certain square footage of your property, then we would compel you to go ahead and build a sidewalk in front of your house. There was also the option, because sometimes you could find neighborhoods who had no sidewalks, and then, there was some about, I'm gonna build a sidewalk to nowhere because I'm the only person on the sidewalk. The idea was that they had to give us a covenant, where the city could go back and tell them, you know what, now I have enough covenants to do an entire section, gonna make somewhere that makes sense, now you can go ahead and, now we can compel you to go ahead and build it. That whole program was scrapped by the commission a few years ago, and I think the city attorney's office released the covenants that we had in hand at the time.
They were released upon request.
Right, upon request, correct.
So I thought, now when I look back at it and I kind of see what's going on in regards to funding and sidewalks and how long it's taking to get, certain sidewalk projects done, not at the fault of staff, just at the fault, there's a lot of work going on right now. Consultants are busy, budgets. I think we need to have a mechanism.
I'm sorry.
We need to have a mechanism to fund sidewalks. I think that $15,000 was way too low, because right now, changing a door could be $15,000 to your front door, okay? Changing your garage door could be $6,000, $7,000. Doing your kitchen is $75,000. But there has to be a mechanism. And I think we need to install sidewalks in the city. As you and I have been involved walking neighborhoods, certain areas are critical. I'm tired of seeing people who are elderly, who are disabled, parents with young children in strollers having to go in the middle of the street in Alhambra. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. That's not quality of life. That's not acceptable. I know people don't want sidewalks in front of their house. I live in front of UM. I have a double wide sidewalk. There's people running, walking, having a great time. It's okay to have sidewalks. The swale doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the city. So we need to find a mechanism, a right value, and I think we can talk about it in the sunshine meeting to say, is it 150,000, is it 200,000, so that we could do something appropriate in regards to having something. I'm not saying it has to be a full sidewalk paid for. There has to be a mechanism. Something, besides the fact that, by the way, we should be checking every construction project that starts to make sure that if the sidewalks are broken, that they're responsible, that we do not give a TCO or a CO until sidewalks are repaired. I hope that's happening, and I hope that we're holding people who are renovating their homes, doing driveways, pools, additions. If they break sidewalks, we do not give them a CO, do not let them inhabit that property until they repair that sidewalk or do a new sidewalk altogether.
One of the things that I think we also need to sort out, according to the code right now, on collector streets, we don't need concurrency to build sidewalks, and there's a zero contribution from the residents. But the way the code is written right now in non-collector streets, it's a competition process involved, and then the residents are supposed to cover half of it, the abutting property owners. And that's what is on the books today.
I just think that we need to have a conversation amongst the commission, go over that in detail, but I think we need to have a funding mechanism. Because if you're gonna spend a lot of money and you're gonna tear up, your driveway, you're gonna destroy the sidewalk. There's no way around it. I know that I'm gonna be working on my backyard on my pool, I'm gonna have to redo the sidewalk, which I already did once when I renovated my house 10 years ago. So I know I'm gonna redo that area. It's gonna be required. So I think that we as a commission need to sit down, for an hour, 2 hours, and have a conversation about what is the future of sidewalks in the city.
But that's for existing, that's if you damage an existing sidewalk, which I don't think that's even remotely, I agree with you 100%. I think that's sort of non-controversial. I think the issue you were referencing is when there's no sidewalk.
Well, correct. Yeah. We
Right.
should have a conversation on that.
Yeah.
I think we should have a conversation on that because I'll give you an example. In my street, in my block, there's sidewalks, but there isn't a sidewalk on my front. But there is one in front of us in UM. But I wouldn't mind having a sidewalk in front of my home. My sidewalk just comes to an end on San Amaro. And then they have to cross the street. The person in the wheelchair, which I see all the time, has to cross the street and go across and then come back. We need to get away from this idea that we can't have sidewalks parallel to streets, that they have to have a buffer, some sort of green space. Go to San Amaro and you'll see a sidewalk with a raised curb. It does not do anything for flooding, zero for flooding. There's no issues for flooding. Let's not use it as an excuse. Please, because I have it there up and down San Amaro. There's no flooding on San Amaro. No flooding. So, and it is a raised curb and it is a beautiful sidewalk and we can do it. Just like we want to do in Alhambra, and I'm waiting for an update on what's up with Alhambra on that issue. So to me, we need to find a mechanism. Is it $15,000? I think it's way too cheap, especially with the cost of construction today. But if you're going to pay for this construction, I'm willing to find a way in the budget to increase it, but I also need the residents to help us out a little bit when they're going to opt into a major construction project.
I want to add that I think we do need a funding mechanism, a fund that replenishes itself, because as my question was, how long does this last? 5 to 10, 20 years. So it's going to be a recurring expense because we're going to be constantly needing to fix sidewalks because of our tree canopy. So it's not going to be a one-time shot. So I agree with the mayor. We have to come together and find some kind of fund or funding mechanism where 5, 10, 20 years, the funds are there so we can take care of these repairs at the very least.
Right, the sidewalk gaps, obviously, there's a finite amount of those, right? It's the repair that it's just.
By the time you fix it, there's a whole new set of sidewalks that you have to repair.
But if you already have a sidewalk and you're doing $100,000 in work on your house and you don't damage the sidewalk.
Right.
Okay. You're not doing this assessment for the future repair of sidewalk, right?
The way
we're only talking about new sidewalk.
What was in the books before, you're right. There was no assessment made for someone. That was only for places where there were no sidewalks. That's what was in the books. I forgot, maybe a couple of years ago, something like that, maybe 3 years ago.
Until 2020.
2020, okay, 2-3 years ago. So that's what used to be in the books.
And from a design perspective, we haven't had sidewalks in the areas that don't have sidewalks for over 95 years. So there's a lot of things in the right-of-way trees and so forth that you have to meander around.
Yeah, it's complicated.
And all those issues, so it's complicated, but it can be done. As the mayor said, it can be done, it's just more costly.
So can we have a sunshine meeting? I think is the right place to have a conversation about this, talk about it for the
Right.
meeting.
That's the right place.
Couple more 2 cents in preparation for the Sunshine meeting. There was an occasion that brought back impact fees, and it went into sidewalks and ADA compliance issues. We're talking about the area along Segovia, along Hernando Avenue. Went back to the county, brought the impact fees back, could go into this sidewalk fund. I mean, it is a transportation issue, a safety issue. There could be grant programs that we could use to help fund those projects as well. Because, you know, the major thoroughfares like Granada and Alhambra and so forth serve the entire community.
Correct.
Because they serve the entire community, we need to be able to leverage that with those impact fees, bring them back into our city to try to promote alternative transportation, whether it be walking or biking to school or work. So
And we
I'm
also
looking forward to
have,
it.
and we also have county and state roads that don't have sidewalk either, at least not consistently so. And we're actually working with them, with the state, some of the sidewalks on Bird, they're looking into it. We'll see if that
On the south side.
gets us somewhere, and so on. So it's a collaborative effort as well, where maybe the county and the state can do their part as well.
So for those chronic buildings where you have tenants moving in and out, aside from putting 6 inches of cement where the driveway is, if they can't enforce keeping their tenants from driving over the sidewalks, perhaps we need 6 inches of cement there as well.
So one of the things we're doing now, I think pretty much all the sidewalk we're putting them with fiber.
All of them have fiber mesh.
Because the price that we're getting, at least so far, the difference was so small, and then fiber actually makes it a little stronger. So pretty much all new sidewalk that we're doing, it used to be, as per the standards, you only do that on the driveways. That's only when it was technically necessary. But we're now putting that every new sidewalk for that very same reason. You know, people park on the swell, that may spill over into the sidewalk itself, so it makes them a little bit of extra strength, even though in cases where we're not necessarily making thicker.
Right.
So.
Is that required for the residential replacements as well?
Yes.
Okay. But take a look at the, the apartment building situation where you, they're backing those trucks up on it.
We'll
It
take
helps
a
on
look.
strength, but doesn't help on the lifting aspect of it,
Correct.
unfortunately.
It doesn't
Oh, no,
help, right.
This was a truck issue. I know it was a truck issue because I know the before and after.
This is a great example of the type of thing that's really ultimately almost like a deferred maintenance type of thing, that if we weren't sending $30 million a year to go to an unfunded liability, that we could take care of.
Absolutely.
And you can name any number of examples of that in the budget, so, I don't mean to just cherry pick this issue, but this is the type of thing that, in particular, the extra payment that we make alone would cover some of the numbers I saw up there, which is why, whenever we're having those types of discussions, it's important that, from my perspective, that we continue to address that issue, because when we get to a point that issue no longer looms over our budget in such a tremendous fashion, we'll be able to address a lot of these things from the property taxes that folks are already paying. That really should go to address these type of things.
Just to give you which is a great point that you bring up, we're gonna pay over $8 million this year in additional extra, not just extra. We're paying what's required as per the state, unfunded, and then we're paying an extra $8 million this year. So if you would add that $8 million plus the $1.3 million that we have for sidewalks already, you're talking about close to almost $10 million a year. We could resolve this issue in 2 years.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, catch-up payments for 24, 25 million.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
24, 25, a year. So, that's a great point. So we'll call for a sunshine meeting. Can we get back just really quick? Just give me an update on where we are with Doctors Hospital, University, Blue Road, all those kind of.
Okay, so Pisano, which is Doctors Hospital, we issued NTP for our designer a few weeks ago. They said that from the date of NTP, it's about 150 days. So given 150 days, it'll probably be summer, design will be complete, and we can move forward with construction. Alhambra, we have 100% plans. We do have some one comment from the county that's causing us some concern, and we've been trying to coordinate with them to see if that's a comment that needs to be applied for that.
Did you see the email that I had with Jose Enrique Cueto and the manager going back and forth where he was able, he is all hands on deck from the county. So I hate to use this, but can we continue to use this contact and his, his interest in helping us to address this issue on Alhambra? I mean, he's incredible. It's incredible. What is the pending note on that?
It has to do with traffic calming because in Alhambra we're mixing everything together. There's a traffic calming, there's milling and resurfacing, there's a sidewalk. It's all blended.
Yes.
So it's really the relationship with the new sidewalk that we're putting with the traffic calming that's being proposed and some of the width in between that some of the county staff is having some heartburn about, and that's what we're working with them about.
But I think we need to answer that as quickly as possible. And if we need to get into a room with Mr. Jose Enrique Cueto, we will through the manager and get this going because that's a game changer. It's a game changer. By the way, since we're talking about Alhambra, that bridge is the city's responsibility, right?
Correct. Yes.
So what's the plan for that bridge?
So that bridge,
you have both guardrails that are off on that bridge.
So we've repaired that. This is the third time in I will say in about 2 years that it's been hit. It broke. We fixed it. Now it's hit again. We have somebody working on a design for the repair. That was actually one of the first bridges that we started to address. I mean, that bridge was painted. Everything was nice, and we have 3 accidents in roughly 2 years.
But don't forget, we have a guardrail on the other side that's also has basically slid down the embankment.
Right. The traffic calming, we're hoping that it will help some of the craziness that goes on over there as far as the cars on the curb and going too fast.
When do you think we're going to be able to get rid of those barricades and actually address it?
So I have to touch base with the consultant to see where we are designing. We do have a contractor that's on board for that. So we'll have to touch base with the designer.
Can you give me an update by the end of the week?
I will, absolutely.
Through the manager, give me an update, please.
Sure.
Thank you. Where else?
So Blue Road sidewalk, we asked for revised survey because the county milled and resurfaced that roadway recently. So we had to get new elevations, new edge of pavement, all of that, so that we can move forward with the design. The initial design was already submitted to the county. We have some comments. So we're just waiting on that survey so that we can complete the design and send in a final submittal to the county for final review.
Through the manager, please. I ask you to reach out. Let's start working on funding. Please reach out to Commissioner Regalato's office. That is a county, those are county bridges, okay? Those are county bridges. They have ADA issues supposedly, so let's deal with Raquel, our city attorney, our city manager. Let's write them a letter, let's write them an email, deal with Tony Escara, deal with Raquel, and say, how can we fund this now? I don't want to talk about funding it 6 months from now. Let's see how we can work in conjunction, maybe do a 50-50 split, maybe the county, I heard the county has money, infrastructure money. Let's get them to address the ADA issue and help us with the sidewalks, please. Okay?
That was one of their comments as well, that they wanted the guardrail approaches upgraded.
Right.
So we
Let
can-
help them
we
pay
can-
for it. Let them help us pay for it, so we don't have to come out of pocket.
But technically, yeah, those are their guardrails, so.
So let's pay for it.
Yep.
Let's figure out how to pay for it. What else?
University Drive, we are moving forward with that one soon. We have the proposal, the design is complete, we just need to move forward with that one, so
When are we moving forward?
as soon as I'm able to get NTP with the contractor, we're hoping within the next few weeks.
Okay. What else?
What else do we have? We've got, Venetia Terrace.
Yes.
Venetia Terrace, we issued NTP for the study because we had that meeting and we were looking into maybe doing a one-way conversion. So our consultant reached out to the county to see how they could develop their proposal for that study. They've ironed out all the language, they got the scope approved, and we already issued NTP for the proposal. That should be completed by July.
So let's be honest. I want to be honest, okay? We're not going to get this started for at least any of these projects for potentially a year to a year and a half.
Well,
The rate that we're
University
going.
Drive will start this year.
Which one? Doctors?
University.
University Drive.
No.
University will?
Yes.
Okay. What can I do through the manager to help you get this done as quickly as possible?
It's just a matter of time when it comes to get these things approved, through the county.
Can I help you? Like I've helped you with Jose Enrique Cueto. Can I help you facilitate a meeting with the county to push this forward so that we can, cut through the red tape and get some of these approvals? I have great relationships with the county. Just tell me what I need to do and I'll help you.
So once we resubmit, if we get into any roadblocks, we can certainly reach out and.
Why don't we do this instead of that? Through the manager. Why don't you tell me when you submit, tell my chief of staff, we will write a letter, we'll write an email to the commissioner of the district, copy Mr. Jose Enrique Cueto, and copy the mayor of the county, asking for expedited review and to address this immediately, please. I'm pleased, in my team, if Gabby and Chelsea are listening, please work with the manager so that we can be on the same page and we can get this expedited as quickly as possible, please.
Since we're talking about that area, I have an item that residents have reached out to me. I think it's something new to discuss, but it's old. So the corner of Pisano and Camposano, it floods after every rainfall.
That's one of the things we're going to be looking at.
Right.
And they've been asking, and that'll be part of the process to review?
Correct, and because that project is not just a sidewalk project, it's basically the entire, I think that would be the east side of the right-of-way that's being redone, and part of that is gonna have to probably involve some drainage as well.
And just so that I can get back to the residents, so it's something that we're working on, and I guess...
On the design for now, yes.
Design for now, okay. I appreciate it, they've been asking.
All right, before we move on, we're not done with bridges. Can we cue the pictures up that I finally got them on? All right, so that's the bridge of a current situation that we have there. Obviously, it's nobody's fault. They ran into the bridge. This is the best that we can do, but we need to address this. There's going to be a problem here. There's going to be a problem. I know that we're doing our best here.
So Mr. Mayor, specifically on that bridge, it got hit.
I know.
We sent a consultant out there.
I know.
Then it got hit again, so we told him, wait, you need to go ahead again because something else happened.
I know, but there's a reason why. Look at the embankment. The embankment there, when you get off, these are pictures that I took. I got off again, and I took these pictures. The embankment, the foundation of the embankment is completely loose. Can you go back to the previous picture, please? Okay. The other one, the other embankment. These pictures are taken, this is a tool that we can use to the county to express the urgency of the situation.
This one is ours.
No, I'm not talking about this, my friend. I'm talking about the approvals on Alhambra that you're waiting for the bridge, because they say there's an issue with the correlation between the bridge, the traffic calming, and the sidewalks. Guys, we need to sit in a room and get this done. We can't wait any longer. You're gonna have an accident. That embankment. You see those columns? They're completely out of the ground. The only reason they're there because of the fact that they're concrete columns. You can't see them. I took a bad photo. I should have taken a photo from an angle. Just telling you, we need to do something about it. Something's gonna happen there. Okay. Moving on to the next picture. Okay. Next picture. All right. This is the bridge on Orduña. This is an example of the ADA issue that they're talking about. The sidewalks are a critical need here. We gotta get this done. We gotta get this done. There's gonna be an accident. Someone's gonna hurt themselves one day there. We've been talking about this for a long time. Let me help you get this across the finish line, okay? Next picture. This is the lack of maintenance on the county bridges. You see the coloration, the different coloration in the paint of the bridge? You wanna know why it's like that? Because that was full of graffiti and the manager sent his team out there to clean that up and they did a good job. But that's not our responsibility. That's a county bridge. They don't maintain the county bridge. Look at the grass. Look at the garbage. Look how dirty the sidewalk is. I took these pictures myself yesterday. Okay? Moving on to the next picture. Look at the overgrowth on all the trees. Look at the swale. This is what I want to understand. Who, and this is what I'm asking from staff, please, for the next commission meeting, Mr. Clerk, I need this on the agenda. Who is responsible for managing the swales between the bridge and the next home? I'm going to show you further pictures. This is not that bad. This is not a big deal, but I'll show you the next one. Keep going. All right. Look at the amount of food and garbage on all these swales. Keep going. Garbage, food, look at all the overgrowth. There's a homeowner there. Someone, just because it's over the wall, doesn't mean it's not to be addressed. Out of sight, out of mind, it's still got to be addressed. Graffiti, look at the swale. Keep going. Look at the overgrowth on the swale. Keep going. Next picture. Next picture. Look at that. Next picture. That's all the garbage. That is right there on Orduña. There's an adjacent home. Look at the amount of dead palm fronds. Last week, as the manager will tell you, there was wooden pallets there, there was cardboard boxes there, there was a chair, there was a bunch of stuff that had been thrown there for about 2 or 3 months. I've been calling to get it removed. It was finally removed. But I still took a picture. There's probably a few hundred palm fronds there and a ton of garbage. Keep going. Picture. Look at the amount of garbage, beer. Keep next picture. That's a swale between the house and the bridge. You can see the waterway all the way at the end. Someone is responsible for this. We got to find out who's responsible. If it's the county, it's the county. If it's us, or if it's a homeowner. Next picture. Again, the county bridge needs to be maintained. Pressure cleaned maybe every 6 months. Painted once a year. Pressure cleaned. We need to stay on top of this. Can I have an answer, please, from the city attorney and the city manager at the next commission meeting to see who's responsible for this? And
Yes,
I
Mayor.
would love to address it if we have to legislate it in one form or another.
Yes, Mayor, we're already looking into it.
Perfect. I appreciate it. Okay. With that being said, thank you. Please use me as a resource. I'm here. Use me as a resource. Use the commission. Any way we can help you to push these projects forward, to address funding, to address roadblocks by the county, by the city, by my office. I take responsibility. I'm here to help you. Let me help you. I want to help you. I want to make you guys look great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item. All right, public comments. I have one item that I need to please take out and discuss. It's E7. Is there anything else that needs to be pulled?
Yes, sir, E9. Well,
E9.
but those are for the consent agenda.
Yes, sir.
You want to do public comments first?
Well, but let's do the consent, and we'll fly through the consent really quick.
Okay, so I do have a request to pull 2 items from the consent agenda, E7 and E9.
Perfect. Done.
Does the commission want additional discussion on any other item on the consent agenda?
None. Can we have a motion?
Move it. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank
We'll
you.
move on to E7, please.
For E7, Ms. Maria Cruz would like to speak on the item.
This is very short. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, called my attention that we're approving something today for something that happened already. And I think we discussed this project last time. Maybe everything should have been put together and we would have avoided one more item. That's the comment on that.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, anyone else? I think Commissioner.
No, sir.
I think Mark Trowbridge would like to speak on the item, if possible.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on E7. I want to thank all of you that were able to join us last Thursday for Burgerlicious 11. I know some of you are probably still a little bit full still, especially the mayor, who was one of our esteemed judges, but I certainly want to thank all of our police who were able to be there and support us, our fire. I want to thank Belkis and her team, of course, Fred and his team, and truly appreciate the opportunity to continue to bring events like this to the downtown and to the community. We had about 1,300 individuals come and join us for the event, which is certainly the largest that we've had in that venue, and certainly post-COVID. So, that helps raise money for our Welcome Center and for the initiatives that we do for our visitors who come to the City Beautiful. But most importantly, I want to thank all of you for your support, and look forward to continuing to work together collaboratively on events like this and others.
Mark, I want to say thank you to the chamber and to you for your hard work, and obviously the manager and the team. That we had a great firefighters, police officers, our public works team that was out there. It was a great family, safe environment. I've never seen that many people out there having a good time. There was no litter on the street. Everybody was very considerate of our standards. The food was absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious. And the music, and it was just a great Coral Gables atmosphere. So I want to say thank you
That's
for
our pleasure.
putting this event together here in the city. And it's it's building a lot of following. It's building a lot of following. People are starting to really look forward to it.
Yeah.
And I think it's one of the cornerstones here in the downtown in regards to events. We're starting to move forward, getting away from events that I think are not in the best light of the city. And this is one of them which I am beyond blessed and grateful to have here in the city.
Well, thank you, and I should certainly recognize our award winners
Yes.
from the evening. Our Best in Bun winners, we had our top 3, Shadow Wagyu, Pincho, and taking the big prize, Capital Burger, which isn't even open in the city yet, but it'll be here late April. And then the People's Choice was Shadow Wagyu. So they're going around feeling a lot of pride, letting you know that the people have spoken. So if you haven't tried out any of those, but we had a lot of other wonderful restaurant support, great sponsors, and really looking forward to next year.
Delicious, incredible. So thank you again, Mark. I
Thank you very
appreciate it.
much. It's
We're
our
looking forward
pleasure.
to next year.
Looking
Again.
forward to it as well. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
May I have a motion on E7?
I'll move it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
E9? Was E9? You pulled E9, right?
Yes, sir. Ms. Maria Cruz requests to pull agenda item E9.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Well, nothing like history repeats itself. A few months ago, when we were talking about the museum, the Carl Gables Museum, which a lot of us thought was supposed to be a historical museum, we were told that they had the right to, their board had the right to do whatever they wanted to do there because they were independent. It's interesting because then I saw this item where they're coming back to you to amend the mission. If they can do whatever they want because they're an independent board, why do they have to come back to amend anything? They've amended it already. That museum in that historical building has become, or is in the process of becoming, a modern art museum. I was so happy today when you recognized Black History Month. This city is going to be 100 years in a very few months. That museum should be devoted to the 100 years of Coral Gables. There's plenty of stuff that has happened in this city since Merrick. And I'm bringing it up because I took the time to visit. Commissioner Anderson and I went to visit the museum. I spoke to the person, I don't know what his title is, executive director, I think. I forget, it's been months. And he advised me the historical part of the museum was just something that was done that was concentrated on Merrick. Well, this city is more than George Merrick, okay? We have lots of stuff to talk about the history of this place. And I think it's, once again, I think you have absolutely no power on it because their independent board can do whatever they want. But we certainly have power on how much money we spend there. And we certainly have power on saying if it's an historical building, it should be a historical museum. Emphasis should be on history because this city has history. And our kids and our grandkids, we have nowhere to find out about history if we don't do something now. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve it, but before I do, I'll just say that I think the explanation for what was discussed when that prior issue came up is a bit oversimplified, to say the least. I think that we discussed it. We even had one of the founders of the museum, Mr. Withers, here. And I agree totally with the decisions that were made that day. We're amending this agreement because we have an agreement. I think in a museum of this nature, there's room for both history and art. I think that it's important for the museum to do certain things for it to be successful, and for people to go, to be members, to attend events. Otherwise, you can just have a museum that nobody goes to and is subsidized by the city and doesn't do well. And I don't see why that's in anybody's best interest. So I really want to commend the operators of the museum. I think the events you've done this year have really highlighted the city in a great way. I think the artistic exhibits you have brought people to the museum. And when you bring people to the museum for those events, then you also have historic things that people can be exposed to an experience that they wouldn't have otherwise come to. So I think this is great. I support it wholeheartedly. Whatever we can do to be allies to your efforts there, we always want to do, and we always want to see the museum succeed and be something that brings people to Coral Gables. And I think we can, to put it mildly, walk and chew gum at the same time. And I commend you for taking on the task of operating this thing. It's not easy, but I think you guys are doing a terrific job. So thank you.
I want to add that I've had the pleasure of attending a few of your more recent events, including the lecture series that you have on Mediterranean architecture, but a lot of other events that really are drawing people. I think people that normally may not go to a museum or to that museum. So I mentioned last time I was there, that I felt an electricity in the air. People were excited and happy to attend. I do agree to a certain point with Mrs. Cruz that Coral Gables is more than just George Merrick. It started with him, but there's so much history. So I would love to see, a rotation of history, the different aspects of history. You had something amazing on Dorothy Thompson, our first female woman mayor, and it's things like that it's our history is ongoing and it continues going forward. So as long as you're able to capture that and tell the story, I think, like Vice Mayor said, that perfect merger, that perfect balance between cultural events, lecture series, and then touching upon our history is the way to go. So I think going forward, you're doing a great job.
I don't want to reiterate the comments that were made, but the vice mayor and the commissioner encapsulated both of my comments. I was very impressed by the Mediterranean discussion that you've had, multiple discussions that you've had, along with the honoring of Dorothy, who's done an incredible job, Mayor Thompson here in the city. And there's a lot more that's coming. I mean, we've sat down and we've had discussions. I think there's a place for everything. There's a place as an opportunity to celebrate the arts, to celebrate history, to celebrate culture. And I think the museum is headed in the right direction, and I'm very excited to see what the future holds for us. I know that we have some other speakers, right, that wanted to speak, so.
We have a couple more speakers. Next is Mr. Elvis Fuentes.
While you're coming up, I'll reiterate those comments and say you're doing an excellent job of keeping the museum alive. When something new comes in, you can also teach something old as well at the same time. So to keep the museum alive and active and draw more people in, we can accomplish two purposes. So.
By the way, in my years of service, and I forgot to mention this, in my years of service and being involved with the museum and making sure the museum had a funding stream to survive and to be representing this community, I've never seen the museum have a vibrant young professionals network. And I know a lot of it has to do with the work of Elvis and Nicholas Cabrera and Alex Bucello and the entire board, who have really been working hard to do an incredible job. I've attended two of the events, two of the cocktail hours, and we're talking about probably about 75, 80 young professionals being exposed to the museum, learning about our history, our culture, who we are as a city, but also enjoying the arts and having a good time, which is, again, to draw young people to the arts is not easy. And when I walked in there and I saw the amount of people who were there talking about Coral Gables and our history and our culture, it really impressed me. So.
Right. Mr. Fuentes?
Well, good morning. I want to thank you for your very kind comments. We really appreciate it. I have to say that I, as executive director, I really am humbled by listening to what you're saying, because I know it comes from a position of really appreciating what we're trying to do. One of the things that I just wanted to point out, what we are doing is basically coming the mission of the museum in alignment with what we have. And this came from revising the collection policies that we have currently at the museum. We are in the process now of preparing the museum for accreditation by the American Alliance of Museums. That will help us get access to major grants from a foundation at the federal level, which is something that we right now don't have. And thinking strategically in terms of the future of the museum, especially heading into the centennial, that we want to, of course, celebrate and make it a celebration not just of the city, but also a national, something that called the attention from the entire nation. And part of that was, of course, including visual arts, something that encompasses, that is not in the mission, and therefore is something that we need to basically widen, so we can actually keep some of the major objects that we have in our collection right now. Because we have paintings by them and Fink, we have paintings that have been donated by very important members of the community, that in order to keep a session in our collection, we need to do that. But also looking forward and moving forward, I think it's also important to highlight Coral Gables as a city that is doing a lot in terms of public art and civic arts. And for instance, that is something that we want to emphasize as well. Coral Gables has a major public art program, art in public places, that I think can be also highlighted. And the museum can be a good vehicle to also highlight what the city is doing in terms of that. So I just want to thank you, and of course, for this opportunity, and happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next speaker is on Zoom. I believe is Ms. Carele Carbonell.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Happy Valentine's Day. I wanted to just read a statement from the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables on this item. And we'd like to say that to please consider that the request to amend the museum's mission and the implication to the original purpose of serving as a community and history museum. No one is doubting that the museum is a viable institution in the city, but this request continues to move away from the original founding purpose of it being an educational and cultural institution within a city-owned facility, which is a historic facility. And in that note, we, meaning the residents and of course the museum, should not forget where they came from. Art is a wonderful addition, but all museums don't fit the same mold. And we have a very unique institution here in Coral Gables that not many cities do, which is a history and cultural museum. And so I really urge, on behalf of HPACG, for the museum to continue to remember its founding. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Just one last comment that I forgot to add. We're really recognizing the fact that visual arts has been used. In fact, it was used for the Mediterranean presentation and adds to the educational aspects for the museum. So whether it was, a different way of expressing a presentation such as that, the fact that we're adding the word visual in there recognizes the fact that we do need to use the visual arts for educational purposes, for cultural purposes, and enhancing our ability to teach people about architecture in our city. So, my last 2 cents.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right.
May I have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Commissioner Kaysen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to public comment.
We only have one member of the public requesting to speak, Mr. Mayor, is Ms. Maria Cruz.
told you it was going to be, was not going to be a very good day. Last week, or a little over a week, I guess, I lost track of time, I had opportunity to, Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, and I did complete a card. I had the opportunity to attend the annual development, I guess, I don't remember the full name, meeting of the university and the city. It was impressive. The spread of food was very good. The attendance was very good. I was the only resident, non-staff, non-university related present. It was a kumbaya moment. It was lots of love. It should have been done on Valentine's Day. It shows great relationship between the university and the city. And I am sure if I were representing the university, I would be very pleased with all the stuff that the university enjoys, thanks to the city. And we do enjoy some things from the university, don't get me wrong. I love football, I love tennis, I love basketball. But you know what? The relationship between the university and the city fails to include the third part of the third leg of the stool. There are residents also involved, and residents that may or may not be appreciative of the tickets, the free tickets we get. Because when you think of the number of tickets, considering all the benefits, is minimal, okay? At a certain point in time, the residents around that area, we suggested that maybe the university could have a consideration of the residents by offering maybe a special discount for the use of the health center. Of course, that didn't watch. We get tickets to games that may or may not have a full attendance, okay? But that's okay. I heard things like the university has taken care of the parking issue. Well, I guess I live on the wrong side of a railroad, because you know what? On my side, we have parking problems. I live across from the church that I attend. They've had to hire a parking attendant because otherwise university students and employees working at the construction sites were taking the parking that was for the church. The neighbors behind the church have a residence-only area. University students and construction workers park there. The parking in front of the church is for 2 hours limit. University students come in at 6 o'clock in the morning and they're there till the rest of the day. The side that there's no parking, full of university students. Whoever tells you that the university has taken care of the parking issue does not see reality. Smoke and mirrors. That's number one. Parking is also related to construction. When there are construction sites at the university and there's no staging plans, we get hit. Because guess what? 5:45 a.m. last week, I had to call the police because there was a humongous 18-wheeler parked in the middle of the street in front of my house, trying to figure out where he was parking, because he had to wait for whatever place he was delivering to get in. 5:45. Well, lo and behold, I was coming out to figure out what the noise was on my way to pick up my granddaughters, and I told him, you cannot stay there. So he found parking by the curb in front of the university, right before the circle, blocking part of the road because it was humongous. I called the police. The police came out. You know what I was told? There was nothing they could do. He was just parked. They said, that's a commercial vehicle. We don't have commercial vehicles in the residential areas. Okay? But he stayed there most of the day, at least till noon when I came back. okay?
Cruz, you're a couple minutes over. If you could just please wind it.
What was that?
You're over by 2 minutes already. If you could just
I
bring
know,
it to a
but
conclusion.
you know what? We've taken a lot of comment about things that were way longer than.
It's your fifth time up here today. Please, we need to move on with the agenda.
I think Mr. Lago is running the meeting
Okay,
today.
Mr. Lago, if you
here.
ask Ms. Cruz to please wind up.
He's still here. Okay.
Ms. Cruz, will you do me a favor? Let's wrap it up so we can.
No, I'm gonna
Onto
wrap
the
it up, but
agenda.
I have a few things. You know why we have a problem with the construction? Because they get extended hour permits. It's rare the evening, it's rare the late hours that we do not see construction trucks going to the university. And when we questioned, because we talked to some people there, they showed us extended hour permits. They can build 24/7, even in early hours of the morning. That is wrong. We're entitled to have a quality of life. And I'm sorry, the fact that the city manager approves it, you know what? We live there. We pay taxes too. Actually, we pay more tax. The university is not for profit, and most of the employees don't live in the city. That's the comment about that. Very fast. So you see that why there's anger in the air. Last week, there was a Board of Architects meeting. Board of Architects meeting where neighbors took time.
If I may.
This is short. This is very short,
The problem
Mayor.
is that you're weaving so many discussions.
I
and
know.
You're not.
Well, but you know.
We give 3 minutes, you're at 7 minutes almost.
Okay.
So we're trying,
Well.
there's other people that want to potentially speak. You've been up 4 times already.
Yeah, but at different items. I sign my
understand, but
cards.
let's-
There are people
but
that
let's-
get up
but
and don't
let's-
even get
but
cars.
Let's be respectful.
Okay, very respectful, which brings me to the point. Residents deserve respect. That's exactly, I have it written right here. Residents deserve respect. It's bad enough the Board of Architects happens in the morning when people have to work. But it's worse when we show up there at the time that we're expected to deal with the item, and at the point that the meeting is called to order, somebody comes in with a mention, the city manager has requested this item to be 11 a.m. time certain. That is wrong.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Wait, no, don't move. I'm gonna address some of your comments. With all due respect, first off, it's within the purview of the manager to make that decision. Number one. Number two, the BOA, the people who are the individuals who serve on the BOA are volunteers. They come to the city every single week. These architects give up an entire day to see the issues that are affecting our city in regards to design and construction. They give up an entire day for every week, correct?
Every Thursday, Mayor.
Every Thursday, excuse me. I just want to make sure. I don't want to speak out of turn. So you're talking about individuals who are professionals, who have careers, and they give up an entire day to make sure that they come to work here on behalf of the city for free. Okay? Now, we can't have those meetings after hours because these meetings probably take, in some instances, maybe 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, depending on the length. They would be here till 12 o'clock at night in certain cases. So we have to be considerate of these individuals who are giving up of their time. So let's also be honest with ourselves. We're not having a meeting once a month. We're having a meeting every single week. And these individuals are giving up time of their own professional careers where they make bread and butter and they provide for their families by the service. These people are not gigantic architects from New York. These are architects, local architects who live in our community, who work in our community, who are building homes, who are building buildings, who are doing remodels, who are giving up of their time because it is a prestigious appointment to a board here in the City Beautiful. So I just want to make sure we put on the record that I say thank you very much, and I'd be very careful when we talk about this because it's hard to find people to serve on that board. Mr. Manager, am I correct? Yes or no?
You are correct, Mayor.
And we've talked about this a dozen times about the BOA, and it's very difficult to find people to serve on that board. So I don't want to talk about whether it should be after 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock or 9 o'clock. I just want to give gratitude for their service because we have to be. So that's number one. Number two, I live in front of the University of Miami for the last 10 years. So I have a really good experience. Nobody can sell me and tell me what's happening at the University of Miami. Because guess what? While you live close to the University of Miami, I live in front of the University of Miami. Nobody is closer to the University of Miami than Vince Lago. I am the closest house to University of Miami. There is nobody closer. Nobody. I have all the traffic on San Amaro. I have the law school, I have the parking, I have the generators, I have the construction, I have everything. And while everything is not perfect, everything is much more in line than it was 10, 12, 15 years ago. Nobody parks illegally on my swale. Those days are over. There's no illegal parking on the swales. There is not students all over the neighborhoods. That has been put in check. Yes, 18-wheelers make mistakes once in a while and they drive down San Amaro. It happens. Sometimes a worker from a construction site sits on the curb on San Amaro and Urbino and sits there for 15 minutes or an hour while he gets picked up. Yes, it happens. Once a month, twice a month, it may happen. But to say that there's 18-wheelers and construction vehicles traveling in front of the property is just not correct, because it's not the truth. That used to be an issue before till we really worked on addressing issues. Are we perfect? We'll never be perfect. We can always continue to work on things. Do we need to potentially send parking enforcement to address those parking spaces in front of Mrs. Cruz's home? We should, yes, yes. But the idea that it's a free-for-all in front of the University of Miami, I don't want to take shots at one of our community partners like that, because it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. And by the way, we did address very important issues in that meeting. We addressed issues that I think are important to me, like Lee Lincoln, very important to me, something that I've been working on with the manager and the city and bringing that into the city as one of the largest parks, and it's something, a point of pride for this commission. We talked about that. We talked about the importance of starting those negotiations that the manager's working on, and with the help of the commission and our team here, our legal team here. We talked about a litany of things that doesn't come to mind right now because you caught me kind of off guard on this issue. But that's one thing that comes to mind. So, while can we get better? Yes. Can we address the issue of parking enforcement? Yes, we can. But we also have to be honest with ourselves. The University of Miami did not sprout up yesterday. I bought that house knowing the University of Miami was in front.
Yep.
Bought it.
But there was no extended hours.
But I bought it. I live in front of the University of Miami. Is there emergency construction? Yes. It happened 5 months ago. There was a broken main line, and at 4 a.m, they were working on it. Yes, it woke me up. It happens. It is. But is there construction? Is there work after hours? Barely never. It's not happening. I'm there in front of it. Trust me, I'm in the construction industry. This is how I make my living. So,
Mayor, and all permits are subject to noise. If there's noise, they are removed immediately.
Mayor, I've been here many times. Nobody has ever said that what I said was not true. That's okay. I'm going to get a video between now and the next meeting, and I'll show you the concrete mixers driving there. I'm going to show you.
They're allowed to.
No, Mr. Manager told me the construction vehicles will come through Ponce and San Amaro directly to the university. I have it
Ms.
on
Cruz,
him.
Ms. Cruz, but
And the extended hours?
I can address that for you, if you let me address that for you. When certain times people make mistakes. They come down San Amaro. I've had it happen. I've had it where an 18-wheeler stopped in front of my house. I went to speak to a gentleman. He goes, hey, I made a mistake. Now I got to figure out how to get this massive vehicle out through San Amaro. What am I going to do in that point? It's not every day. It's not every week that it's happening. They're working with their contractors and being very clear on ingress and egress inside the university. Do mistakes happen? Yes. Do people miss exits? They do, and it happens. But it's not like they're pushing traffic down San Amaro or they're pushing traffic down Miller. That's not happening. And by the way, you know very well that 15 years ago, 10 years ago, it was a completely different scenario in regards to traffic and parking. And let's at least be honest with ourselves and admit that things have gotten much better. Can we be honest with that or no?
Yes, but I'm talking about specific cases. I'm not talking about generalities.
The problem there is that there's 4 parking spaces that are in front of the church that have to be maintained by parking enforcement
Mr.
more
Mayor,
rigorously.
It's not just 4 parking spaces. It's the whole area. Okay, and my big issue is the extended time. And you know what? That doesn't happen. That's okay. Only emergencies. As of now, I'm going to request all the extent, and I'll show you how it's not emergencies. They work as many hours as they can because the city manager allows it to happen. That's okay.
Mayor,
I'll prove it to you.
if you have a project that's
I'll
on the
prove
other
it to
side
you.
of the field,
Yes.
and I've been through there at night, you can't perceive the noise. It's so far away. That's a huge campus, and if you work in the middle, you have certain latitudes that if you work on the perimeter, and it's understood that all construction vehicles are coming through Santa Maro, through Ponce, down Santa Maro. So we also work at that they must have a project manager, and if there's any noise, they get shut down.
That just makes good business. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a good business practice. Do not allow construction to be happening after hours on the outskirts of the university. Just make sure that if it's an interior project, that it has an emergency, that has to be done at night, or that it has an issue. For example, you have to shut off the electricity, you have to do something, connect a main line of some sort, a sewer line, a water line. You can do those things at night when you're in the interior of the university. So,
And Mayor, we request that they have a project manager at all times when they're doing work after hours. And if there's noise, they immediately get shut down. So I think the terms of working after hours are interior, project manager. If there's noise, you get shut down. I've walked through that area to make sure, and you can't really perceive it. So it's a large campus, and it depends where the project is, how we address the after hours permit, which as you know, from a construction point of view, I think we have a little latitude because of the size of that campus.
And my last comment is, the employees that go to work after hours, they drop by helicopter or balloon. They do not drive in front. Those trucks that make noise, they don't drive in front of our homes. That's okay.
Is that what you're
See the
suggesting, that
videos.
they drop in by balloon?
They must be dropped because
I'm asking, so what is
I'm
that the
saying
suggestion?
They either come by helicopter and dropped in the site.
But that's not gonna happen,
and then
right?
go
That's
to us.
not-
Of course not. But
Right. So what are we talking about?
We don't hear it. We hear the noise. We're sleeping
Yes.
and we hear the big truck. Construction workers drive humongous trucks that
Understood.
make noises. And when they back, you can hear the beep, 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 okay? And that's what affects our quality of life. But
Understood.
that's okay. I'm dreaming, I'm hallucinating. You know what? I'll bring you the videos.
Please
and
do.
then you'll see how after hours affects our area.
Thank you.
Okay?
please do me a favor. Please do me a favor,
Yes.
because I'm even though I'm in front of the university and I'm on San Amaro, I don't have that issue. Again, on a regular basis, I have it maybe once a month. I'll see it. He took a wrong turn, and the cement
not
truck.
what we're talking about.
But hold on. That's what I'm saying. Especially on weekends when I'm home outside landscaping by myself after the gym, 8:30, 9 o'clock, you can find me landscaping for 3 or 4 hours. I don't hear the construction vehicles. I know how construction vehicles sound. I do this every day. I don't see it. I just see, what I do see a lot though, which it can be misconstrued, is a lot of FedEx truck vehicles, a lot of DHL, a lot of UPS vehicles that make a lot of noise, that stop traffic. And I think by preemption, as per our city attorney, says we can't really do anything about it. They can stop in the middle of the street and they can do as they please, jump in and jump out, stopping traffic. They make a lot of noise. They hit our canopy. They do a lot of things like that. But I don't see the massive amount. So I'm asking you, please help me. If you can record the vehicles with film and you can see them, please send them my way, because I would like to see and put it to the attention of yours in Miami if this is really happening. I don't see it. I walk that neighborhood on a constant basis. I take my daughters to the Arboretum. I'm on San Amaro constantly with my neighbors, with my friends, outside with, in bicycles with my kids. I don't see it. So, but I welcome the video so we can address it.
You know what I think the difference is? They come the Palmetto, and the Palmetto throw, the Waze or whatever throws them to Miller. And that's how they come down our way. They don't come down your way.
I walk down,
right.
I'm a block away from that. I would hear them. And I walk down that area constantly, up and down San Amaro to the university, to visit friends and to visit colleagues who are in that area. We walk all the way to Titanic in certain instances. We walk to the Metro Rail. So I don't see that amount. What I do see is a lot of vehicles on Ponce, but then you have that rogue vehicle that is a new driver that, that they forgot to educate in regards to ingress and egress, and it happens. But send me the videos. I'll bring it to the attention of the University of Miami, and we'll address it if it's an issue. Okay?
Mayor, the university.
But I'm happy though. At least we did acknowledge on the record that traffic and parking illegally is no longer really an issue in that area, because I face it. We have those issues with those spaces in front of Maria Cruz's residence, which are public spaces, which we need to, in more frequency, please send Kevin Kinney a note that he needs to have somebody go over there and ticket those vehicles, make sure they're not parking there all day for free, because those are public parking spaces. But to say that people are parking illegally throughout the neighborhood is not the case.
All right.
The
Can we move on
Mayor
now
has
to the
actually-
next item, please? Please, it's disrespectful.
Come on,
Let's move on.
It's honestly outrageous.
Enough's enough.
And now 20 minutes.
Okay.
We haven't gotten to the first agenda item after consent.
Moving on to F1.
F1 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City Code, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Section 1-7, entitled Penalties, to include additional penalties for violations of Section 74-3, entitled Riding of Bicycles upon Pedestrian Sidewalks Generally, providing for repeater provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. Ms. Rodriguez?
Good morning.
Morning, how are you? Welcome back.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
As we discussed on January 24, 2023 City Commission meeting about adding a fine for violating Section 74-3 of the City Code, which currently prohibits the riding of bicycles upon the pedestrian sidewalks on Miracle Mile and where posted. As discussed last time, we amended the fines to the following. The first violation would be a $35 fine, the second violation a $100 fine, and the third or subsequent violations a $200 fine.
Perfect. Are there any other comments? Any other concerns?
Yes, sir, we do have a member of the public requesting to speak on this item, Ms. Maria Cruz.
With that being said, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it. Second.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kaysen?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you very much. I appreciate your hard work. Moving on to, you know what, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll start doing everything in regards to the ordinances. I think we can move through it very quickly. See you in 5 minutes. Oh, we're done. I taught my conversation. I'm gonna do the best. Okay. Mr. Clerk, you ready? I'd like to defer at the request of Commissioner Anderson, F2.
Okay.
Moving on to F3, this should be very simple.
Mayor, F3 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 62, Streets, Sidewalks, and Other Public Places to reduce abandoned construction signage and barricades in connection with approved work on the right-of-way and amending Section 1-7 entitled Penalties to include additional penalties for violations, providing for severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item.
Thank you very much. I think this is pretty much self-explanatory.
Yes.
I'll make a motion.
Second. Okay, that work?
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes,
Commissioner Kaysen?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, just really briefly. I know I had some pictures I wanted to show you. This is very simple. This is against my own industry. I had to pick these up with staff myself. They were out on in front of Houston's on Miracle Mile for over 2 months. They were left there because a contractor had left. And by the way, look how beautiful the landscaping is looking. Great job, Dina and your team. You're doing
Yes.
good work. Up and down, it's completely changing the way the downtown looks. These signs, these water, it's everywhere. I call them, there are cones, there are signage everywhere throughout the city. Look at these signs. That was left there. 2 months just left there. So we went and picked them up. That thing weighs at least 150 pounds and it's sharp. If it falls somebody, it will hurt somebody.
I've picked them up too.
They're all over.
They're all over the
cones all over the city. These are all these pictures I took. These are cones everywhere. So we need to make sure, look at these signs on the street, somebody running, a child trips on that. This cone, by the way, this cone is currently still on Miracle Mile as of yesterday. Still there. I've been asking for that cone to be picked up for 3 months. That cone is still in front of Zuka for 3 months. I've been asking for it to get picked up. Nobody knows who it belongs to. That cone was there as of yesterday for at least 2 months.
It's abandoned.
Just
Abandoned.
abandoned.
So,
So
Mayor,
I need to make sure that when a construction company, a civil site contractor, anybody that's doing work, anybody that's doing any work at all throughout the city, that they're notified when they pull their permit. If they leave a job site, they leave it dirty, they leave signs scattered throughout, they will be fined. And I think it needs to be not a one time, but it needs to be a daily.
yes, so the ordinance provides that after 24 hours after passing final inspection on their permit for their work, and if these signs and cones, et cetera, barricades, et cetera, are still left there, they're deemed abandoned, and there'll be a $500 daily fine, and also the city can remove them.
Okay.
And that's per item. And my apologies, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. We'll work with Public Works and make sure that they incorporate that as part of the permitting process, that a notification gets provided so that they're fully aware of this. So they're not surprised after 24 hours after they close their permits and we give them a citation, $500 per item, and they're not shocked.
Good.
Everything else good? Okay, moving on to F4.
F4 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City Code, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Section 1-7, entitled Penalties to include additional penalties for violations of Section 74-241, entitled Motorized Scooters on Sidewalks, and Section 74-2, prohibiting skateboard use generally, providing for repealer provision, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item.
Commissioner Anderson, as you requested, this item is on. We're going to ask Barbara Rodriguez, our legal intern, to introduce the item again. It's very similar to one you heard earlier today.
We plagiarized F1.
Welcome back.
Thank you. So like this ordinance, like the previous one, we are adding fines for violating Section 74-241 entitled Motorized Scooters on Sidewalks and Section 74-2 entitled Prohibiting Skateboard Use Generally, which they both prohibit riding scooters and skateboards where posted. The current fine for violating these sections is $35, which is the general penalty for violations of Chapter 74. The fines we will be adding are the following. The first violation is a $35 fine. The second violation would be a $100 fine. And the third or subsequent violations would be $200 fine, which is similar to the one we just adopted.
We're basically just making this identical to the bicycle one we discussed last meeting?
Correct, it's mirroring that one.
Right. And it promotes safety for pedestrians and make it, places like the mile a safe zone to walk.
Will this cover future technological developments with wheels that are electric, we say skateboards and...
Who knows what's coming?
Yeah, is it broad enough that we discussed this before in our,
Yes, Commissioner, we're looking at our city code to see if there's any opportunities to sort of expand definitions to cover those one-off or stranger vehicles that may come, those one-wheeled skateboards, hoverboards, who knows what's coming next. So we'll be looking at our code to see if there's anything we can amend to include those in those prohibitions where we've prohibited skateboards, et cetera. I know we discussed roller skates, et cetera, as well. So legislation may be coming back to you soon, but we'll work with you, Commissioner, to make sure we address your concerns.
great.
Perfect. I love it.
I'll make a motion.
Any public comment? None?
No, I don't think so.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, who moved it?
You made a motion?
All right.
He moved it for me.
Mayor.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaysen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, we didn't hear from the chief. You have anything to say, chief?
Hi, Chief.
Hey, listen.
I'm saving it.
Save your voice.
I just want to see what a hovercraft's going to look like.
All right, moving on to G1 now, right?
Have wheels.
G1 is a resolution of the City Commission providing direction to the city manager regarding improvements to Majorca Park to allow for a dedicated off-leash dog play area and authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2022 to 2023 amended budget to appropriate funds for said improvements.
Mayor, Commissioners, this item is sponsored by Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Menendez. It requests that a dedicated off-leash dog play area be created at Majorca Park. I believe there's a rock structure is where the commissioners were thinking that would be, with similar fencing to that temporary dog park that's currently located in Catalonia Park.
Right, we were copied on an email from a resident. There is a rock wall that continues along the playground area. It's not a safe structure for some smaller children to be encountering, and plus it would be nice to use it as a separation piece between the dog play area versus the children's play area, and keep the dogs out of the children's play area is the intent here, and keep the other side as a no dog area so that we don't have deposits there for the children to be encountered.
Or the dogs don't just carry the children away. Also, there was a petition attached to the legislation, this item, over 100 signatures. So there's overwhelming support for the city to move forward in this direction.
Is there any public comment?
No, sir.
Vice Mayor?
Despite respectfully what you just said, I think we should have community input. We had it on when we discussed the other park in spades, like 3 or 4 times. I'm not saying we should do that, but we haven't done that at all here. I know there's a letter, but I don't know who's out there that disagrees or doesn't disagree, or what the neighborhood here wants or doesn't want. So I'm conceptually okay with it. We did it elsewhere, but I think we should have some sort of community input involved here. Maybe, this is directing the city manager. I mean, I don't know. Maybe come back and notice the neighborhood. I don't know, but I just.
How big would the neighborhood be around it?
I mean, and I'd also like to see, I don't know if you have like when we talked about the other one, we kind of had a schematic of the park. We really were thoughtful about it. And I'm not saying the sponsors haven't been, I'm sure they have been, but I haven't been able to really look at the logistics here. I don't want to just go around splitting every park up, into dog and kids. So maybe this one's great for it. Maybe it's not. Do we have any sort of like presentation that shows us what it would look like? Or is that something we're asking the city manager to kind of come back and propose something?
So as drafted, it does not require the city manager to come back with a proposal. And it doesn't require the manager currently to engage in any community, feedback or engagement.
I have no objection for that to occur. My understanding is they already had gotten everybody around the park to sign for approval, but having a schematic and
I asked them to submit it to the city as an official part of the record, the petition.
We've lived through a lot of experiences in the city where people purport to represent a lot of people that they don't necessarily. So I don't know these people. I don't know them from Adam. I'm not judging them in any way whatsoever. But I think if you're gonna get public input, you have to have notice, and you have to have everybody an opportunity to speak, not just whoever is the self-appointed person is to be speaking on behalf of this neighborhood. Like, I don't, like, was there a radius? Are all these people who signed this within a certain radius of the park, or are they just?
Adjacent, but is that a motion, Vice Mayor?
What's that?
Is that a motion?
No, I'm asking the question. Yeah, I would make a motion to basically, have the city manager come back with an actual, somewhat detailed proposal. And B, definitely to provide notice and have community input before we officially move forward with doing this.
I'll second the motion.
Can we defer this a little bit later? I'm going to have the person that had the petition started, have her call in and perhaps give her information. I know,
But either way, I want to have community input. so
No, I agree, but I'd like to hear from her.
Okay, that's
I
fine.
don't know if it's necessary today, but.
And if this is a permanent facility, then we cannot go with chain link. We have to go with aluminum fencing, which would be more expensive, so
So you'd still need to come in with a schematic, either way, correct?
it would be, what we did on Catalina Park is a temporary park. We used black chain link fence because we were going to remove it, but if we're going to do something permanent, then we'd have to go with what the code, zoning code requires, which is aluminum.
Right.
So just, I understood the motion to direct the city manager to come back with a proposal for a location at this area, given the guidance from the commission, and to have a community meeting or solicit community input prior to bringing that proposal to the commission.
Yes.
And costs.
And costs.
Yeah.
And nonetheless, I'd like a person who reached out to us initially to be able to talk. I think she was confused in terms of when this was coming up. So,
Is she available right now?
She is available on Zoom right now.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk. Hello?
Hi,
Hi, can you please identify yourself? Thank you.
this is Veronica Designs. Let me start my video. Sorry. Okay, here I am. Hi.
Okay.
So Veronica, the discussion was that the commission is talking about having this get further community input.
Okay.
Which is the steps they took with Catalonia. And I just wanted to introduce you because I know you reached out to a lot of residents and folks that use the park. And if you don't mind sharing your experience and why you feel that this is important, needed, and who else is involved in terms of from the community supporting. I just want you to be on the record.
Sure. So it's a big problem that there's not a fence because not only can the dogs access the children, but there is a dangerous ledge so kids can fall over. I mentioned this, there's a whole bunch of moms on my street, Majorca, and the park is Majorca Park. And they all agreed with me. This is, it's outrageous that there's not a fence in the park. So what happened was, we don't take our kids to this park hardly ever because we're scared, or we see, is there a dog in the park? If there is, I'm not going to enter. And if there's not, then we'll take the kids. And so some of the moms were saying that they won't even take their dogs there because they're afraid their dog is a puppy, it's untrained, it's going to bite a kid, and then they're going to be sued or something. So dog owners don't want to take their dogs. Parents don't want to take their kids. I started a petition. It got 140 signatures. I think more than 70 are from Coral Gables residents. And everybody, if you look at, I posted it on Nextdoor. If you look at the comments on Nextdoor, everybody says we have to protect the children. And if you look at the comments on the petition itself, everybody is saying, I can't believe that this fence wasn't erected when the park was built. It's a liability issue for the city. It's a liability issue for the dog owners, and it's a safety issue for the children. So it just seems like an obvious thing to do. And everybody that I've spoken to has supported it and spread the word and signed the petition. And so, I mean, it's more than 70 Coral Gables residents that really were putting themselves out there for this. So yeah.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. I'm just going to weigh in very briefly. I'm in agreement. I think there should be some sort of public comment. We should notice the residents. It'll just take us maybe 2 more weeks to get this done, and we can close the chapter and move in a direction where we just, dot our I's and cross our T's to ensure that public comment and the neighborhood has been accounted for.
Is the suggestion also that there's a issue with perimeter fence of some sort? Like what? I don't understand this ledge issue.
It's the way the park was designed,
Uh-huh.
that you have this rock wall, so to speak, with a higher level and a lower level in the park. That's my understanding.
But what does the ledge have to do with the dogs and the kids?
Initially, when the park was designed, it wasn't designed to be a park that was split for child use and for dog use.
Right.
It was just supposed to be a park for people to use. So what we looked at is making sure to have the perimeter fencing around the perimeter of the park, and that's what the community wanted at the time. There is a dividing small rock ledge wall that the initial use was for it to be an additional seating for parents to sit around as they watch their children
Not meant to be
on
a
the west
divider.
side. It was not meant to be a divider because the perimeter fencing, that's what we worked with the community to begin with. That's how the park was originally constructed.
I'd also like to understand how far this is from the newer dog parks that we've had come online or are coming online.
Well, the park is directly across the street from the country club, so it's
Alhambra.
Yeah,
Right, but
it's
like
right
the
on
new
the
dog
corner of
park-
Alhambra and
the new
Granada,
dog park
Mallorca.
we have coming is east of there. I'd have to like.
Salvador.
Yeah.
The one we have in Salvador, it's
That's,
But
yeah,
you
that's a
still have-
little west.
yeah, it's,
And you got to cross Coral Way and.
you do? You have to cross, yeah.
Yeah, Coral
You
Way
have
is
to
a
cross
big-
Granada, and you have to cross Coral Way to get to Salvador
This
Park.
is a large property, relatively, in terms of.
Sure, in comparison to Catalonia, yeah, it's bigger. And yeah, if you do have a demarked, because of that ledge wall that was built there is a proposed barrier that you can make. If you want to extend it and you want to make the east side for use for dogs, then that park lends itself beautifully to that. If you extend that wall up, we can you either take that rock bench out, or you add a wall, either one, and you can do that, and then it works for both purposes.
But are we talking about, one thing is fencing off the playground area as a matter of fencing it off, right? Which I understand, and we do, some parks we kind of have that set up, or,
We don't normally, I mean, unless it's a really big park.
The ledge is around the playground, no? Sort of?
It's on the inside of the playground, so it's in the middle of the park. The ledge doesn't go out to the street. It's towards the center. It's to the east of the playground. So there is a perimeter fencing on the west perimeter of the park, and on the south perimeter of the park. And then, on the north side and on the east side are homes. So it's a corner. And the perimeter fencing, which we made sure we had, because there is a play area, that's where we put it. Now, we did put that, the community wanted that playground where it is, which is on the west side, because it was under the tree. And that's, so this was one of those parks that we had several community meetings, because there was a lot of back and forth on what kind of play equipment to put in, on what kind of use it was. So we met with them multiple times to choose how we were doing all the features that are in the park. Now, if the use looks like it has changed, where we need to have maybe a standalone dog area, yes, the design lends itself to that, because you have that demarcation right now, and you can just either build on it or remove it and build something new, and then you have what you need if that's what you want to do.
At the time of those discussions, was there any discussion of a dog park at all, or?
No, when we had those discussions was a few years back, and that was one of our 5 parks. There wasn't a lot of discussion on having these small parks be dog parks, but I think the nature of the use of parks has changed in the last 3 or 4 years. I think there's a lot more demand for it, and it just seems to be something at the forefront. It's something that now we consider. Every time I'm going for a new park design, I'm looking at whether we're going to use it as dogs, and we have to delineate from day one whether we're going to allow dogs in there off leash. We don't even want to talk about dog friendly anymore. It's either, is it going to be a place where dogs can go in or where they can't? And so that's, in the future, that's what we're going to look at. But back then, it wasn't, there wasn't that much of a need for it. We thought, and people were okay with the impression that you can bring a dog on a leash, but the use has changed.
But that's why I wanted to look at like proposed plans and really understand how much space it leaves on either side, because one thing is the play area for little kids, but at some point, you also want to have park space, open space that kids can put some cones out and play football or kick the soccer ball or, whatever. And so like, what does it leave as?
No, yeah, you would have to look at that. If you used that rock wall and made that the barrier, yeah, and the rest was if it was an unleashed dog park, then there wouldn't be any other open space. That's the line, because the line is playground to the west and then field to the right.
But the problem we face is the same problem we face with Catalonia. Once we opened it, you had people bringing their dogs where the kids are playing.
We've actually had them in the playground.
Yeah, in the
They
playground.
were doing an obedience class one day. I had to go in there and go,
So
guys,
in order to
not in the playground."
maximize the use, or at least the feeling from families that they can safely take their kids to play there, it's almost, that's why these residents are asking, can you do something so
Sure.
the dogs that are already there can be doing their thing, and the parents can be,
And there's different proposals. If you want, you can remove that rock wall, or you can leave it as a bench, or you can do something to it, but you can move the actual divider further over to the east if you want to reduce the space and have more space for the kids area. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do. It just depends on what the will of the commission is.
So why don't we do this? We got a lot of items on the agenda. Why don't we ask the manager, with the support of the commission, to reach out to the residents, survey them, have a meeting, have a discussion, and bring this on the next agenda or the following agenda if we need a little bit more time.
with an image of the, a picture of the park. And another thing I'm going to bring up, not now, but in the future, I want to review what our fines are for people having unleashed dogs in our parks where kids are. And if we need to add more teeth to those fines, I think we should. I rather have the teeth in the fine than the teeth in the people.
Okay.
So
I'm glad to hear you say that, just because, like, it's a decision to create an off-leash dog park here, right? Which is not currently, and
It
that's
isn't.
fine. Maybe we should, but
Correct.
maybe we shouldn't. That's.
Yeah, in terms of clarification, do you want us to survey, or do you want us to have an actual public meeting? Because if we have a public meeting, the timeline's going to be pushed a little further.
in my opinion, just let them know that on the next commission meeting, we're having
Okay.
this discussion.
We can do
And
that.
if they want to participate, they can participate. You'll have, pictures of the park, and we have,
Absolutely.
just like Catalonia.
I do
We had
think,
them come here.
I do think, Commissioner, we have to have some renderings of what we're proposing, and we'll try to bring that sometime in March, because I think we need to have some renderings as to what we're proposing, instead of,
No,
So we'll have it in the first meeting in March. Okay?
that absolutely makes sense,
that may be
think-
tight, Mayor, we'll try to get it first meeting in March, for sure, the second meeting in March,
Is that
depending
fine?
on how we get
Sponsors, is that
renderings,
okay?
on how we get
Yeah, no,
renderings.
that's
Simply
fine.
because we need to get some landscape architecture work done.
Okay. So as amended, bringing back in March a proposal with renderings to the commission, proposal and costs, and notify a certain area determined by the city manager of residents about that meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would be, make sure to cast a wide enough net to really get community input. It's not just the houses right around the park. It's
And I also
the
don't
neighborhood.
want
radius.
misinformation that
We'll have a
we're
radius.
converting that park into a dog park, because that was misinformation going with Catalonia. Dogs are already there. We're just trying to find a way how dogs and children can coexist.
But you are converting it to an off-leash dog park. It's not that now.
Well, if we're doing things like
Some
this,
dogs are
the
unleashed
children,
already.
yeah, they're already off leash.
Probably, to your point, I hear you loud and clear. But just because people are not following the rules for the park as it currently exists is not necessarily a reason to change the nature of the park to something else. It may be that it's just an enforcement issue. I'm not here to adjudicate that today because I don't have enough information, but I don't want to just every time people are not listening and
But this is just to me
Change
a
the dynamic of the park.
no-brainer, because we've already spent the whole morning talking about enforcement or lack of enforcement.
That part, yes.
No, but garbage and trash pits is one thing, and then safety of kids, because folks don't want to follow the rules. That's why I bumped this up to the top of the list, because you're dealing with safety of kids, and at some point, we need to take action, whether it's logical or not logical, but at the end of the day, you just have to do what you have to
Right,
do.
I want a real analysis when we talk about it because again, we have a whole park system with a lot of different features in a lot of different places. And we have these pocket parks where you have a little bit of space. It's more like, the immediate neighborhood, which are terrific. But you want to have enough sizable parks, again, where kids can run around and throw the football and maybe even bring out a baseball and hit some pop flies. And, if you keep segregating off every park, you end up with no significant open space other than the youth center in Phillips Park. Right. And so I just want to be thoughtful.
By the way, dogs are important, very important. Man's best friend. But once we do this, we're gonna have about
keep coming. Yeah.
4 or 5 or 6 or 7.
We already did
or
one, and
8.
here we are.
Okay,
Right.
it's just not gonna end.
I think the rock ledge was part of the impetus for, bringing this separation up, because it was a danger for the children. We can look at the options, whether it's take the rock wall out. I mean, the rocks inside Catalonia Park are also an issue. If we want open space, to be able to play ball, having decorative rocks in areas where children would be running, or dogs running, or anything running, is not useful. Looks pretty, but it's not practical.
You understand?
Yep.
We have marching orders?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Moving on to the next item.
Motion?
Mayor, I believe we need a motion.
Can I
Make
have
a motion.
We already have a motion and
We already
second.
have a
Second,
motion.
okay.
Commissioner Kaysen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you,
Solange?
Mayor.
Yes. So now we have a special treat for Valentine's Day.
Oh, the cake.
And the treat is our favorite friends from Crystal Academy are here to celebrate Valentine's Day with us. And this is,
That is
if
special.
I can tell you, this is the best part of our community right here. And I hope that, let's see who showed up today to spend the day with us.
Flowers.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. So we have very special guests today. So every Valentine's Day, the students at Crystal Academy come by City Hall and provide us with little treats. This year, because there was a commission meeting, they are coming into the commission meeting to provide all of you with the treats that they've made. And we have our other mayor, Mayor Sienna, is here as well. She's in the back. We have Jet.
Talking about you.
Hello, Mayor.
Mr. Blatt, would you like to say a few words?
Come on up, come on up. How you doing, sir?
How are you doing?
Oh,
Wait.
here we go.
Thank you to the city of Coral Gables for having us here today. We, the students of Crystal Academy, want to show our appreciation to the community and spread the love with the Valentine's Grams. We made it for you all. Thank you so much. We love you.
Love you.
Mayor Sienna, would you like to say something? No?
Don't be shy. Come.
No?
Come on.
Happy Valentine's Day. Thank you.
Come on.
Sure, you can say something.
Welcome to Crystal Academy.
There's candy
I'm
over here.
new to the Crystal Academy.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
And I'm new to the Crystal Academy.
Right here.
Yes.
Valentine's Day. Thank you.
Yeah, she did a great job.
God bless
Love
you.
the flowers she told me. Wonderful. I'll tell her.
Oh, she's great.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Look, I'm gonna take two of these to my little girls.
Thank you. I got my chocolates. Thank you. Thank you.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day. I like your hat.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Thank you very much.
Very nice.
No, it's okay. Okay, now it's work.
Future ladies' man, currently mama's boy. Happy Valentine's. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we're ready for your.
I'm gonna stand here. No, I'll stand right here. Stand right here. No, I can see. They can see me. Here we go. One, two, three. One more. Hey, Candy. Candy.
Come over here. Get over here. All right. So, Sienna was asking me when she came up for something that she wants the commission to partake in. So what would you like to do again? Tell me.
I would like to have another pizza party.
Another one?
Pizza party.
All right. So I sponsored a pizza party at Crystal.
And I'm gonna coordinate with my colleagues in the commission, and we'll get the police department who'll come with us. And I'll pay for the pizza, and we'll pick up the pizza again when you tell us what's good for you. We'll do it in March. Is that okay?
Okay.
All right, so we'll coordinate with the boss. Is that okay?
Thank you.
All right, Sienna, we love you. We love you.
I love you too.
Come on. All right. Thank you for coming.
Love you guys.
All right, so the meeting's over. That's it. We're done.
That's it. Drop the mic.
He'll eat it all the way.
What item are you here for?
G3,
All right, we're gonna skip to G9.
G9?
9.
Moving on to G9.
Oh, Dover call.
Okay. G9.
That will be, that's being presented by the Public Works Director and the Transportation Manager.
All right.
It's their fault if you skip.
Commissioner Anderson, your item.
So I want to talk about the Biltmore Way project and the Flagler section update. I have been meeting with some residents along Biltmore Way. I've been meeting with some folks along Valencia as well. You know, this is one of these items, in my opinion, needs to come to a vote on Biltmore Way from the residents that are affected there as well as Valencia, because we're going to have a bicycle lane going to our mobility hub. We can't have Biltmore Way voting for Valencia and Valencia voting for Biltmore Way. We need to have a contiguous type vote system on bicycle infrastructure, because there's a tug of war that's going to go on that particular issue. So,
Correct.
I'm going to ask for the update. When are we going to have our next presentation? Ask that a traffic study be included, because as you're looking at the intersection right there of the circle, that circle, before you hit it, merges down to one lane coming into the circle, heading westbound, okay? Immediately opens up to 2 lanes. You know, so you already have a merging condition. As you're coming around from heading eastbound, trying to remember the name of the street that comes at an angle, DeSoto. That's a single lane,
Right.
okay? It
You have
maintain-
Anderson.
Yeah, from Venetian coming around.
Right.
You have all residential streets. It's a single lane. It stays a single lane for a distance, and then all of a sudden it opens up to 2 lanes heading eastbound. My observations of the traffic in that area, every time I go through, whether it's morning, evening, night, middle of the day, the traffic is heavier between the circle, okay, and the 400 and 500 block than it is on the west end. So I think people need information to be able to make decisions with. It's a little difficult to do it in a vacuum. The Coral Way traffic dumps in for the section heading between the circle and Lejeune Road. That's the major flow that you see going in that direction, and vice versa, you know, for the traffic heading back out, going home. Those are my thoughts on this, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
So I'm going through, this is a condensed version of the presentation that we did in front of for the workshop that we did for the community. The area specifically that we were looking at originally was the section from Anderson to Hernando. And we did come up with multiple design alternatives. That's what the existing condition looks like for most of the corridors. Like the commissioner was saying, you have 2 travel lanes in each direction with angled parking and sidewalks. Very little, if any, landscaping whatsoever. This is what we call option one, which is the bare minimum, no parking lots. And this is what got the most welcome response from the residents that were present at the meeting.
May I ask you, from the people that signed up, what percentage of those lived on Biltmore Way, and what percentage of those are reflective of the total population on Biltmore Way?
I don't think we can have that breakdown. I think
Percentage-wise, no, but I can tell you that the option one was it was only Biltmore Way residents that were basically saying option one, and then the ones that there was 3 other options that they had mentioned, but those were from other residents that were not Biltmore Way residents.
Biltmore 2 building did vote for a different option. Okay.
And that option was there an option?
Well, we have others.
Can I interrupt you with oh, you have them all, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm going to go through.
Sorry.
But based upon the large number of people that live on Biltmore Way, there were a number of folks that couldn't attend.
Right.
And as typically happens with whether it's bike lanes on South Alhambra or so forth, there is a voting process that occurs. So, because we all can attend these public meetings.
Right. And that first option, obviously, and if I go back to it, oops.
So one thing I do want to bring up, Commissioner Anderson, is for the residents that were unable to attend the meeting, we do have the options online, and we have like a feedback that the residents can give regarding the options that are available that we've presented at the meeting. So.
And for bicycle lane stuff, we also have a ballot that occurs, correct?
Well, it's not a ballot, it's just feedback to see which options they're in favor of.
But if it's a bicycle lane issue, whether it's South Alhambra or not, we also have a ballot process.
We can, with the commission, we can come up with a process.
Okay.
I mean, it's not, I don't think that's something that it's necessarily codified. So we can choose how we move forward, at your direction. So
I have a quick question.
Sure.
I remember at the workshop, there were 2 options that didn't get any votes. Which were those?
So, right, we're gonna go through that. I mean, and as I was saying.
I know you're gonna show us all, but there were 2 that the residents.
This is obviously the simplest one. You basically, those are 12-foot wide sidewalks, so you could just remove the sidewalk, put some trees, structural soils, and plant. There will have to probably be medium-sized trees because the space that you still have is not enough for you to put something larger like an oak. But it'll be a decent-sized tree. Option 2, and these are things that eventually, after we go through a traffic study, we need to figure out where it goes, right? But there's a possibility of eliminating one lane, the traffic, because you have a one-way pair potentially with Crowways one-way eastbound, so there's more traffic going in that direction than the other one. So that was one of the options that we presented when you got 2 lanes on one side and 1 lane on the other. And that will allow for wider sidewalks, meaning you put larger trees, obviously at a higher expense.
Right. And the traffic study figures were not available when the comments were received.
We did ask for a grant for a traffic study. We didn't get it. So funding on this project that was available, it's somewhat limited.
How much would it cost to do a traffic study here?
So the traffic study was about, I think it was like $150,000 because it was an extensive study. Since we weren't really sure what options we were looking for, we were basically asking for a study for all the options. So it was a pretty comprehensive study.
We may be able to reduce that cost if we reduce, because we came up with like multiple options. Every option needs to be looked at to some extent individually. So if we can limit the scope, we can probably bring that number down a little bit. We need to make a decision as to which are the scope that we're going to proceed to whatever the next phase is. So this is another option now with a bike lane. One of the concerns that in our involvement from the beginning is about the loss of parking space. So now we're going into adding a 2-way bicycle lane. In order to fit that, you're looking at putting parallel parking on one side with a loss of approximately 26 parking spaces.
That got 0 votes, correct?
Pretty much, yeah. I think it got booed.
Yeah, because the parallel parking is a non-starter.
And then we came up with different iterations of the same. From a state, this is one option. Unfortunately, if you're going to keep 2 lanes of traffic, the only way we can fit that and do a bike lane is to go into parallel parking. Otherwise, it doesn't fit. That will lose 55 parking spaces. That was not very well received either.
I got no votes,
Nope.
so we can scratch that from the palette.
This one got a vote.
I'm in agreement with Commissioner Anderson.
This option will only be, and this is subject to obviously review and approval by the county and what the traffic study will tell us. If you eliminate 2 lanes of traffic and only west of the Segovia Circle, because there's no way we're gonna be able to do that on the other side of the circle.
No.
But this will basically produce no loss of parking spaces, and you have enough right-of-way to fit that condition.
This one got a vote.
This one got a vote.
Yeah,
Not
that-
over excitement for it, but there was some, we may be okay with that.
That was Biltmore 2's choice. So that was an entire building, if you're going to analyze it.
When you say Biltmore 2, I'm sorry, is
This
that?
is one of the
It's an
buildings.
entire, it's one of
Mr.
the
Morales?
buildings on the way. That-
No, Mr. Morales, I think
He
he was
wanted the
interested in the
the
median, which is the
medians.
next one that I'm
Option
gonna.
Well, they did mention option 5, was it 5A or something, but it did have the bicycle infrastructure in it, which, you know,
That
I
was another- I
noticed.
remember that
I
resident.
noticed because I was like, oh, somebody wants some of the bicycle infrastructure.
But he had some comments about, it wasn't exactly option 5, he had some comments on how he wanted.
All right,
The second option that got the most interest, and by second, I mean far second, was this option. And again, this is only west of Segovia. We will have to see to what extent you can really do a median there, because you got all those driveways coming through. But it will facilitate crossings and, you know,
What is that lane in the middle for?
Well, you gotta have you got driveways, so people need to be able to come in and out. I mean, the details will have to be worked out through design. So when you're driving, I mean, I don't wanna call it the unofficial name.
What, the turning movements coming out of the driveway?
What do you call that lane in the middle?
turn lane, it's used as a turn lane.
The turning.
Turning lane.
The unofficial name is a suicide lane, but that's not a, you know, but that's not a,
We'll avoid that in the brochure.
but yes, we won't put that on the brochure. But it's a turning lane for cars who need to turn in and out of driveways.
Yes, to avoid having to do U-turns.
So, correct. So, but again, you know, the details as to where will that go, to what extent can we do a meeting, or maybe we can make a choice to restrict movements and nobody can make a turn, and, you know, all those things will have to be worked out through the process.
But there is no bike lane here, correct?
No, there's no bike lane on this option. So, one thing to realize is that the David Williams has a garage that extends all the way to a certain line of Biltmore Way. It's relatively shallow. So basically, there's very little we can do there. That's something that we will have to work to see whether can we put over planters. Is there not going to be issue with the weight? So that whole area, there's some work there that needs to happen to see what is it that we can do, because obviously we cannot dig a hole and plant a tree there.
Right.
So that's something that needs to be.
Isn't that similar to the issue we had over here on Menorca, at Menorca, where Bay 13 is, at Plaza Columbus?
Right, it is,
There's a
it
garage
is.
underneath.
Under the plaza.
Under the plaza, yeah.
Right, but this is under the street.
No, but my point is, we couldn't plant trees and we had to use like turf and
Right,
kind of,
Yeah, we could,
things that don't.
right.
Dina could put some nice native plants in there.
Could you go back to the picture with the underground parking?
Sure. Let me go back for a second. There you go.
For those of you who have issues sometimes with decisions we make, that was probably early 1960s.
Maybe 50s,
Right.
yeah,
50s?
thereabouts, yeah, something like that, yeah.
So the grass isn't always greener going back in time.
Right.
Just want to point that out.
Yeah, no, we certainly wouldn't allow anything remotely even close to this. And do we have a timeline as to when we know what the weight-bearing capacity of that parking garage is?
They are currently, Commissioner, they're currently looking at that, and our building official, Tsunami Cabrera, is handling that. They're doing an analysis on it. They've had some issues as to what loading they should be using. We'll use AASHTO loading similar to a bridge because it's right in the driveway. It's right in the street and subject to really all kinds of traffic, similar to what a bridge would be.
Right,
And
right.
so
Are
they're-
we
they're-
6 months out? Are
They're
we a
looking
year
at
out?
that now. I know there's been I know because I've seen the emails, there's a lot of talk with our building official. they're getting engineers that now can look at the ASHTO product, which is something different than buildings, and they're evaluating, they're providing an evaluation now.
Can you provide us your best educated guess to how far out we are before we know what the load capacity is of that garage?
It's not in our hands, it's in the hands of the condo association. I can ask our building official who's here, so Amy Cabrera, to let us know what the I haven't seen an email for a few weeks, so I'm not sure where they're at right now.
Yeah, because that's going to hold up this project.
There was an issue as to what to use. That's once it's in the right of way and you have vehicular traffic, now you're in a separate building code, you're in ASHTO instead of the Florida Building Code.
Your best educated guess as to how far along it'll take to get some information on the load capacity, because it's going to hold up this whole Biltmore Way project.
So I just communicated with them, I think it was end of last week, that I'm giving them a deadline, because they've been giving me monthly reports, because there's a few items, not just this. But I don't have the final report from them. They had submitted something, we provided comments. I don't have a final answer, in all honesty.
So if, you're going to try to give Director Diaz some idea as to more or less when you expect to have the information needed on load capacity, are we 6 months, a year out? What's your...
Oh, no. When I communicated by email last week, it was, I don't know if I gave them 30 days or I would escalate enforcement, which means that I don't want to get into it, but that I would take action so that they absolutely have to provide us something within 30, 60 days.
Okay. All right. It gives us some idea.
I think, Commissioner, that issue is interpreting what loads to use. And again, that's not a building code issue. It's an ASHTO issue. You could have a fire truck, you could have anything pass by it. And so it emulates more a bridge than a residential structure.
So now that we have the update, moving on, what is the next step?
What we need is direction.
Okay.
I mean, we have multiple options. We went to the community. The community mentioned which is the area that is preferred. So what we need is direction, right?
So let me ask you a quick question. Do we have construction costs, ideas, budgets?
So no, right now we have like 6 different options, right? What we wanted to do is take this
pare it down.
Exactly, pare it down to something more manageable, maybe a couple of options on each side. I will tell you that overwhelmingly, though, the bike links were not well received at all. So whether we still want to continue with one bicycle section in addition with the one that does not have a bicycle section and then pare them down that way. And then obviously we need to engage with the traffic, because we can come up with all these ideas, but if the county is not going to approve it because there's some volume issues, then and there's only about $90,000 or so left for funding in these, so we don't have a lot of money left for us to really continue. There's no money really left for design, so we have, I want to say, about $100,000 give or take available.
So
on this project.
In order to pare it down, and if you pared down the need for the traffic study to just the determination of whether it's west of Biltmore Way versus east of Biltmore Way on traffic, so residents can make an intelligent choice on what they want there. If we just have those 2 issues looked at, would that bring the price tag down to the funds that we have left?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we can probably bring it down. Looking at 6 different options it's way too many. So if we can make a decision as to which options we're going to look forward, we may be able to negotiate that price down where maybe it's manageable within that amount of money that we have.
Going back to my earlier comment, which are the 2 that had no support at that workshop? I remember they had 0.
For the most part,
2, 3, and 4, I think. That
really, yeah.
I mean, there was 2 of them that had, out of all the tables you had, nobody mentioned those. So I would just say from the start, you get rid of, you have 2 out, and then you're left with 3, and we can come up with.
The option that got the most, there was the first option, which was pretty much the cheapest one. If that's the option we want to go with, we don't even need a traffic study, because at that point it's just sidewalk and trees, and we don't need to even involve the county altogether.
Then ballot it. I think we need to ballot it first, because if you're only taking 10% of the people that reside there,
Oh, absolutely. I mean, probably not even.
you know, I mean, in order to really have confirmation that that's what these folks want, we need to hear the voices of all. And if they choose not to vote, they choose not to vote.
Right.
So let's do this, because we have a lot of items to discuss. Well, what is the will of the sponsor of the item?
Well, one, I wanted to make sure a traffic study got done so that people can make intelligent decisions, because there's always that view that the sky is falling, you know, there's not going to be enough room for all the traffic. And if we were talking about going down to one lane east of Segovia, I would agree with you. I mean, I'd agree with that. But on the west side of Segovia, from my observations, I don't think that the traffic study will show that the sky is going to fall.
Correct. And one of the things that on the east side of Segovia may be feasible, subject to the data, is that you have two lanes going, one lane going
East of Segovia going into the circle?
right, westbound, and then one lane. So that's something that it may be feasible, because you got Coral Way also.
It's already merged. It's already merged there now.
So, Commissioner, if I may, just 1 second. Just I want to try to bring this in for a landing, kind of, just so you understand. Obviously, there's a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. You want to have a sunshine meeting so we can wrap this up and bring it to the commission and do the will of the commission moving forward, because it seems there's a lot of loose ends here that, you know, there's multiple designs, there's traffic studies, there's potentially leading with the county, there's potentially budgets that need to be discussed. There's a lot of things that I don't think we're going to solve today here, and we could be going in circles for hours on this item.
What we would like to have is direction where we can shrink those 6 options down to maybe a couple.
That's what I'm giving you.
And then do one analysis on that.
I'm giving you an option. I'm giving you an option.
No, I'd agree with that. And then on the Flagler section, if we just want to put it on the next agenda.
No, we can talk about it right now, but let's
Do you know which ones you're
bring
gonna?
it in for a landing.
Do you know which ones are gonna be? Because
Mayor,
I don't want to be Baskin Robbins. Let's pick vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry.
But let me just say that the different cross sections, we can come up with preliminary costs.
We can do that.
For each one. Some of those costs are quite expensive. There's even been talk of signalization, which would be millions of dollars. So it really depends on. I see this as some type of assessment district, because the costs are so high, and what we have there is really not a technical issue. What we could repave and. We could repave, restripe, and it will be over. What we have is an aesthetic issue or a change issue. So the budgets there are very important. So what we can do, I think, at this point, is bring back some budgetary numbers, because I do think that there's a lot of alternatives there, and some of those alternatives are very costly.
Right.
With all due respect to everybody in the process, a lot of great work has been done here. This is a conversation to be had to update where we're at. But we got to sit down and we got to workshop this. Like, this is a real. This is hours and hours of work that needs to be discussed here. This is not going to be resolved in the commission. So if you want to do this again on the commission with an update on the cost of financially of the budgets for the construction, we can do that. But I think that we need to sit down as a commission and say the budgets are as follows. And have anybody show up from the community that likes to show up. They can have public comment. We need to have a workshop coming in and out of this.
I agree, Mayor, and that workshop, we can have preliminary costs involved. And I think there's enough information that we can have that workshop along with preliminary costs and see which way we go from that point. Because right now, there's too many options. And right now, the costs vary quite a bit. So I think that workshop is a good idea.
And then we can move to the balloting process.
Yeah.
Then we move to the ballot process. So you circulate some dates on a proposed workshop, depending on when you could have the
And
preliminary
then if
costs
we narrow it
ready.
down, then we can do a traffic study based on those alternatives, which are based on accepted costs and accepted outcome.
Okay. You want to discuss Flagler section?
Sure, yes. Billy? Flagler section?
It's Biltmore Way.
It's the other presentation.
So this is the last presentation that was done for this project. It was a meeting that they had over Zoom. Wasn't very well attended. These are the 4 meetings that we've had for this particular project. There was a walking tour, there was a hands-on design session, there was a neighborhood presentation, and then there was a virtual meeting that was discussed. So basically, the steps that have been taken so far, 3 cross-sections were developed for this project. One of them is minimal intervention, which is basically detached bulb outs. That has to be revised because we're looking at, potentially moving forward with attached bulb outs to give us more significant landscaping, because the detached bulb outs, given that we have 50-foot right-of-ways in most of these streets, it didn't give us much room for the trees that we were looking for. So that's got to be revised. There's the permanent rebuild, which is option 2, and then the change of character, which is option 3. Change of character is basically the swales. That's what you see in most of the residential neighborhoods in Coral Gables. So they came up with some order of magnitude cost estimates. These were cost estimates that were developed in 2019, so it doesn't take account the escalation costs that we've been encountering with construction lately. So for option 1, it was about $3.2 million. Option 2 was the most significant one. It was $7 million. And then option 3 was 3.7.
And
So-
again, there is no escalation on those numbers. Those are 2019 numbers.
So here's some renderings. You can see the neighborhood here outlined with a map. This does not include Ponce. This is just the residential streets that are adjacent to Ponce. And as you can see, option 1 was for the bulb outs. Option 2 was the more costly one, and option 3 was the swales. These renderings will have to be revised based on
Changes to the
Changes that
cross-sections
we're
that we're
looking
going to be
to.
working on.
So moving forward, we basically have to establish the project criteria. We're going to have to revise the cross-sections and the renderings, update these cost estimates, since the cost estimates are based off of the 2019 prices and don't reflect the current prices now in the market that we're dealing with. Have another engagement meeting and select a preferred cross-section. Once we do that, we'll have to identify a funding source for the project, finalize design, which can start before we secure the construction funding, because there is money in this project, depending on the option that's selected. If it's option 1 or option 3, we might be able to start with design based on, the funding that we have available, and then moving forward with construction.
So some of the comments that I received from residents was that they did want ponds included, that they liked the grassy swale option, which was option 3. Okay. And I think if we, settle on a design with the neighborhood, we can work on the funding issues, depending on what is going on there. I mean, there will be projects, and there have been projects that come in that may be able to help contribute to defray some of the costs, or may need to build that into their projects for the sections that they are involved in. And then the discussion with the residents, the timeline and the cost of this project.
I was actually around in some of the early workshops that were part of this. One of the feedback that we got from the neighbors was concerned about the loss of parking. But in this case, it's inevitable, right? If you want trees, most of these are narrow right away. Most of them are 50-foot rights away. There's a 60-foot right away, and there's a couple of other areas that are a little larger, but for the most part, these are 50-foot, which are slightly smaller than your typical right away. Most of Coral Gables, with some exceptions, you got 60-foot right away. So these are only 5-0. So there's going to have to be a give and take, right?
Right.
So unfortunately, that's when we started this process in 2019. I think at the time the decision was to leave ponds out of it, not because it wasn't necessary, but ponds into itself is a very, very big job. There's a lot of things to consider. It's probably going to be rather expensive depending on what we choose. I think we can move forward relatively quickly with another public meeting to have a discussion about the internal streets and work on ponds, and maybe have a follow-up meeting on ponds if we want to have this meeting sooner rather than later. Because there's a lot of work to be done. And when I mean ponds, I don't mean ponds also, but I mean, you got Galeano and Oviedo as immersion ponds. I mean, you kind of form that almost like an inverted Y. So that area needs to be looked at very carefully. 'Cause those are major thoroughfares.
Yeah, I think the public meeting needs to be had and get direction from, the neighborhood. Option A, omit ponds at this point, or option B, include it. Update your, monetary numbers on there, whether it's 3.7 million now or it's 7.8 million now, and a rough timeline.
Right, and I
Option
think,
3, Commissioner, right now, and as the mayor knows, it'd probably be over $5 million right now.
No, I
On
understand.
option 3, so.
I
and
understand.
Mayor, I think option 3 probably would agree would be over $5 million now.
Easily.
Yeah,
Don't you
easy.
think?
No, I agree as well, but I
So it's
mean,
quite a bit, the funding, it's quite a bit of money.
but we need people need to know whether or not they want the, standard or they want the Cadillac, so.
But either one of those options, as you can see, is going to be over $5 million. The $7 million option probably is 9 or 9.5. Mayor, what do you think? Something around there?
I agree.
You know?
Exactly. I mean, the
And,
escalations are there and the prices have not gone down.
No.
Especially
So-
with labor.
So we're talking about probably 5+ to 9+ million for all those options. So the funding is a major issue on this particular project.
Good news is they are already on sewer, so,
yes, they are.
so.
Absolutely. So I think we can work at the next committee meeting for the interior streets. I think April is a good time for us to go. I think that will give us sufficient time to work through all these details and put together a presentation.
They're going to ask you about ponds. So
They are, and I think
So you need to have some information for them.
we can start the ball rolling on ponds right away, and then we can proffer that we're probably going to come back with some ideas on ponds. Probably the summer is not a good idea to have public
Ponce
meetings.
is a collector, so it's something
Ponds
that we
is a
need to look at
collector,
carefully.
yes.
Yeah, whether you do it in September or
So
whatever.
it will probably be the fall by the time that we come back with ponds. And, there's certain things that we can do with the interior street. And one of the things that we were talking about, you have all these bump outs. Ponds has that parking lane that is unprotected. So that will help somewhat. Just kind of tunneling the travel lanes. So, and that can be part of the interior work of the street as long as it doesn't conflict with something else that we may want to do in ponds. But I think that's how we will start. We start working on ponds, but we'll have to go back to the community probably in the fall with some ideas about ponds.
Right.
There is,
But that's at least some information.
absolutely, and there is on this project does have money for us to continue the process as far as conceptualizing and design, and even if we need to do a traffic study, there's no money for design unless we choose the minimal option. So we'll work that through as we move along. There's certainly no money for construction available on the budget right now for this project either.
Is there a need for a traffic study?
For the what, I'm sorry?
Is there a need for a traffic study here?
It depends. Like what we've been discussing on the side streets, no. For ponds, yes, we'll probably need to.
All right.
But whatever we're proposing on, putting planters and bump outs, we don't even need county permission to do that.
Okay.
So.
Ready to move forward?
Yep.
Is there any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right. What is that?
First speaker is Mr. Bart Updegrove.
Yes, sir.
Our neighbors are here. My name is Bart Up the Grove. Oh, hello, everybody.
How are you?
I've gotten a little tired and freezing.
We did too.
I live at 25 Virago Avenue. It's 2 streets north of Southwest 8th Street. And I was just listening to some of the gentlemen speak, and as you know, it goes way before 2019. But let's just leave it at 2019. The biggest problem I see now in our neighborhood, aside from aesthetics, is the speeding traffic. Not only up and down Ponce, but on Virago, since it's the 2nd Street north of 8th Street, they are flying through, trying to save time. So my only thing is there any monies that could be appropriated? And certainly option 1, what you were just showing, is probably the easiest and the most least expensive, and aesthetically would be nice, but waiting another 2, 3, 4, 5 years, because I just witnessed an accident the other day on Ponce. A speeding car lost control, flew into the neighbor's front yard, almost hit the older gentleman who was out there working, and I had just walked by there. It's a major problem, the traffic. The speeding, it's constant. I walk in the neighborhood all the time. Pretty soon we have the Jackson ambulatory or emergency center opening. I'm for that. God forbid I have an ailment, it's close by. But we don't even know yet the traffic that's going to generate and people rushing, coming and going from there for family members. Is there any way we can slow down the traffic almost immediately, even with something temporary? Hard rubber strips down some of the streets until all these other things can be budgeted, designed. I don't know, something. I mean, you take your life in your hands when you walk in our neighborhood. When I try to cross the street, I'm walking up Ponce to cross the street, people forget stopping, then your crosswalk, and then trying to get out to sea with cars parked. They come right through the crosswalk up to the street. So if I'm not paying attention or the sun's got to my head and I'm not thinking of looking and stopping, I've almost gotten run over a couple times. So I try to go slower, think whatever, I'm in pretty decent shape at my age. But if there's something you all can do to help with the speeding traffic, immediately, something, I don't know.
Manager, can you come back to us next commission meeting with some information on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Next resident?
Yes, Commissioner.
Next speaker is Vidai Vuso. Okay. Evelyn Diaz.
Good afternoon. My name is Evelyn Diaz. I reside at 36.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you.
For your patience. I'm sorry for so long.
So I've been a resident at 36 Montilla for the last 27 years. I'm here advocating for 12 streets, one which would be Ponce de Leon Boulevard, which is from Southwest 8th Street to Flagler. I'm also here for Oviedo, Veragua, Montilla, Alcantara, Marbella, Fonseca, Campina, Carmona, Avila, and Cibao. We need something done. The traffic situation there is just horrible. There was a very bad accident on Monday. I was a witness to it. Someone could have gotten killed. One of the residents, even the property owner. I'm sure you all saw the video. We have been waiting for this since 2019. Nothing has happened. I asked myself, why should I come here? Because one of my neighbors said, this was paradise 55 years ago when I bought my house. It's an older lady, she's 84, she lives on 30 Veragua. She says, you're wasting your time. I asked my husband, should I go? He goes, yes, go. Because each and every person that is in front of you represent you, and you hold them accountable. So each and every one of you, I'm holding accountable to please do something about our area. I do not want to be the next conscious of Flagler section. So with all due respects, we've been waiting long enough. I understand there's protocols, but basically, we're all tired of waiting. There's even a situation as you approach our area from Salamanca to Southwest 8th Street. It's like you're driving in a dirt road. All these patches, I understand that it has to do with FDOT, but it's been like that for many, many years. Not sure if that's on anybody's radar. This is from Salamanca to Southwest 8th Street.
Mr. Manager, are you aware of something that's happening in Salamanca or our Public Works Director? Can you speak of that?
I am not, but we can definitely look into it.
Please, will you speak to the lady?
Sure, absolutely. I'll give you my car on the way out and we can talk about it.
I've spoken to various people in your department.
Who have you spoken with?
Don't have her name. I didn't come very well prepared, but there is a problem. I mean, all of you must drive down Ponce as approaching 8th Street when you probably go to La Casita restaurant. There is a problem on that street. It's various streets.
But what is the problem?
There's patches everywhere. There's not even lines that divide Ponce.
Okay, that's Don't we have the median project proceeding there, and it's going to be breaking ground soon?
The median
On
project
Ponds.
is from 8th Street it's from 8th Street south.
Right. Salamanca is south of
Okay,
of 8th
Salamanca's
Street.
where Tinti Cafe is. So,
Right, there's a light at that intersection.
correct, and there's a Domino's Pizza. So
And a
from that
Domino's-
point forward, it's like a dirt road. There's no lines, and it's just patch after patch after patch.
That project covers from the existing medians all the way to 8th Street.
Right, so
It finishes up
Whole
on
area is
70.
gonna be redone.
that is being redone.
When does that start?
So we're finalizing, there's a water main project that we're working, that's needs to be included, and we're working that out with Wausau.
Okay, I met with the developers of the project yesterday.
Okay?
I walked the site, and
We're talking about 1,000 ponds.
yes,
Right.
yes, they are ready to start. Supposedly, they're commencing soon. The contractor is Winmar, who's gonna be doing that project. They were waiting for a few things that need to be taken care of.
Right.
In regards to that water line, the city is gonna do a portion of the water line, correct?
So we have a JPA with Wausau, and we're trying to get that finalized, because they're paying for it, and we're going through, they still have the final approval from Wausau for the
They told
water
me that it
line.
also deals with an issue of some state grant, correct? Is that a state grant issue?
No, we don't have any
So
grants.
what is the issue with WASA? What's
I
the
believe the
problem?
state grant
It's just
is
a review.
for the sanitary sewer.
Yeah, for a sanitary issue. What
Yes,
is the issue?
you're right, the state grant has to do a sanitary sewer.
What is the issue you're having with WASA?
It's just getting the plans finalized and approved.
How long have you been waiting for that?
There's been a little back and forth.
Okay, so I need you to do me a favor. I need you to write me an email, copy the manager, please, through the manager's office, because you work for the manager, and I need you to include Mr. Jose Enrique Cueto, I need you to include Kevin Cabrera, the commissioner of the district, and I need you to include the mayor of the county. Say, we are waiting, and explain, we're waiting to start a improvement project that has taken 5 to 10 years on ponds. I know it's taken 10 years, I've been talking about it for 10 years, and I've been here for almost 10 years in April. I need you to please write it, we're ready to start. We're not asking the county for any money, we're gonna take care of it. We're pending the following WASA approval. If you've submitted everything, and can you please help us with that? I will chime in the email, and I will beg our county staff and team for assistance, please.
Sure.
Can you get that done?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, Mr.
Mayor,
Manager.
I've talked to the developer about expediting it, or we're going to proceed and they're going to have to repave.
Mr. Mayor, next speaker is Ms. Zuli Pardo.
Ms. Pardo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commission, Mrs. Anderson. Thank you. Thank you for moving forward with this project. I so appreciate it. I know that with COVID, everything came to a dead halt. And thanks to your efforts, we're moving forward slowly but surely. I understand that we're looking at the side streets first, but if we could possibly look at ponds is a major, major issue for us. If we maybe have a plan or look at options where we might be able to add Ponce de Leon and Oviedo. Because now we not only have so much traffic from the medical buildings that are around, but we're gonna add the Jackson facility. That's gonna be a mess. That's how I see it. It's already busy and congested and people are zooming by. Not only that, add to that, the pedestrians that are visiting those buildings and they're constantly jaywalking. Of course, there's no, they don't bother to go to the corner. And then they go into the neighborhoods and they park, even with the postings of permit parking, you have cars parking in any residential street, even with the permits. So, I mean, these are all issues that I know I'm just saying off the top of my head, but they're important issues that we need to look at when we look at our vision plan. I appreciate your time. I look forward to maybe a sunshine meeting with the residents soon. I know Mr. Diaz says we're going to meet in May and maybe later on in September. So we're ready. We're ready to go and discuss this further with you. But I really appreciate that we're moving forward. But if you could include ponds in some way, at least to start, it would be great. All right? Thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so what is the next step? Ready to go? What do you do?
The next step is community meeting,
When is it?
probably late April.
Why April?
We need time to, if we're gonna do it right, we need time to prepare, so.
All right, so, Mr. Clerk,
Yes, sir.
put it on the commission item, the first week in April. I want to see that I want to have an update that we have a scheduled meeting, please.
We don't have commission meetings in April, sir?
Put it in the last week of March,
Okay.
and we'll keep pushing. So put it in the last week of March, the last commission meeting in March, I will sponsor an item that I want to see a date for a community meeting for the section of Flagler, please. Schedule for April, okay?
Why don't we schedule it now? I didn't follow.
I don't know, 'cause I don't want to push staff.
We can do it later.
No, but I want to make sure it's done.
We'll work with a consultant, we need to figure it out, holidays and,
I got to make sure it
yes.
gets done. I got to make sure it gets done. All right, thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. All
Mayor,
right,
we have to
do we
consult with
grab lunch? Do we grab lunch, or do we push through these items? I'm gonna fly, so I need you guys to help me. All right, here we go. G3, let's do my items first. G4, team, I have a lot of items here. I'd like to acquire a Tesla for the police department. The New York Police Department just got 3. Missouri has gotten 3. And Fremont, San Francisco bought 1, and they're saving about $4,000 a year in gas. Here's all the articles. I can share them with you. And
My support.
Mayor,
Mr. Chief?
just one clarification, is it just an electric vehicle?
It's an electric vehicle.
So it's not Tesla specific?
It's not Tesla specific. It's up to your standards and to the manager.
All right, because we have been in touch with Doring Leasing, who is out of South Florida. I'm sorry, out of Central Florida. Joanne Cornier is part of that team, so we've been talking with her already to see if we can either lease one and do a pilot program. Some of the issues we have, and the fleet manager and the automotive director will tell you, we are currently looking forward to 2025, I believe it is, when a Chevy comes out with a police-rated police package. So we are going forward with, as you had discussed, with the Tesla. It will be a pilot program to see, only because there is the cost of putting in a charging station at the station, and then to issue it to an officer and a charging station and the electric bill at a house becomes a little bit pragmatic. However, we will have to go along with these 6 electric cars that we have within the police department now. We will look at that, but it will be pretty much downtown area, used in the downtown area by an officer, but it won't be a take-home car. So I can't commit to that. So I don't know if it'll be a Tesla. It'll be an electric car that the police department will be marked. It'll have
So Tesla just recently dropped their prices significantly.
Mm-hmm.
When you charge this, it's probably about $10 or $15 a month to charge. I do it at home, and it's wonderful. I'm saving a few $100s a month in gas, and I think it's going to be a wonderful addition. We'll continue to showcase the fact that the city of Coral Gables is leading in regards to sustainability. I want to make sure that the police can use it and they enjoy using it and that it makes sense and that they're happy with it, because I think this is the wave of the future. And, we're going to take one step forward. It may be a baby step, but we're taking a step in the right direction, in my opinion.
So, Mayor, do we want to talk about the procurement code of that if we're looking specifically at a Tesla?
I just want to make sure it's American-made.
Well, I mean, our process would be to look for something specific electric and then have to go out. I don't know what the turnaround time is on those. So, I mean, if we want to go forward and have me look at the Teslas, understanding that there would be a waiver of the procurement code, if this is what we want to beta test or pilot test, to see if that's something we wouldn't go forward.
Listen, I don't own a Tesla. I don't own Tesla stock. So at the end of the day, I just want something that's made in America. If there's a better electric car that's made in America, find it for me. I'm more than willing to move.
No, I just to expedite the request. I think if we did this as a pilot program test,
yes,
to see if we were looking at an electric car, specifically if you want me to test a Tesla,
yes,
then I think if we did that, and
Then you should waive the competitive process of the procurement code if you want to direct.
and we will try that out, and if for some reason it doesn't work, we'll come back to you and say, listen, this is a different electric vehicle that may be in the future. And I'll go back to Doring, who's the company that's very well respected in leasing police vehicles throughout, and I'll get with Ms. Cornier, and hopefully we can get this thing as quickly as possible. Okay. And we'll add the lights and the electronics to it as well.
I love it. Okay. Do we need a motion for that?
We do, to waive the procurement code, we do.
I'll move it.
Second.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kaysen?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, Chief, I appreciate you and staff and the manager. Thank you so much.
No problem.
G5 is a discussion regarding the maintenance of city and county bridges. I already discussed this. Please review the letter that I sent to the county mayor. Very, very, very well detailed. 10 points of concern from the city's side to the county in regards to county infrastructure, county roads, county bridges, old cutler trees that need to be maintained, a litany of things, the underline, garbage, waste, a lot of things that need to be addressed that are affecting the city.
Is that a draft or have been already
It's been
sent?
sent out. It was sent out last night. You were all copied on it.
Okay.
Okay. And I just would love for you to take a look at it and, please help me. I gave a copy to Commissioner Regalado, and the county mayor already responded saying that her COO, Mayor Morales, Jimmy Morales, is going to be reviewing it and helping the city. So I hope that the manager reaches out to his friend at the county, and we can hopefully get some of these issues addressed.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. G6.
G6 is the NSA reports regarding trash pits and code violations for Commissioner Anderson and the mayor. Up to date, what we've had on some of those issues. We have continued, and I didn't actually put this out only because it's our numbers around. We continue to notify code enforcement. We are giving some warnings as well. The previous conversation we had this morning about boxes and some of those addresses. We have left educational flyers on boxes and pits. The issue that we are seeing is sometimes people are throwing stuff in those areas, as we talked about earlier, but the NSAs on a regular basis, fire chief does this on purpose.
Yes,
I just want you to know this.
Every time you speak.
Every time I speak, they're sitting outside. The certain areas that we have focused are, to your point earlier, Mayor, 200 block of Santa Lane, 218 Anaquera, Phoenicia Avenue, also Phoenicia Galliano, Phoenicia and Douglas, Menorah's 100 block, Menorah's 200 block, and the 100 block of Antilla. We continue to look for the illegal dumping through the NSAs. The one conversation that we had earlier was that if we get anonymous complaints, code enforcement, and I'll defer to the city attorney as well, anonymous complaints where they don't take action on. However, when the NSAs and the NTLs see things, the NTLs will deal with it. The NSAs will contact the supervisor, and the supervisor will be the complaining party on that, so we'll move forward with when we talk to the code enforcement individuals.
Chief, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Did we want to talk about Granada and Blue, sir?
Yes, sir.
That was 3. I just didn't want to, that came from
That's
Commissioner.
G3, yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, we can jump to Granada. We can jump to Commissioner Menendez. Let's go. And then we'll come back to G7. G3?
Yes, sir. So we're talking about from the 900 to the 1200 block of Blue Road. Commissioner Menendez brought it up. We've been dealing with the resident there since October of 2021, when it was first brought to our attention that they had moved in. I have the documents. We have done 71 directed traffic patrols in that area. We wrote 31 traffic stops, and of that, about 19 to 20 tickets. We do not see an extremely high amount of speed. However, there is a backup construction cut through on top of that. So with the construction on Blue Road that we see in front of the Riviera Country Club, we also can't do a traffic study with DOT because they won't do it when it's under study, which I know that too well because in front of our building as well it happens. So our average speed is about 46 miles an hour when we're actually writing tickets in the 1100 block. Our latest test, and I have our Major Boblitz is here. from the 1100 block of Blue Road, which was taken up until February 22nd of 2022, so about a year ago. Our average speed from the indication was 85th percentile was 28.49 miles an hour. So we're right at 30. And needless to say, people are buzzing through. The highest speed recorded at that time was 92 miles an hour, the one car. So we continue to look at that area. It's tough for us to get a traffic study going on right now. Some of my our retired police officers, the neighborhood traffic units, we have them in there. They have not seen a large number of these kind of speed violations, although they do come back to me on a regular basis that states that we have been having a big traffic backup coming through Blue Road. Along the sign lines that we talked about in another email, this is one of those roads where if you remove those service truck signs that we had talked about, and I'm not sure if that's in there, where we would not have the teeth to stop some of those tractor trailers cutting through, because they will come from US 1 all the way down Blue Road to get to out of our city. So that has, even with the traffic circles, which we saw, part of our toolbox, if you will. And as we talked about earlier at the University of Miami, we've had the same issue where we were able to enforce that and make that happen there as far as people staging. So I don't know if there are any other questions, Commissioner.
I just want to comment, does communications have the image that I asked to be put up of Granada and Blue Road? Of a stoplight? Okay, no? Well, if you do, please put it up. So the mayor's talked about, and we've talked about in the past, traffic coming off US 1 and Ponce going north on Granada.
Right.
And when you get to the stoplight, there it is. When you get to the stoplight at Blue Road going north,
right.
If any car going north on Granada wants to turn left towards the Riviera Country Club, that stops all the traffic behind it because there's only room for one car. So I was stuck at that light. And if there are 10 cars in line and 2 decide that they want to turn, you go through 2 or 3 light cycles before you actually get through. So when I was studying, I talked to the manager and his team. If somehow, some way, we got the county to change those stoplights that you see there in red to have a turn signal. So if that lane got the turn signal and a green light at the same time, all 10 cars would go through because they're either going to turn or go straight. You don't have to expand the road. You don't have to change the road. It's just those 2 lights. If you had that green light and the turn arrow at the same time for 15 seconds, you clear and you would never have backed up traffic. That's a focus of mine.
The southbound would be red still.
Like any other intersection we have. Let's say this one goes through first.
Yeah.
15 seconds. You clear that lane, and then you can have the traffic.
Southbound would have to be red.
The southbound lane has a turn lane.
Yeah.
A turn lane, so they don't really back up. Once you get into that turn lane, you can turn. Eastbound has a turn signal. When you're turning left on Granada off of Blue, you turn. The only lane that doesn't have either a turn lane or a turn signal is the northbound Granada, which is why you have traffic backing up for 2 or 3 cycles. But if you put the arrow, the stoplights with an arrow, and you do them both green and arrow at the same time, like we have here on Miracle Mile and Lejeune.
And the safety valve there, which the manager and I have worked on for a long time with the chief, is if you look to the right, is that poor neighbor on the corner.
Yeah.
His entire front yard
Destroyed.
is just destroyed. Like literally, I'm talking about 4 or 5 feet in.
Yeah.
The cars just go off the street and they go onto the grass and they make a right turn on Blue Road, or they go straight, or they get back onto the street in an effort to try to avoid the car that's waiting to make a left-hand turn there. We've talked about everything. I've sat there with the manager and the chief. We've talked about let's curb it. We've talked about doing a traffic circle there. We've talked about seeing if we can get a left-hand turning lane dedicated only for that. The width of the street is so tight that you can't.
But with this stoplight, if you put a stoplight with the turn signal and the green at the same time, traffic will flow. You'll never have it back up.
I mean, I'm not an engineer, but it'll be a short-lived arrow because that backup coming southbound, because that right turn lane is very short lane, logistically.
But how can we get like a study? Can we get the county to?
The biggest issue with the studies, Commissioner, Mayor, is if there's any kind of construction that affords the normal flow, is they won't do it. I've been trying to get a stop sign in front of the station, and because of the construction of the garage, they won't do the study. And I understand that. So until Blue Road is open and moving, and what we've talked about, I don't think they would do a study to justify or to validate
And
our
just
concerns.
what you commented a little while ago, the southbound in Granada, yeah, traffic backs up, but it clears because you have an option when you go there. You can turn or go straight. Northbound doesn't have that option. If we gave them the option, traffic wouldn't back up.
Right. Okay. So what are we gonna do?
Mayor, and Commissioners, the problem we have is that we'd have to completely stop southbound traffic.
No, I know, but-
which may be an issue. So what we can do is, and that's also a signalized intersection.
What I'm asking is, can we ask the county to just look at this and provide us their best
solution.
practices? What are their best practices?
That's what we can do, is
Okay.
have the county, ask the county to please take a look at the intersection.
Can you specifically
you show
give
us?
them this option as a solution?
I did.
Because I don't want them to come back with, yeah.
Okay, did they give you an answer?
No, I sent it 3 weeks ago, approximately, and I described the situation, I described what you were talking about, which is basically a split phase. I have not gotten a response yet, because like the chief said, whenever you have maintenance of traffic, it's not typical traffic conditions, so they don't like to do a study.
Okay, so can you do me a favor? Let's do me a favor. Can you copy me on the email through the manager? Copy me on the email, just as a recap, as a follow-up. At the request of the mayor and the city manager, I'm copying my commissioners, my commission, because this was brought up on the commission meeting on Tuesday. We'll do it tomorrow, and they're asking for an update from the county. And then I will chime in and make a request from the county saying, please help us, because we're trying to find a solution, and the county is the one that's in the driver's seat here. We need your help on this, because this is affecting quality of life. It's affecting people's front yards. It's affecting traffic. It's affecting the school down the street. So I would like to figure something out here. Give us an answer. No is no. It's okay, it's fine, then no. How about a circle? Can we do a circle there where traffic continues to flow? Kind
All
of like
those
what
were things that we've requested in the past.
whatever they want. Just tell me, and I'll put a little pressure, a little bit of soft pressure.
There's a left turn going south, there's no left turn going north.
Yes.
So for them to have a left turn signal without storage is going to be very, very difficult. So they might come back saying expand that side to put a left turn lane.
That's perfectly fine.
Because it's
So what the manager is referring to, if you have one lane and you have people making a left here, they're still blocking the people that are trying to make a through, so you need kind of a storage lane.
No, they're not.
Because if the other people have a red.
The other side has a red. Southbound has a red. Northbound has green and an arrow for 15 seconds.
Yes, but
Southbound doesn't get in the
Southbound, you have a
intersection.
right turn.
yes, but you're completely stopping the southbound traffic when
It's a
you do
split
that.
phase.
But they're stopped when the east and west is
Yeah,
green.
you're completely
also
stopping,
have to put a
and
sign,
that
"Don't
traffic
turn
has
on red."
a left turn lane.
people are
So
making
they might come back and say, put a left turn lane on both sides, so we can do left turns without stopping without stopping the flow after the left turn lane is initiated.
No, I understand you would have to pause the southbound.
You
Exactly.
have to pause, but right
And
now
that's
they're
something-
stopped anyways when east and west is going green.
So
You
let's
have
just,
two collectors
hey,
that are
Let's
meeting at
let the
that
county take a
intersection.
look
It's
at
gonna be
it.
back
By the
and
way,
forth.
here on Miracle Mile, you got the eastbound coming off Biltmore Way. They get, one side gets green and an arrow, and then the other side, like, it's synchronized. It's
okay.
not
What we can do is
it's
we
not a
can-
new concept.
All right, so but
We can let the
not a
county
new
take.
concept.
We'll be
Ask
happy
and
to
you
have
may
it.
let's do
receive.
this. Let's do this. Let's go. Write an email through the manager. Copy me on it. Copy my colleagues in the commission. I will hit everybody in the county and ask for assistance for a lifeline, okay?
We will all apply our
Yes.
respective pressures.
Done. Perfect. Thank you so much. Moving on to G7. Discussion regarding crime statistics on the city's website.
Chief, you should probably stay for this, no?
Madam Attorney, how are you?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. This is Commissioner Anderson's item, and we're just here to answer any questions once her discussion begins.
Right, and it was mayor's item as well.
Oh, excuse me, Mayor.
So, we had an opportunity to meet and go over our city's website and show what crime statistics are readily available. Would you like to start with that and have the clerk demonstrate what's available at this time?
Sure, if we could ask the city clerk to pull up our city website. We do have a fair amount of crime information on our website readily available now, which has been appropriately redacted and approved by the department to be released. Yeah.
Right, so if you go to the, regular homepage, there's a tab that says, police?
Under Resident Resources Commissioner, there's a tab, you see P2C, police records, and let me just clarify for this body. Part of the reasoning that we came to you last year and pushed for the CAD RMS change, and I understood, the impetus to get this done as quickly as possible, and Raimundo's here, is because this system that we're showing you now has been pretty much close to obsolete, and it did not compatibility with our current OSSI system, which is why you all were asked to approve a $4.5 million new computer-aided dispatch and RMS system. Part of that reasoning of pushing this when we did was because of the long process of getting this data out as quickly as possible in an automated form. The ability to put things on this are things that we as the police department are allowed, and I'll defer to the city attorney, are allowed not to put out. And we would restrict for a myriad of different reasons. Marcy's Law, things like that, where we would not put that information out. And I think the IT director would tell you, over the years, this system has not worked very well. Got it. But what we have now is the ability to push out our reports real time when people are looking for them. When we get a public records request, it triggers a total different response from my records personnel, my internal affairs, my CID people who have different sets of records on the same case, and then it has to go to the city attorney's office and then to the city clerk's office. So that takes time in and of itself, but it's just whatever we're asked. And we do not create reports. This system that we're going to show you now has been up and operational on our website from the get-go. It has had flaws. It has been downtime. So if the city clerk could put it back up again, I can show those at home. We can kind of open up one of the reports of how easy it is on a certain area. And we've talked about, not that, please don't show me that picture again. Thank you. We're working on that one. If we clicked on, when you get this is a certain area around Biltmore Way. And the drop down, you go through the drop down menu of what address you're looking for, how long you want to go. You set the box, you set what would be the last month, and then you'll click the search engine, and those 4 reports will show up with those addresses. All the individual has to do is click on the PDF icon all the way on the right-hand side.
Sometimes it takes a little time to come up.
To load it back in. So this is tying into our record system and generates this report. And you notice a little bit different. It has Coral Gables, a watermark on the back. So we know this was made copies of off of our system. And this shows all the details. If this were things that needed to be redacted, it would have been redacted before and it would have been put out in public.
Right. Dates of birth, sensitive information,
Yes.
names that cannot be
Yes.
disclosed, et cetera, are redacted.
Right. So this is currently what residents can see looking in a specific area, searching different criteria, going back that high. This is going to get even better. The mapping system, the mapping software does not work as well as this third-party provider has. So we won't have that ability. I believe Raimundo will tell you that going into the future, we're going to be able to draw a polygon around an area and be able to pull up the reports on those certain areas. So this is what the public can look at any time. The second thing that we had talked about in this as far as statistics is every 2 weeks, and this came from then Mayor Kaysen, every week or 2 weeks, we give you what we call the focus crimes. So The one or two Part 1 crimes, where there would be
Every week we get.
every week. So you get those. And we added, if you've noticed over the years, we've added these cases were arrested. The reason why we do that, and this goes back to 2014, there's a set of numbers that we submit every year that gets validated by FDLE and the FBI, and those are completed closed cases. And there's another set of open and closed cases that may be one offender, we close 3 cases. And those numbers have always been different. And in the spirit of transparency, putting those out was a bit confusing back in 2014. And as the mayor remembers, and I'm sure both mayors remember, I'm not a big conversationalist when it comes to statistics. At the end of the year, we can look at the statistics and see what we did. And since then, and I have our tech services person here, the UCR numbers we used to use are now been changed. So one incident that used to be categorized as one number under the new categorized system for the federal government has 3 occurrences. So now it's by individual charge, not individual incident, which shows our numbers would be through the roof through NIBRs. So again, that's the changing of that. We have to rely on the FDLE to submit that stuff electronically, which we are. So as far as the conversation on the ability to put out information ahead of time, and speaking with Commissioner Anderson yesterday, there are certain things that I'm just not comfortable, and nor can I legally tell you all what's going on in public. I am very careful in the emails that I send after speaking with my boss about what we're talking about operationally. And you know, I'll know that when those emails come out, I know that's public record if there's any other additional conversations, but there are certain people that we won't talk about what's going on strictly because it puts people in jeopardy, and we know we've had that issue happen in a Coral Gables case. So that was, in a nutshell, the conversation that we come up, and myself, Raimundo, the deputy city attorney, as well as my tech services people and the assistant chief are here for any questions that may come up further.
Well, I mean, I've spoken to the concerned residents, and a couple of things is I'm certain they would not operationally want to jeopardize any ongoing investigations or the ability of the police department to make these arrests. And based upon my experience, and I've had both experience in criminal law as well as civil law, one arrest can be multiple charges. So no, you're not going to have, matching numbers on those types of events. Just because the charges against one person can be many, as opposed to one incident, one arrest, kidnapping, theft, robbery, whatever it is, combined in there. Not that we had any of those offenses. The timeline for the new system, Raimundo, I think is what, the beginning of next year?
We just finished the procurement process. Now we started, the kickoff meeting already happened, and we started the data. There's a process where we have to convert the data from the previous system, provide it to the vendor, so they start the migration. That's what we started, the data process. We are talking about 1 year starting when we deliver the data so the vendor can start working with the system.
More or less. What month or year you're talking about?
So if the data is delivered and mapped in April, we're talking April next year.
Okay, 1 year from the delivery date. Okay. Any other comments, folks? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Bernal has requested to speak.
I was going that way. No worries. Public comment. Thank you very much, team. Public comment, please.
Mr. Bernal?
Doctor, good to see you, sir.
Good to see you. I'm so glad to see the city come alive with Miracle Mine, Girarda, and everything else. I think the commission is doing a great job.
Thank you.
And so is the city manager and the chief. But there are some policy issues that I think belong here in the commission. Here are elected representatives. And I want to tell you a story about our experience here with crime.
Mr. Bernal, I'm sorry, but can you speak into the microphone, please?
Oh, yes. This is, okay. So in 2017, we were living in Ponce, 1607 Ponce. and I was the president of the association there, and we had a lot of crime. We decided we wanted to move from Ponce, and so we considered coming here to the Biltmore section. As part of the due diligence to decide whether or not to invest here, I looked in Google. And I looked in Google and I found crime statistics for the city of Coral Gables by police zone and neighborhood. So I looked at the neighborhood 718 Valencia Avenue, Biltmore Park condominium, where I'm the president of the board there now. And it was one of the freest areas of crime in the city. That had a big impact in our deciding to invest there, and we love it. But our experience has been this. In 2018, we moved in there. In 2019, we had one break-in in a garage that didn't have a door, which was the way the city approved it. They stole a bicycle. It was a $7,000 bicycle. Okay.
$7,000.
Yes, right.
Do you have cameras?
We have 18 cameras. But, you know, what I want to point out is in 2019, we had one. In 2022, we had 8, okay? 5 of those were bicycles that were stolen. One of those was the removal of a 300-pound safe from one of our units in the second floor. Another one was an invasion of our lobby by 5 thugs that challenged our front desk person and that threatened residents inside an elevator. Okay? The other one was a break-in across from 7 in Valencia, where they broke the second floor doors and tried to break into the unit. So,
did you catch any of this on camera?
yes, and we have 20 incidents that we have provided to the police, and I have the police reports. No complaint about the response of the police or the quality of the reports. They're very good. But the fact remains that this is an exponential growth in crime in the city. So when I go now in 2022 and look at Google for crime statistics, there is nothing, okay? So somebody in the city made policy that blocked the access to that information. And, you know, the reason I'm here is basically because, you know, first of all, I came here from Colombia, South America, okay? And the reason I stayed here is because I believe in government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And you know, in Florida, I would like to think that our sunshine law would say that you cannot just change the reporting to the public without having some kind of a policy document that comes from elected officials. I have had 2 meetings with the city manager. I had 1 meeting with the city manager, the chief, and a representative of IT. Basically, they have been very unsuccessful. I would say that we came to a difference of opinion that got a little heated, and it became clear that it was non-productive to pursue it from the administrative path because, you know, the fundamental question is the citizens should have the right to see how the police is performing, and we should be able to compare ourselves not to Miami, which is the typical thing, we're better than Miami, well, surprise. But there should be a metric, and I would think that our elected representatives should determine what the police can restrict and what is available to the citizens.
Mr. Bernal.
We do have that. I'm curious.
Where is that document?
So I'm curious what piece of information you're looking for.
Well, I was really...
Because I want to make sure, so
Vice
it's
Mayor?
very important that I want to understand. So what piece of information specifically is it you're looking for that you're not able to find. And I don't mean on Google, but I mean either from the city or from any.
Well, I have spent 4 months trying to get information from the city via the P2C, via their website, via, and essentially I have gotten, it's excruciatingly difficult. The city says that there are only 2 clerks that have to do all of this thing. But
What type of information?
I wanted to know the crime statistics for the neighborhood surrounding us, okay?
Okay.
And I have gotten it in bits and pieces, but it's almost impossible to process. Okay?
Mayor.
Now, the point is, the point is, I wanted to see heat maps.
Right.
I wanted to see trends, 3-year trends. I want to see what are the crime statistics, in the year 2020, 2021, and then the cumulative for the year 2022.
Right.
Okay? I mean, but the point is, the point is, I'm just saying to you, there should not be a discussion between citizens and the administration. There should be a discussion between the citizens and the elected representatives that say in a document, people are entitled to get this and not to get that. Okay, so we understand it, and we can have an orderly process of debate and, essentially guide us on at election time, right?
So I think this is an ongoing dialogue we have with residents and feedback that we get all the time.
Right.
I think that's part of the reason why we invested in this new system, which you just heard is going to be coming online. It's going to take some time to see the type of technology I think that you're looking for, which I think.
Yes, sir. No, but I am asking, let's not get confused between technology. I mean, we do have a wonderful smart city hub and everything else, right? We made this huge investment. But the police is not on board with this, okay?
But that's what we're doing.
I asked for the design document. What are the specifications for this wonderful system, and what is it going to be that we see? And the answer is, in my understanding, that's what I'm bringing to you, is that's none of your business.
All right, so
Let me take a step back.
when you're done,
Let me
I
take
gotta.
a step back. Let me take a step back. Okay. You came to see me during open office hours a week ago. I put this item on the agenda.
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson was also going to put the item on the agenda.
Yes.
So we co-sponsor. I think we're co-sponsoring.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Yes.
Been a lot of meetings so far. We haven't had lunch yet. I'm a little foggy. I apologize. So I don't know of a city in Miami-Dade County that has open office hours. You get an item, a resident comes to see you, an item gets put on the agenda, and the resident openly debates with the commission. The way it works in the county is you speak at 8:30, 9 o'clock, you speak for 2 minutes, you're out. The commission comes in, there's no rebuttal, there's no back and forth, you gave your 2 minutes, and it's out. The city is not hiding anything.
I'm supporting the resolution.
Okay. I need to add, because you and I have had direct conversations, and I have experience that maybe some of the others don't.
Yes.
I ran a Google search. City doesn't run Google, control Google, or otherwise.
Private entity.
I got results. Police department's not hiding anything. And there's no judge, state or federal, that is going to require a police department to give out their operational plans. through
Nobody's
heat
asking
maps.
for that.
You ask for heat maps. Maybe
Heat
it's
maps.
just a language thing. But in order to have successful law enforcement, you're not going to be giving your plan of action to those who you're trying to
Nobody's
catch.
asking for that, ma'am.
Okay, you're asking
Right.
for heat maps. This information is on Google.
Well,
Maybe it's just because I have more experience on how to do Google searches.
Could be. Okay.
Okay, but nothing's being hidden here.
I'm just saying, we should be able to state, the policymakers should be able to say, this is what the public can see.
But we are.
And
Let's
we're-
have this whole
It's here.
discussion.
We're having this
You're
discussion.
basically saying that the city's hiding information from you because Google, which is a private company, has not put statistics on its site. Google has nothing to do with Coral Gables.
No, sir, I also have gone to
Off
the,
by saying that the Google Maps does not have the crimes that you saw committed.
And I said,
that have to do with
no,
us?
what I said also was that I have gone to the city website, I have made requests. I also requested a report that comes to the commissioners, and I was told that it was no longer being published.
So,
The city clerk,
Told you what?
that the police said that the report was no longer being published.
We have a lot of things going on right now. So let's address one item by one. Okay, first. We have a lot of things going on here. Mr. Chief, are you providing the commission and the manager with a report in regards to crime statistics?
Yes, sir. Every week.
So let's check that off.
And that's
Do we need that? Do we need that under oath? Do we need that under oath? Yes or no? Sir? Do we need it under oath? Okay.
Public record.
That's a check.
Public record. Once I send it to you, it's public record. You can give it to
that is
anybody you want.
completed. So that is.
Let me ask one thing, and I asked whether that information could be given out to a relative of mine. I asked the city attorney, and they said yes.
Yes.
So
once it leaves us to you in writing, it's public record.
Public record.
and I shared it.
Okay.
And we have no issue.
So moving on from that. So that is debunked.
But I cannot get it. The city clerk.
No, you can get that. What you couldn't get was a report that said from this intersection to this intersection to this intersection to this intersection, drawing a circle around a property. That's not what the commission gets every 2 weeks.
We don't get that. We don't get that information. So we debunked that, right?
I do have a public records request that I can pull from the website.
But let me just finish. Let me just finish it. We're gonna, it's so funny that people attack us for not being transparent. This is incredible. And that we have full-fledged conversations and we get to the crux of a matter and we try to address it. No other city does that. No other city does that. Okay, so we got that. That's done, right? We put that to bed. Moving on. How much are we spending on this new system?
I believe in total, it'll be $4.7 million in total.
This will put the city in regards to transparency and our ability to report at what level in regards to communities throughout South Florida, throughout the state of Florida.
Well, again, I think it's going to be seamless because it's going to be able to incorporate, once it's public record, the body camera footage, whatever drone footage we have, we're going to be able to put it all together and work our cases the same way. And I'll defer to the expert because if he says we need it, I'm all in.
And the reason we selected this system is because it's data-driven. It was developed by data scientists in Harvard in their labs. And it's the most advanced in terms of data. And if you look to Boston PD website, you will see what Boston PD is doing with crime statistics and transparency. That's the technology we're going to get. Same in Boston.
Does any other city in South Florida have this?
Miramar.
Just Miramar. Okay.
Miramar, and I believe Miami Gardens went to it.
When do we start? When do we start?
We've started sending the information over already. Raimundo and I have already had a meeting once we migrate all the information. So we're saying a year, but I'm pushing hard on my side to try and get all our information in.
So to bring this in for landing, you've had 3 meetings with the manager and with the chief. You had a meeting with myself last week. You had a meeting with Commissioner Anderson. I think you may have met with other commissioners. You spoke to the clerk. What is it that's pending so that I can make sure you get what you want that we can give you so you feel satisfied that government has treated you accordingly?
Yeah, respectfully, the only thing that I'm saying is, why can't we see heat maps? Okay?
But I don't.
What are we obligated to by law?
Sure, I'm happy to address that. So it's my understanding that if not most of Mr. Bernal's public record requests, all of them have been fulfilled. There is a difference between the city creating a record that does not exist and providing a record that does exist. It's my understanding that Mr. Bernal was provided with a record of a zone in which he resides that had criminal statistics from his zone, which may be larger than the specific area he was looking for, but the city doesn't need to create a new record just for that particular
Have we ever created heat maps?
I'm not sure if heat maps do or do not exist, but it's my understanding that there have been some concerns about active criminal intelligence exemptions that may apply to certain heat maps that are more current. So obviously a heat map from 2 or 3 years ago may be able to be released, but something that's very current, I would defer to the chief about whether or not something is active criminal intelligence or relates to an active criminal investigation, both of which are exempt from public records disclosure.
But what you just said, I'm sorry, Mayor, what you just said in terms of public record, that applies to basically all public records.
Of course.
We don't create what's not created.
Of course,
We have
running
the
a
raw
report.
data.
Yeah,
So it applies not only to this situation, Florida statute,
of course, yes.
public records law.
Yes, so running a report is certainly something we can do, but if someone asks for a chart of what color your ties all were today, we don't need to create that chart if that doesn't already exist.
Can you make it available in a form that can be processed by a computer? Because right now you send PDFs and, you know, you can't do anything with PDFs.
So we are required to provide records in the format in which they were created, and in one. So if it was in a particular system that you didn't have access to, for instance, a specialized CAD program, of course we couldn't provide you that if you can't read it. But if it was created in a PDF, that's how it will be sent to you. If you would like to request a paper copy of that, we can certainly do that and provide you paper copies of those records.
I have
and
electronic
the statutory
copies.
statutory fees with that.
Do you have the weekly reports?
No.
You don't?
I was given one by Commissioner Anderson, but I have not been able to get them via a public records request.
No, but I was told that what you asked for via public
Mr.
record
Bernal,
was
what,
something
what
different.
you requested, via public record, everything was given to you. With the neighborhood 14, you requested 2022, the entire statistics. That was given to
I
you.
sent a public records request saying that I would like to see the reports that the commissioners get. And I was told that they are not available, okay? So I have.
When did you send that,
City
sir?
clerk. Well, let me send it to you.
Please.
Yes, but my question is, I want to see those reports, and the question is, can I see them or can I not see them?
Yes.
Yes.
A public, yeah, a public,
Commissioners can send it to you, but
yeah.
understand, those are focus crimes. That's different. What I sent you all are focus crimes that we discussed.
Yes.
It is not everything. So if I chart on the computer, if I chart littering, the heat map is going to show where our litter citations are. So again, the heat maps are generated, and that is a work product, because if I'm putting undercover officers in a certain area, I'm not going to give that out because that is something that is germane to an active, open, confidential case.
Nobody's asking for that, Chief.
So Mr. Bernal can always make public records requests, which will be timely fulfilled by the police department and the clerk's office, as they always are. There are no standing requests, but if you want to continue to make requests for those reports, we will certainly provide them expeditiously as we're
I'll make it
required.
even easier for you.
Yes, sir.
Make a public records request and copy me on it.
I'll do that.
Good?
Thank you. All right.
Okay, can I get an admission from you?
What's that?
Can I get an admission from you?
Admission?
An admission.
Yes.
There is no other city quite like the city beautiful where you can have this type of.
That's why I'm asking, you know, this is
But la
great.
cosa no está tan
That's
mala.
what I
La cosa no
say.
está tan mala. Because you
That's
said you moved here and things are
So
falling
that's
apart.
why I
so
want to
things aren't
live
that
here,
bad.
but I'm also very jealous about maintaining our rights.
And I agree. You have your rights. You have
Yes.
your rights. Look at this.
Thank you.
This is beautiful. The only thing left to do is run the meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Vice Mayor Mena, on the record, handing the reports to Dr. Bernal
We get, and it's important to note that we get those every week,
every week.
contrary to certain reports that we don't get them. We do get them every week, not monthly. Every week, we get reports that look just like that, and you're welcome to any week you'd like to see.
By the way, I think the Vice Mayor brought up a very good point. It's been said before by people in this community, very small, not even a handful of people who, run blogs and allow people anonymously to trash employees and other elected officials here, that we are not getting these reports and that we're being misled. We can't say nicer things about the police and how much we appreciate them and the efforts that they do in this community. And we need to be very, very, very careful what we say. Because when we say things that are misleading or are not the truth, if it spreads, people start believing it. Before you know, you have a tidal wave of people who come. And some people do this intentionally throughout the city in an effort to, let me be careful what I say, in an effort to,
We understand.
to get
appreciate
to get certain things to cross the finish line. But the city of Coral Gables has always prided itself on being not only exceptionally beautiful, but being ethical and being the city on a shining hill.
Because I'm responsible for about 300 of your employees over in the police department, sworn and civilian. And I will tell you the numbers are as low as they are and continue to trend in that direction because of their hard work, both inside and outside. And we don't hide anything. Sometimes we have to get through and find out exactly what people are trying to ask us. But we will give out the information. We have nothing to hide.
Can I give a point to that? Just to give you an example. I spoke about something earlier when the police were here. I was kind of vague, and I thanked the police and I talked highly about the police. It's an ongoing investigation, but I felt that I needed to make a comment because our conversations with the manager yesterday, where we were having a conversation in the briefing in preparation for this commission meeting, you told me some things about an investigation, about an active criminal investigation. I can't divulge that, and I won't divulge that because I won't jeopardize our police and the hard work that they're doing. But I still am so proud of the technology and the effort that is being used that I felt compelled, since I had the command staff there, to make sure that I told them how grateful I was for the hard work. And when people find out about what happens when an arrest is hopefully made soon enough, I want to...
We've ID'd the subject, I'll tell you right now. Have we ID'd that? Give me a couple hours and you can tell what we're talking about, only because we believe we have a suspect that we're looking for on the burglary on Santa Maria through a lot of use of the technology that we had talked about.
So I think that that's something that once we have that arrest made, I would like, Mr. Clerk, Mr. Manager, with your approval, I would like for the chief to come back and talk a little bit about what transpired, what the police department did, and put criminals on notice in this community. Not only are we going to give police officers every single resource that they need, but that this community is in the best of hands, both with this commission, along with the police and fire department.
And that's because of your support and understanding.
Listen, it's all your hard work. It's not us. It's like you said, it's the employees that you have, the 300.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, chiefs. G8 is our last item on their city commission items, and then we move on to the final item.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. I have the community recreation team here. Please, Carolina, Carlos, come up here. I want to recognize you all. First off, before we get to G8, I want to just commend your team on such an amazing event Saturday night at the Coral Gables Country Club for the Daddy-Daughter Dance. It was spectacular. I mingled with a lot of the families, the dads, and leaving the venue after the event, I stayed the entire time. It was that good that I could hear the girls just gushing about every little detail that you added to create the atmosphere of the Beauty and the Beast, even the music, the decorations. It was spectacular. About the 20 years I've been involved, and I got to go to 10 with my daughter, it was so special. I was moved because, we've gone from the Women's Club to Fairchild's Tropical Garden to the UM Alumni Center. Now it's where it should be, home in our city, landmark building, and you brought life to it. You brought memories to it. It was amazing. I know you have a video recap that's like a minute long, but what an amazing job. I'm so proud of you all.
We can get the video.
An amazing team.
Thank you.
So thank you for all you do.
Carlos can take the
Teaching the dads new dances.
That was spectacular. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
This item is just to go over, because I know some time goes by, and when time goes by, I just want to re-inform the community of the plans for Phillips Park, and I think it's important because it's such an important asset to the city. As we've discussed before, it's an extension of the Coral Gables Youth Center. It's a site that can be programmed, and we've talked about North Gables, I think, most of the day today, and how the residents there feel that perhaps we've overlooked their area, and I want to reassure them that the plans for Phillips Park, which we approved last year, will be moving forward. So Fred, by all means, please.
Yep. Yeah, if we can bring up, we have a presentation. So as we've discussed, we worked on a concept plan. We've worked with the designers and looked at the cost estimates, and we've kind of also met with, and I'll go over this, with the communities and other user groups as to how the park would be used. So just going to present really quick where we are and what the next steps are. Just a quick status update.
And while you're going at, let's just remind people that in the North Gables, we also have a ribbon cutting this Thursday for the dog park on, off of Ponce. What street is that on, Fred?
1505 Ponce?
1505 Ponce, but
Yes.
yeah.
All right, now it's working. Okay. So this is where we are, real quick. Phillips Park, in case anyone needs to know, that's an overhead. Currently, right now, we have a larger natural grass field, basketball court, and 2 tennis courts with a pavilion and a bathroom facility and a playground. So some of the proposed enhancements that we've looked at, that we've discussed and presented is an expansion / replacement of the current building, and I'll get to that as we go through the plan, and introduce a building with activity space, office space, and indoor restroom facilities. We're looking at adding pickleball courts, a splash pad playground component, removal of the dugout structures, installation of an artificial turf field, and a secondary pavilion for additional rentals and parties and uses, and also a lighting and CCTV camera system that will be installed. Some of the proposed improvements on what we already have there is an expansion and relocation of the playground to provide a more expansive, more adventure type area, removal of one of the tennis courts, and a relocation of basketball to provide a proper fenced-in court, resurfacing and new hardscapes for both the tennis and basketball courts, wider multi-use walkways going up to 6 feet, and some additional landscaping, brand new perimeter fencing and park furnishings, and also some shade structures for the splash pad and the playground. So this is the concept overhead without the trees, and I'll give you a little bit more in depth. As you can see, we are looking at having all of the different components that we talked about. The field will be right in the middle as it is now. It will be artificial turf, so you can actually have an enclosed area and have it be used more extensively. We did have conversations on the different uses of the park. The splash pad, spray ground, whatever we call it. I'll show you some pictures in a second of what we want to do in terms of concept. But as you can see, it's got a winding walkway all the way around. The pavilion over on the southeast corner is the small one that we'll add in. We will refurbish the existing one that's over near the northwest corner. There is the extension of the building and also the courts, as we see. And then the playground, which we hope to be one of the centerpieces of that design, which will be a nice, large, inviting playground, a fun area for all the kids. So this is just pointing out everything of where it's going to be, where the picnic pavilion is. We are going to have pedestrian gates as we do now, and all of the different items. The pickleball courts are the small ones. You can see the tennis lines and the basketball court lines as well. And the little blue circle there on the lower mid of the slide, that is our water splash pad. So these are some of the inspirations that we're looking at for our playground. We want something that's a little bit more modern, that's going to be a lot of adventure, a lot of activity, a lot of climbing, a lot of different surfaces, not your normal platform slide design that we've done in other ones in the past. As you know, with Salvador and a couple of other parts, we've kind of moved away from just your regular platform design, and we've added rope climbers and we've added different things, and that's what we want to continue to do. We've gotten a lot of positive feedback from our participants on that. And what we really want to look at is have something be a showpiece. So I want to build it up. I want to get it a little higher. Those towers are a possibility, or something like a gigantic climber like that goes around. We'll work with the community and we'll present some options as we go to a real design. This is just concept, but that's kind of what we're looking at. We're looking at something that's a wow factor that gives us something that people are going to enjoy to go there. We set a nice precedent with Salvador. We've got to keep it going with Phillips. These are some of the things that we're looking at for swings. Swings are a big part of Phillips. There are some swings there. The neighborhood made sure that, let us know we wanted to keep the swings. So there's some cool swing designs that are being put out there that we might look at. And if you want to go away from the belt swing, do some other swings like those unidirectional swings or the partner swing that's over there, the yellow one. So there's all those other options that we'll present as well. In terms of the splash pad, what we wanted to look at is we don't want a big square tent shade. We want to have like shade sails to have it be an aesthetic design that looks, it's inviting and it looks good within the area. We are looking at having, the fountains and the sprays that come up out of the surface and having some equipment. As you can see, there's some noodles and there's some intricate designs and little statues. What we do want to stay away from here, I think, is that traditional water park thing, which is like the building with the slides and stuff. That's not a big enough area, in our opinion, to do it, and it's not really like a pool setting where you would need a lot more depth of water. So I think if you look at some of these, you kind of see those are what we're looking at, which is a contained play area that's got a lot of different opportunities for the kids to enjoy all the different, whether it's just sprays coming out of the ground, but there's other stuff like little buckets that would fall on your head or umbrellas or things like that.
Take a look at what Pinecrest Gardens has.
We have. It's
somewhat like what you're describing.
And that's exactly what, that's part of the same look, which is not, you're not having these big playground areas like you would at like an Adventures water park. That's what we're looking for.
That's a great facility.
Same kind of thing. These are just our traditional park amenities. The one thing I will say, these are just things that's just the look. Not all of these will be in that park. This is just our trademark design template for all of our parks. So we did have a community meeting because we went for a matching grant application with FERDAP, with the state grant. The concept design was well received. We've made some tweaks based on that. One of the things that we did not reach consensus on, because we've had some of the neighbors there weren't in favor of adding the 2 pickleball courts. They wanted to keep the 2 tennis courts and integrate the pickleball. But then, as you've seen here before commission, our pickleball players wanted their own standalone. And we also heard from the basketball players that a fenced-in area over on the side would be better than having it be right in front of the field where the soccer balls were going into their play. So, we're trying to reach the most consensus we can with that design. It's not 100% for anyone, but I think we're making enough groups happy that we can work with that. So, but we'll also meet with the community again, and we'll continue to look at it.
I think as you go through that process, keep in mind that this isn't really, for lack of a better word, a local community park. This is one of our bigger.
Yes.
It's our second biggest,
yes,
really.
It is. It'll become our second biggest.
And so, while obviously the community input around there is really important, you also have to look at, we have our parks plan, there's certain features like the splash pad you just talked about as an example that we don't necessarily have in the city, pickleball being another one, obviously. So you have to look at this as more of like a regional park for our city that has certain functionality that as a citywide we need or want, not just localized, which again, there's important factors to consider for the local surrounding neighborhood, but in terms of the features, like you also have to look big picture, which I know but I think it's important to state as you go through this process.
No, absolutely. And I think that's something that we discussed, and we do the best we can to meet every need of every person, and sometimes there's opposing, differing views. So we do the best we can to reach the best possible solution, and we'll
Vice Mayor,
continue.
we have localized input, but we realize this is a regional facility.
Right.
Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah. And, the good news about that is that dog park is within like a half a block. So you can put a no dog sign in Phillips and, take your dog down the block. Here it is in this direction.
Right. So this is where we are, what our estimated cost is and what's next. The total estimated project budget is $9.5 million based on the cost estimates we're receiving. We've been working with our master plan designer to look at that. And as you know, the commission, you voted to get full funding for that in installments, and we'll have the full funding available at the beginning of fiscal year 25, which is October 24. We already have $3 million in, so we've already started because we've worked on the design concept. Our next steps are, we also are waiting to see if we get that grant and that match. But we are starting to work with what our construction will be in our timeline, because then we're going to go to community. And as you see, we're scheduled to meet with certain groups. I do have the PTA, PTSA. I think I have a meeting with them coming up because the school is next door. Where we are is we've done the concept meetings, we've done the community meeting, we've done advisory boards, we've done our community associations. We're going to do a proposed community follow-up meeting in May. That's what we're looking to do. We want to do it right before summer, before everyone goes out on vacation. And then the permitting and procurement, we can start because we have some of the funds already. We just have to be ready to go. So when the construction timeline will be 16 months, and then whenever it's over, we'll be able to pay it past fiscal year 25, October 2024. So that's the hope. That's the plan.
Great news.
Any questions?
I don't know if anybody has a comment or questions. I just wanted to say, and I agree with the mayor, vice mayor, and the manager. It is a regional park, and I think it's almost like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because the experience here in Coral Gables, our park experience is evolving. Look at Salvador Park, the impact it's had in our community. And this is, again, one of those opportunities with such a large piece of land to really transform the experience of families in Coral Gables. So if my colleagues would indulge me, and I have a question for the city attorney, can I ask, make a motion to, for a vote, recommit this body's support for the vision, the project, the timeline, the budget, and funding mechanism at this point in time? Could I ask for a recommitment?
It's a motion you can make, yes?
Yeah, if you all don't mind, I'd like to make that motion.
I'll second it.
Everyone's. Sure.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's very exciting.
Thank you.
I think it's a real opportunity. And,
Yes.
The wow factor you're talking about, I think this is the perfect place for it.
Yep.
It just makes all the sense in the world. So I'm excited to see where it ends up.
Thank you.
Great
Appreciate
job.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on to city manager items. We have 3 items left. We're almost done. I-1.
Mayor, I-1 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing an amendment to PSA 2020-15 Coral Gables Water Quality and Habitat Conditions in Coral Gables Waterway with FIU to proceed with Phase 2 pursuant to Section 2-60726 of the city's procurement code entitled Exemptions, University-Provided Consulting, Education Services, or Cooperative Activities, and further authorizing Phase 3 upon completion of Phase 2.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. This has to do with our water quality assessment that we're doing in conjunction with FIU. Phase 1 has been completed and was successful. I'll let Mr. Anderson expand on that. This authorizes Phase 2, which uses waterway funds, and Phase 3 as needed.
Yes, we've been working obviously with, I know this has been a priority of the commission and city manager. As far as we have FIU, NOAA, the best of the best working on this. They finished Phase 1. They're looking into moving into Phase 2, this was a 2-year proposal. So this is just reconfirming you all's commitment to this and making this that priority. Like I said, we already have funding for it. It's a matter of moving into Phase 2 with them in contract.
Do we have any public comment? Any comments here? I'll move it.
Second it.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kaysen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great
Thank
work,
you.
Matt. Moving on to I-2.
I-2 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing a change order to the contract with Communications International pursuant to Section 2-764B, approval of change orders and contract modifications of the city's procurement code.
Good morning, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager All. So this resolution is actually to continue adding funds to a contract with Communications International that we have currently. We've exhausted most of the funds, so we're asking for another $595,000 to be added to that contract for various projects.
Can you give us a little bit of an idea of what the projects are?
Sure, let me grab my glasses because
When I ask, can you give us an idea? We know what it is. Obviously, we were briefed, but I would like to put it on the record so people understand very clearly why we're spending this additional funds.
Right, so we're asking for 595. 137,000 of that would be for the annual sums update for the radio system, and sum stands for security update and maintenance service. That's an update that periodically happens to the radio system, which is the public safety radio system, but also provides service to local government. And that's firmware upgrades, software upgrades, and that's comprehensive upgrades to all the radios, the mobiles, the handhelds, the various servers, the virtual machines, all that kind of stuff. Another $375,000 would be for the project that's coming online for the Zetron, the secondary fire alerting system. And that would include the PA system, the Zetron equipment itself, including Station 4, the microwave that would be communicating with the new Firehouse 4 and Fire Station 2, and that it would include transmission studies, licensing, technology devices, and the labor. And the last $80,000 would be for the replacement of portable and mobile radios that we currently have in our fleet that have timed out and will be requiring replacement throughout the years. So the contract will be for several years up until 2026.
Okay. Any further questions?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaysen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
K1.
K1 is a resolution of the City Commission appointing members of the Canvassing Board for the upcoming general biennial election of Tuesday, April 11, 2023, and any subsequent runoff election. The Honorable Carlos Gomez, County Court Judge, 11th Judicial Circuit. The Honorable Carlos Guzman, Circuit Court Judge, 11th Judicial Circuit. The Honorable Cristina Rivera Correa, County Court Judge, 11th Judicial Circuit, and City Clerk Billy Urquia for the purpose of canvassing absentee and provisional ballots and precinct returns, further authorizing said board to certify the results of said election.
Do you have any questions, any concerns?
I have none.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Commissioner Kaysen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. And with that, the agenda is done for today. Starting with Commissioner Anderson, do we have any further comments?
Just a reminder, February 16th, 4:30 PM. Bring your puppy.
Okay, perfect. Mayor, Commissioner, Vice Mayor. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, before you finish, just really quick, wanted to give the commission an update on early voting.
Of course.
Since the weekend prior to the election is Easter weekend, the recommendation would be to do early voting the weekend before that, which will be the weekend of April 1st and April 2nd.
Okay.
We can also open early voting the Saturday before Easter Sunday. So we can do an extra day, more than what we normally would do.
Okay.
Keep in mind that based on the number of candidates we have to plan for a runoff election as well. So we would have early voting the weekend before runoff election as well. If the
If you do
commission,
it for one, you have
Yes.
to do it for.
well, we don't have to, but
No, I understand, but
What is the will of the commission?
you could on the second go around do the full weekend right before.
yes, I can because there's no holidays around there.
I'm of the opinion because, at least from religious, one is Easter Sunday, the other one's Palm Sunday. And if you have to choose between the two, I personally think Palm Sunday is the more, the least problematic in terms of families' lives and their faith. So I'm, I guess, more comfortable doing it Palm Sunday.
I would do that whole weekend, and I would also do the Saturday, as Billy mentioned right before.
I agree.
I agree as well.
Okay, so just to be clear, we're going to do Saturday, April 1st, Sunday, April 2nd, and Saturday, April 8th.
Yep.
If there is a runoff election, we would do the 22nd and the 23rd of April.
Agreed.
All right.
Thank you.
Works perfectly for us. No comments? All right. Well, I'd like to, again, thank staff, thank everybody for their hard work. I thank the manager, city clerk, city attorney, my colleagues. It's been a long meeting. I hope everybody enjoys their lunch. Thank you. And today was a beautiful display of democracy in action, where everyone can come and speak at the commission and everyone can enjoy and receive an answer, as long as it's done in a very respectful manner. We can always get to the bottom of an issue, and everyone comes to an understanding that the city of Coral Gables, in my opinion, in the opinion of many, always does things in the best interest of the residents and of the business community. So thank you for allowing us the privilege to serve you. God bless. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you.